The daily life of a secret agent in American TV series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451 Sheldon goes down the mine and Sherlock starts working. Sheldon, Raj, I didn't expect you two to have the guts to challenge the work in the mine. It seems that I underestimated you two before. Let me confirm with you one last time. The environment down there will be humid and hot. Do you really want to go down? Ron looked at the two little fools in front of him with admiration. Sheldon and Raj were dressed as miners and were eager to try. Not long ago, Caltech planned a scientific research project to explore dark matter in underground mines. As leaders in the field of dark matter research, Sheldon and Raj were of course invited. However, the only thing that worried them was whether they could adapt to the environment in the mine. There are no mines in Los Angeles, but it does not mean that there are no similar environments, such as the underground steam tunnels in Ron's base. Sure, why not? I'm from Texas and Raj is from India. We're all familiar with armpit sweat. Any other questions? This steam tunnel happens to pass through an underground shooting range, so you might hear some gunshots and explosions, which is similar to the environment in a mine. Although I don't think it's a big deal, I happen to have a jumpy brother, so, you think that little noise can scare me? You know, I have a roommate who is lactose intolerant and likes to eat cheese like crazy. This noise is far less than his. Leonard also has a poison gas attack, Sheldon argued and didn't forget to insult Leonard. Ron changed the question. You have to stay underground for 12 hours each time, so what? You have to find a place to stay anyway. By the way, there is no toilet there. So all your excretions have to be solved in a bucket. I know, we have considered these issues, so we decided to practice in a simulated environment. Now let's go down. Sheldon waved his hand impatiently. Okay, Ron lifted the cover of the steam tunnel. Here, this is your intercom. By the way, do you remember what we talked about before? Sheldon suddenly turned back and asked Ron before going down the tunnel. Of course, if there is any situation, I will save you first, and then consider saving Raj after saving you. Ron shrugged, and Raj had a black question mark on his face. To be honest, he didn't want to go down now. When Sheldon and Rachel 10 walked down the tunnel together, Ron immediately changed his expression, found a stool to press on the cover of the tunnel and sat down, turned on his mobile phone, and directly opened a live broadcast room on YouTube. After a while, 3 viewers poured into the live broadcast room. They were Ron's brother George, sister Missy, and their common father George. George, didn't we agree to live broadcast a prank on Sheldon today? When will it start? Or has it already started, but I didn't receive it? Missy, it's dark here too, so it shouldn't have started yet. Ron, hurry up, I can't wait to see Sheldon make a fool of himself. Okay, don't worry, let's start right now, Ron replied with a smirk, while pressing the enter key on the computer. The live broadcast room suddenly lit up, revealing an Indian face. It turned out that Ron had tampered with Sheldon's mining lamp, replacing one of the light bulbs with a camera, so the video in the live broadcast room was Sheldon's first-person perspective. Please enjoy the first level below, Ron said, opening the program he had prepared in advance. In an inconspicuous corner of the passage, just as Sheldon and Trash were discussing some trivial topics, a strange sound of water suddenly came, scaring the two of them. Although the water piano has the word kin in its name, it has nothing to do with musical instruments. In fact, it is just a prop specially used for the soundtrack of horror movies. Most of the creepy sound effects in horror movies basically come from this. Raj, did you hear any special sound just now? Did you hear it too? Sheldon, Raj's face turned pale. I thought it was my illusion. It's right there. Go and have a look. Raj looked reluctant, but was pushed forward by Sheldon. He had no choice but to be cautious, holding the flashlight as a weapon, and approaching that place step by step. Ron chuckled and immediately selected a speaker next to Sheldon and played the same sound effect again. Hoo la la! The shrill sound of the water organ sounded even more eerie in the dark passage. Sheldon screamed in fear and rushed forward, knocking down the junk food. He's behind me. That thing. Behind me. Look at what that is. Raj, who was knocked down by Sheldon, happened to fall next to the place where the sound came from. He picked up the small box curiously. This seems to be a speaker. Ron was amused by Sheldon's embarrassed and funny appearance. Missy quickly captured a few pictures from the live broadcast. I already have the photos for this year's Christmas card. I declare that I will use these photos and no one of you can snatch them from me. Little George, okay, it's all you. I believe Sheldon will give us more wonderful performances later, right, Ron? Ron raised his eyebrows, of course, reminded by Raj. Sheldon immediately turned his head to look at the place where the sound just came out and scared him. Looking carefully, there was indeed a small speaker there. Sheldon picked up the walkie-talkie angrily. Ron, you actually played a prank on me, how is it? Are you scared? Do you want to continue, little genius? Ron replied in a mocking tone. As he said that, Ron couldn't help but feel secretly happy. When Sheldon said that he planned to find a simulated environment for adaptation training, Ron began to arrange this. I'm not scared. Wait, I will definitely continue and make you look at me with new eyes. Although Sheldon was still a little scared in his heart, he still stubbornly sulked with Ron. Just watch, from now on, no matter what sound you use to scare me, I won't be afraid anymore, really? I hope you can always stay so confident. Ron suddenly lowered his voice. By the way, do you know what this passage was used for before? Before I bought this place as a base, this was a place where a serial killer hid corpses. Maybe now, the souls of the wronged people killed by the serial killer are still wandering there. If you meet them, don't forget to say hello to them. You are definitely making up a story to scare me. Sheldon couldn't help but hug Raj, talking with chattering teeth. At the same time, Sheldon felt an inexplicable pressure on his bladder. He felt lighting, but for the sake of face, he decided to hold it in for a while. That's not necessarily true. As I recall, one of the victims was a black-haired woman in a white dress, almost as tall as Raj. I don't want to hear it. I don't believe it. Sheldon turned off the intercom, but Raj immediately snatched it and turned it on again. He looked over Sheldon's shoulder and stared at the back of him in horror. Ron, I believe it. Is that woman wearing a pair of red high heels? Yes, it is said that she bought them before she died, and she liked them very much. Why, did you see her? Ron asked seriously, trying to suppress his laughter. Just as Sheldon had just snatched the intercom, a white shadow floated up from behind him, exactly the same as Ron's description. All this time, Raj's scream was louder than Sheldon's just now, and Ron even heard a hint of soprano. Sheldon turned around as if awakened from a dream, and saw the source of Raj's horror, and his eyes rolled back and he fainted. The holographic imager is really useful. Ron nodded with satisfaction. This is another new work of Howard. As for the woman in the holographic image, Ron specially found Penny to play the role. It is said that it is to trick Sheldon. Everyone actively participated in his plan. Boss, isn't it a bit bad to bully your brother like this? Giselle shook her head with a smile. For some reason, she would only feel childish when other men showed such a bad taste, but when Ron did this, she would admire him in her heart. Is this the difference in appearance? Don't worry, Sheldon has been teased by me and George since he was a child. He is not so fragile. Just think of it as a Halloween gift I gave him in advance. What's the situation outside? Ron frowned when he heard a burst of police calls from outside. The hostess of the house across the street disappeared in her home. My husband reported the case this morning. Now the police have just come here. Superintendent Grayson is in charge of this matter. Grayson? This name sounds a bit familiar. It's the one you asked to be transferred from somewhere else some time ago. Don't you remember? Giselle kneaded Ron's shoulders intimately. Ron then remembered why he felt familiar with this name. Not long ago, in order to help with the election, he specially transferred several senior police inspectors from other places through his connections to replace the corrupt old police officers in Los Angeles. Grayson was one of them. Ron chose him for another reason, that is, he had worked with both Sherlocks in London for a case. In other words, if Grayson came, then Sherlock should have arrived as well. Giselle, I'll leave this to you. I'll go out and take a look. Don't let them out unless they have passed all the levels I arranged. In addition, check the snakes before releasing them to see if the fangs have been extracted. I don't want that thing to bite my lovely brothers Sheldon and Rajesh. Opposite Ron's base, the place where the case happened had been blocked by the police with a cordon. Sherlock and Watson were standing outside the cordon. Sherlock suddenly said, "Tell me, how do clients usually introduce you?" "What do you mean?" Watson frowned. "I mean, I was assigned an assistant monkey." "This is a bit difficult to talk about. You actually call me an assistant monkey?" Watson said with anger. "We have a confidentiality agreement for escorting clients, which means you can introduce me to anyone, friends, relatives, colleagues, and I will cooperate, but to be honest, most clients call me their companion." "Okay." Sherlock nodded and waved to the policeman who was talking to someone in the distance. "Superintendent Grayson, the famous Sherlock Holmes." Haha. Grayson came over and shook hands with Sherlock. "Miss Watson. This is Superintendent Grayson, an old acquaintance of mine in Scotland Yard, Grayson, and this is Watson, my personal maid." Sherlock paused and gave Watson the title of the maid. Watson now just wanted to punch him in the stomach. Why is this person so annoying? "Okay, then let her wait outside," Grayson said, pulling open a corner of the curtain. "Come on, we need you." "Wait, she is very important in my case, Superintendent," Sherlock said. "It's fine with me, just wait here." Watson said that it didn't matter whether he went in or not. "That's not the case, at least it didn't follow the wishes in my father's email. He said that we should be together 24 hours a day and not leave for more than 2 hours. At this moment, Ron came from behind them. "Yes, your father's email did say so, although I didn't read it all. But I know that Sherlock can't solve cases without Watson, right? Grayson, trust this Miss Watson, Ron, X3. The three people called out Ron's name in unison, then looked at each other, and finally Grayson spoke first. "Okay, please put on your gloves." Grayson handed over 2 pairs of gloves. "No problem." Ron knew the rules of the crime scene, so he put on gloves and followed behind. Grayson led the way and introduced the case. Mr. Richard Montello returned home a few hours ago and found the door kicked open, and his wife Amy Temple disappeared. That was the doctor. He was working overtime at St. Bridge Hospital. He said he had an emergency yesterday and didn't come back until 5 in the morning. When he saw the front was damaged, he called the police. The first officer to arrive at the scene found signs of struggle in the kitchen and master bedroom, but Mrs. Temple was not found. If it was a kidnapping case, the robber should at least make his demands. "Did anyone call to ask for a ransom?" Ron asked, holding his chin. Superintendent Grayson shook his head. "Okay, then list this as a possibility first. Sherlock, have you found anything?" When Ron asked, Sherlock had already run into the bedroom like a husky that had let go. Although this little Sherlock is not as mature as Mr. Foulmouth, and with all his tattoos, he looks like a low-quality version of Mr. Foulmouth, he is still much better than the average policeman, and Ron has high expectations for him. But the little Sherlock did not immediately tell his reasoning like the big Sherlock. "I'm not sure, Captain. Have you found Mrs. Damp's phone?" "Give it to him." Sherlock took the phone and his eyes lit up. Mrs. Damp had plastic surgery in the past 2 years. Chapter 452 Murder Case. Plastic surgery seems to be very popular among the ladies, right? At least among the celebrities and wealthy people I know. This is very normal. Ron was telling the truth. Even the top beauties in the entertainment industry like Megan Fox, who have not yet aged, would go for maintenance every once in a while those celebrities who have already started to decline would use all kinds of plastic surgery methods to maintain their youthful appearance. You know, the skin of white people is more likely to age than that of yellow people, so in order to continue to maintain beauty, ordinary people can't imagine how much effort the celebrities have put in behind their faces. Its complexity and tediousness is no less than that of major surgery. However, Sherlock ignored Ron, but lay on the ground like a professional hound and started sniffing. No, professional hounds are not as professional as Sherlock, because hounds can only bark when they find something abnormal, but they can't say what they found, but Sherlock can. "Captain, please come over here." Sherlock waved and called everyone from the bedroom to the hallway, pointing to the bloodstains and broken glass on the ground and said, "Mrs. Damp should know the attacker. She let him in." "How did you deduce this?" Ron asked with interest. Although he might not be able to use it, he has always been interested in deduction. There are 2 broken cups here, which can be seen from the size of the fragments. Obviously, she was attacked while pouring water for the guests. That's right. If a madman kicks your door open, the normal thing to do is to ask him if he is thirsty and pour him a glass of water, Grayson's men said sarcastically. Sherlock did not answer directly, but lay on the ground again and took out a piece of broken glass from under the refrigerator with a pen. Judging from the shape, it should be the bottom of a cup. Together with the one that has been found, there are exactly 2 bottoms of the cup. If you look at the shoe prints on the door model again, you will find almost imperceptible bloodstains, the same as those on the high heels. If you test it, I'm sure it's the victim's blood, and bloodstains could only be left there after the attack. Mrs. Gamp let the criminals in because they were acquaintances. He kicked the door when he went out, trying to cover up the facts. In addition, he took something from the living room. How do you know this? Watson asked, and Ron raised his hand. I know this. Look at the sofa and table in the living room. This is a symmetrical layout, so the things on the right table and the left table should be similar, but there is a box missing on the left. What box is that? Just as the victim's husband came over, Ron cast a questioning look at him directly. I can't remember. It might be a jewelry box. What's wrong with this? What does it mean that the kidnapper took away a jewelry box? Miss Watson was confused. Sherlock's face darkened. Kidnappers never take trophies, but murderers do. No body was found. Genius. The detective who had just mocked Sherlock took the opportunity to mock. There is no blood on the front door or in the hallway. It's hard to do that when you kidnap someone with an artery injury, isn't it? Ron took the initiative to defend Sherlock and turned to look at Superintendent Grayson. Are you sure your people have searched every corner of this house? I think there should be a secret room in this house. Sherlock should agree with me. Sherlock nodded in agreement. Now it was Grayson who looked embarrassed. Of course, my men have searched every place, but they didn't find the secret room you mentioned. Grayson was of course very clear about Ron's identity. He could even be said to be one of the most powerful people in Los Angeles now. He was able to come to Los Angeles from a police station in a small rural area thanks to Ron. But the first case he just handled was embarrassing in front of the boss. He couldn't afford to lose face. Search, everyone. Even if you have to lift up every floor to check, you must find the secret room for me. Although Superintendent Grayson is a good policeman, he knows how to behave at his age. If the boss said there is a secret room here, then there must be a secret room. If not, then let your men dig it out at night. But fortunately, it doesn't have to be so troublesome now. Sherlock walked into the master bedroom, walked a few steps forward along the bed, and then turned back. His eyes suddenly lit up. What? Did you find anything? Ron asked with interest. The secret room is right here. Sherlock pointed to the wall behind him, and I'm sure that Mrs. Gamp is inside. The question is, how do we get in? That's easy. No one knew where. Ron took out a box, took out a piece of plasticine-like stuff from it and stuck it on the wall, then inserted a metal tube on it and turned around. Can you guys stay away? It's a bit dangerous if you get too close. Grayson then remembered Ron's nickname of the bomber and quickly stopped him. Wait. Ron, there's no need. Sherlock will find the switch of the secret room right away. Right. He couldn't help but be nervous. Ron's nickname of the bomber was not for nothing. It was said that no matter whether he was facing terrorists or people who didn't pay taxes, he would always blow people up to 7/10 cooked before interrogating them. If there was really a secret room behind this wall, there would be nothing left after he blew it up, so what was there to investigate? Yes, that's right. Sherlock touched behind the bedside table and felt a bulge and pressed it. Crack, the wall cracked, revealing a secret room with a body arranged in a strange swastika shape. Sometimes I hate myself for always coming up with the truth. Without a doubt, the husband of the deceased became the biggest suspect, and immediately received a pair of silver bracelets. Well done, keep up the good work, Sherlock. Ron patted Sherlock's shoulder with satisfaction. Wasn't that why he got Sherlock out of prison? What? You mean the European castle? What does that have to do with Ron? It's just a small gift from a father who cares about his son to his son's best friend. I always feel like I forgot something. Forget it, don't think about it, let's go eat. At the door of the murder scene, Ron stretched. On the other side, in the underground steam tunnel, Sheldon and Raj were knocking on the iron door frantically. Ron, open the door. Let us out. Sorry, Ron isn't here right now. Then open the door for us. Let us out. It's too scary here. No problem, but Ron has the key. I'll go get him the key now, Giselle said, with a sly smile on her face, pressing the mouse button on the remote control. A squeaking sound appeared at Sheldon's feet. He and Raj looked at each other and lowered their heads palely. Ah. Chapter 453. Missy gives birth. Come on, Sheldon, can you stop pouting? It was just a little joke, and Howard and Leonard were involved. Otherwise, the matter of the holographic image generator would never have been hidden from you, right? Ron said to Sheldon helplessly in the car on the rural road in Texas. Sheldon hadn't spoken to Ron for 2 days because of the prank on Sheldon in the steam duct. If it wasn't for Mary's order, Sheldon wouldn't even want to sit in the same car with Ron, but there was no way. Who told them to go home quickly? Their sister, the only girl in the Cooper family, finally got pregnant after Forrest Gump's continuous efforts, and will give birth today. And Leonard? This traitor, Sheldon said in disbelief. Come in. Sheldon, actually, I'm helping you, you know? If you don't let Leonard and the others have a chance to bully you and vent their anger, sooner or later, Leonard will cut you into 18 pieces and put them in a suitcase and hide them somewhere. Then I'll have to ask Sherlock to piece your body together, Ron complained like this. Ron didn't know how Leonard in the original book tolerated Sheldon. Anyway, based on Ron's experience of growing up with Sheldon, if Ron hadn't been afraid of his mother being sad, little George would have fed Sheldon to the wolves without Ron doing anything. The car arrived in the town and turned 2 streets. The first big house was Forrest Gump and Missy's home. Ron drove the car directly into the yard. At the door of the house, Grandma and Forrest Gump were already waiting there. Oh Ron, my dear little cookie Sheldon, you are finally here. Grandma walked down the steps and hugged Sheldon at the first time. Grandma's favorite child is of course Sheldon. It's not partiality, because Sheldon is the child who looks most like Grandpa, and because he has poor self-care abilities since childhood, he needs special care. And Ron punched Forrest Gump in the chest. You are good, Ron. Forrest Gump punched back happily, and then the two friends smiled at each other and hugged each other, but Sheldon's complaints next to them made this warm scene a little noisy. I really didn't expect Missy to choose to give birth at home. Why didn't she go to the hospital? Is it because she wanted to be like the primitive people but couldn't find a cave? Forrest Gump frowned slightly. It doesn't matter how you bully him, but anything related to Missy, even if it's just saying that she smiles badly, Forrest Gump will be unhappy. This is Sheldon. If it were someone else, Forrest Gump would have been beaten long ago. Seeing this, Ron knocked Sheldon on the head lightly. Many people think that giving birth at home is better for mothers, because the family can cheer her up together. Don't you think this is warm, Sheldon? Sheldon gritted his teeth in pain, but when he saw that his grandmother didn't protect him, he rubbed his head and helped his grandmother into the house. Wait, Ron, I will tell Grandma everything you did in a while. Sheldon thought secretly. Forrest, where is Missy now? In the bedroom. No, she's in the bathroom. Mom said that Missy's water has broken and she will have a baby soon. Speaking of this, Forrest became at a loss. Ron, I don't know what to do. This is the first time I have encountered this situation. Will I be a good father? I don't know anything. Do I need to? Forrest, Sergeant Gump Forrest, Ron called out twice but there was no response. When he finally called out the military rank, Forrest stood at attention reflexively. Sir? Yes sir, okay, at ease. Ron straightened Forrest's messy collar. Forrest, have I ever told you that although someone took Missy away from me, which made me very upset, if that person was you, I would be relieved because I know that no matter what, you will take good care of Missy. You will be a good husband, right? Ron couldn't help with a woman giving birth inside, but he could help Missy comfort her husband outside. Yes, sir, Forrest shouted. Now, I also want to tell you that just as I am sure you will be a good husband, you will also be a good father. You don't need to do much for your child, just accompany him with love. I promise you that he will be a good child. Ron often talked to Forrest and Missy on the phone. They had told him that their first child would be a boy, so Ron used the word he directly. But I'm so stupid, I'm afraid I have nothing to teach him. Will I look like a failure? Ron laughed. Remember what Mrs. Forrester said? Life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what the next one will taste like, and similarly, who knows what little Forrest will become? Have you chosen a name for the child? Yes, I plan to name him Ron. Ron Forrester. Forrest touched his head embarrassedly. If in China, your brother named his son after you, it is likely to be a teasing, but in the United States, naming your child after your best friend is undoubtedly the best symbol of friendship. Ron estimated that if Sheldon and Amy got married, the first child's name would most likely be Leonard. Of course, it could also be Tan, Sheldon's Vietnamese friend. Anyway, it will always be one of these two. Thank you, Gump. Ron patted his shoulder happily. Let's go in together. Missy is still waiting for us. Ron, Gump, you two come quickly. Missy's cervix is fully opened. She wants to take a nice family photo before the blood is all over the floor. Oh, God, I really should wear this favorite robot t-shirt today. As soon as Ron and Gump walked into the door, they heard Mary's high-pitched cry and Sheldon's complaints. Okay, we'll come right away, Ron agreed and walked into the bathroom, which was already crowded with people. Missy was lying in the bathtub, with her grandmother and mother on her left and right, holding her hands, and George's wife Veronica was also sitting by the bathtub, touching Missy's hair to comfort her, and George Sr., George Jr. and Sheldon, the three men, were huddled in a corner of the bathroom. The camera set up at the door just happened to capture everyone in the lens. Okay, everyone look at me. I say 1, 2, 3, and everyone say cheers. Ron set the timer and quickly ran to the middle of everyone. 1, 2, 3, cheers. Click. The happy moment was frozen. Don't move, I'll set it to continuous shooting. One more. 1, 2, 3, stop. Missy suddenly widened her eyes and screamed in pain. I'm giving birth. Click. Another memorable photo was frozen. Chapter 454. A World Without Sheldon. Los Angeles, Pasadena. Sheldon's apartment, because Sheldon, the king of the cold shoulder who is most likely to ruin the atmosphere, is not here. The place suddenly becomes a sea of joy, and even a party is held. What are we doing tonight, Bernadette? Let's go to the movies together. I brought the disc of It's a Wonderful Life. That's a good suggestion. What is this movie about? Leonard asked. A frustrated man is about to commit suicide, and then God saves him and lets him see what the world would be like if he had never been born. Have you ever thought about what the world would be like without you? Penny found it interesting and asked the people around her. What do you think? You will face Sheldon alone. Leonard knocked on the table imitating the rhythm of Sheldon knocking on the door. Dang dang dang, Penny. Dang dang dang, Penny. Dang dang dang, Penny. Everyone laughed, except Sheldon's girlfriend Amy. Hey, you are all laughing at Sheldon, but have you ever thought that if it weren't for Sheldon, you would never have met? Really? But Sheldon's not here today, that's why I came. Of course, it would be even better if Ron was here, Howard said while eating popcorn. Amy started the map cannon mode. I'm serious, you will never know me. You, Howard, will not know Bernadette, Leonard, and you will not date Penny. Leonard was not convinced and said, that's not necessarily true. I'm a frequent visitor to the Cheesecake Factory. I had the opportunity to pick her up. How this time? Amy didn't need to say anything. Everyone responded with a burst of laughter, which made Leonard very embarrassed. Are you sure you're not kidding? Penny laughed so hard that she fell backwards. Baby, let me tell you what it would be like if you had relied on yourself back then. First of all, you would come to the store where I work to eat every day, but you never dared to talk to me, until one day, with the encouragement of Raj Howard, you mustered up the courage to say hello to me under the pretext of finding the toilet, and I didn't even have to reject you. You were so scared that you peed your pants. How is that possible? I won't pee my pants. Raj and Howard looked at each other and said in unison, she's right, you will do that. Well, even if I pee my pants, how could you reject me? Come on, don't forget, there's Ron. We all know that Penny was fascinated by Ron for a while before. With Ron around, you don't have any chance, Brother Rajesh said helplessly, and everyone nodded. But if Sheldon wasn't there, Ron wouldn't live here. Leonard grabbed the last glimmer of hope and continued to struggle. No, he'll still live here, Howard added, ending Leonard's fantasy completely. Ron told me that if Sheldon wasn't there, he'd still prefer to live in Pasadena. It's not as impetuous as Beverly, nor as noisy as Long Beach, and it's just the right distance from the city. Okay, Leonard was completely defeated. Amy turned her attention to Howard and Bernadette. And you too, if Leonard wasn't with Penny, Penny wouldn't have brought you two together, so everything should be thanks to Sheldon. It doesn't matter, Bernadette will still work in that store anyway, and I'm still a muscular man. She will definitely fall for my turtleneck, Howard said confidently. Well, Bernadette was in a dilemma. Actually, I also like Ron's type. Compared with Ron's muscles, your muscles look like a shriveled chicken chest. I mean, who can resist a man like Ron? If I could have met Ron earlier, I would have fought with Penny for the opportunity to serve Ron. OMG. Really? Howard was unhappy now. Leonard went over and patted him on the back. What a pair of brothers in distress. But you are not like Penny, who rents a house with him or lives across the street. You have no chance to meet him. Howard certainly wanted to struggle. Interesting trivia, Penny interrupted, imitating Sheldon's tone. Across from the shop where we work, the owner of Toretto's auto repair shop, Dominic Toretto, is Ron's good friend. They knew each other before he came to Los Angeles. Ron often went to his shop to chat with his friend, and occasionally came to our shop for dinner. This is true. When Ron chatted with Toretto, if he was not hungry, he would usually turn the corner and walk a little further to a Hans Williamsburg restaurant. Toretto ate and he watched. If he was hungry, he would go to the cheese factory, which was the shop where Penny and Bernadette worked before, because the food in that shop was cleaner. Why not all go to the cheese factory? Of course, because the cheese factory is clean and the price is a little more expensive anyway. Toretto's iron stomach can eat anything. Howard continued to struggle, but Ron only goes there occasionally. What if you never meet him? I'm a frequent visitor to the cheese factory. I obviously have a good chance. Well, even if I never meet Ron, do you think that with a slightly gay intimate behavior between you and Raj, any woman would regard you as a potential target? The situation may be like this: maybe I am attracted to you, and I am about to switch shifts with Penny to go to your table, but I just happen to see Raj feeding you with a spoon and wiping your mouth. Ha ha ha, what she said is really like us. Raj happily pushed Howard with his arm, but Howard was hit hard and couldn't laugh at all. Although Ron was not here, he unknowingly became the public enemy of the two men. At this moment, Sheldon's video call came in. Hi, Sheldon, is everything okay over there? Amy answered the video. Not good at all. I saw something terrible. People shouldn't be created like this. A person coming out of another person's body is like a dirty magic show? Sheldon was still frightened, and before he could finish his words, Ron knocked him aside by hitting his head. Don't say anything about Missy. Go. Get a mop and clean the bathroom. You are the only one who has not done anything. Also, don't use your phone. Whether you plan to take pictures or play games. Ron faced the camera. Hi, everyone. Sorry, it's a little busy here. You guys go play first. I'll talk to you after I'm done. No problem. Say hello to Missy for us, and if she plans to divorce after giving birth, tell her I've been waiting for her. Raj still has evil intentions towards Missy. Ron's mischievous heart was aroused. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again. I said, if she plans to divorce. Woof woof. Raj was very happy at first, but later he was like a puppy whose tail was stepped on. Because when he was halfway through his words, Ron had already turned the camera to Forrest Gump's cold face. Chapter 455. Ron Forrest Gump. Ron patted Gump hard, and Gump finally came back to his senses. It turned out that he was not indifferent, but just dazed. Sorry, I was distracted just now. I was a little worried about Missy. What did you say? Gump's expression finally returned to normal. I didn't say anything, I just called you. Ron patted Gump's shoulder comfortingly. Don't worry, Missy will be fine. Every woman will have such a day. Missy usually exercises regularly, so she must be safer than other women. To be honest, Ron didn't know anything about giving birth. He didn't know it either, but now Gump was in a mess. Sheldon couldn't help it all and kept complaining, which made Ron so angry that he wanted to punch him twice. Little George did have experience, but his experience was useless. I was working in the store that day, but on the way home from work, Veronica called me and asked me to go to the hospital. When I got to the hospital, the baby was already born. What's the use of such experience? Don't worry, my wife didn't have to work hard when she gave birth to George and Ron. You'll know when your son is born. It's all in vain to worry now. In fact, there's nothing to worry about. Ron rolled his eyes. Dad, do you think yours will work just because your brother's words are useless? Fortunately, Ron didn't have to do anything. Someone immediately took care of this old demon. George, bring me another towel. Mom's roar interrupted George's complacency in time. If I hear you say that giving birth is easy again, I will let Sheldon use that science to make your belly big so that you can experience it. Mom, I've told you, I'm a physicist. You should ask a biologist, such as Amy or Bernadette, for this kind of thing. Shut up. Sheldon, if you say one more word, I'll let you give birth to a baby with your dad. Ms. Mary fought 1 against 3, and killed George, and Sheldon. George was just an accidental injury. Who told him to follow his mother when she called him? He deserved to be scolded. The bathroom was converted into a delivery room, which was in good order under Mary's arrangement. Missy was lying in the bathtub, and her grandmother was feeding her water and food to replenish her energy. Mary and Veronica were standing outside, ready to provide support at any time, such as wiping sweat and blood. George Sr., George Jr., and Sheldon Sr. were waiting outside the door to be dispatched at any time, and Ron only had to stay with Forrest Gump to comfort him, because Ron was Forrest Gump's best friend. Missy screamed violently in the bathroom, and then a baby's cry sounded. It's born. It's born, Mary cheered in surprise. Forrest Gump ran to the bathroom door in one step. Missy. Missy. How are you? I'm fine, Mom. Let Forrest Gump and my brother come in. Missy's weak voice came from the bathroom. The door was opened, and the men of the Cooper family followed in. Mary held a wrinkled little guy in a blanket and handed it to Forrest Gump's arms. Here, this is your and Missy's baby. What are you going to name him? Forrest Gump looked at Missy, and Missy nodded gently. I'm going to call him Ron. Ron Forrest. Thank you, Forrest Gump. Ron took the child from Forrest Gump moved, but accidentally saw Sheldon hiding in the corner of the bathroom. Sheldon, what are you doing in the back? Come here and wait. Ron quickly handed the child back to Forrest Gump and helped Sheldon, who collapsed in the corner. Sheldon, that's great. Anyone know what happened to him? Could it be that when he handed in the towel just now, he happened to be scared by Missy giving birth? It's very likely. Thinking of Sheldon's chicken-like courage, Ron felt it was very likely, laid him flat on the floor, pressed his chest a few times, and finally opened his eyes with difficulty. Take a deep breath. Sheldon, where's the ice? Where's the ice that Missy used just now? Here. After using ice to help Sheldon wake up, he finally exhaled heavily. Oh my God. Where am I? What happened? You are at our home in Texas. Missy just gave birth to a baby. Do you want to hold him? Forrest Gump happily held the crying baby in front of Sheldon. This little guy is so annoying. He has been crying since he was born, because he happens to have a crybaby uncle named Sheldon. Sheldon, be polite. Ron just spoke, and little Ron couldn't control his bladder and wet a large area on the towel. That was not enough. The boy's urine also dripped down the towel onto Sheldon's body. But this little guy is not polite to me at all. He has no respect for scientists, Sheldon complained. Please, he was just born. If you think he is rude, you can teach him well. I remember that when you were just born, you also peed everywhere. You were 5 months old before you learned to cry to ask adults to change your diaper. This is much better than George, who was still pooping everywhere when he was 5 years old. Ron was reborn, and Sheldon was born with a high IQ, so they did not have the habit of pooping wherever they went like other children. They were undoubtedly the children that made adults worry the least. At first, Ron thought that his brother was also a time traveler like himself, and always exchanged secret codes with him when no one was around. For example, Palace Jade Liquor, odd changes, even does not change, etc. But unfortunately Sheldon could not match any of them. How is it possible? George denied it quickly. Haha, I remember that Grandma called him Mr. Shitpants at that time. No. Absolutely not. Veronica, don't believe them, George explained in a hurry, but Grandma secretly whispered in Veronica's ear. George knew that it would definitely not be good for him. Sure enough, Veronica and her grandmother covered their mouths and laughed secretly, looking at George with ridicule. Well, you can laugh as much as you want. Anyway, I am the one who makes the most money in the family. No one can compare to me in this respect. George put his hands on his hips and looked at George. George felt uncomfortable being stared at. Why are you looking at me? George felt guilty and wanted to find a scapegoat among his sons, but he couldn't find one. There was no way. George monopolized the entire tire business in Texas. His monthly income was higher than his salary for several years. Even Sheldon, although his income was not as high as George's, was the one with the highest IQ in the family. When comparing his income with Sheldon, George felt even more guilty. Although I don't earn much, I have raised you guys anyway. Mary, to celebrate the birth of little Ron, let's have roast beef today. How about it? George looked at his wife eagerly. What do you call him? Ron? Why not name him after me? Sheldon was so jealous that he was deformed. Chapter 456, Angel Appears. Originally, Ron should have paid attention to the murder case that Sherlock had handled before he left after returning to Los Angeles, but a piece of intelligence forced him to go to Europe first. When Sheldon and others had not yet developed a miniaturized nuclear battery based on the Red Mercury nuclear bomb that Ron brought back from Russia, good news came from Europe. A new type of energy, something that is likely to cause a new round of power revolution, Crystal, has been successfully developed. Although Ron didn't know what it was, it didn't stop him from going to see it first. Hamburg, Germany's second largest city, is also Germany's most important seaport and largest foreign trade center. Ron sat alone in a cafe with a laptop in his arms, typing away on the keyboard, looking like an ordinary guest who was surfing the internet in a cafe. In order not to attract attention, he specially wore a pair of plain glasses, a large-size windbreaker that covered his strong body, and finally a wig with thick bangs that covered most of his face. He looked like an ordinary otaku. If you were not very familiar with him, it would be difficult to associate him with the famous IRS wolf. Of course, this very familiar list of people must include Peggy's name. Did I tell you that your new look is as handsome as usual? Of course, you've told me twice. Thank you. Ron looked up and smiled at the African-American waiter. After the waiter left, he continued to chat with Peggy in the headset. But, are you really sure that such a magical new energy will appear, wireless, using electromagnetic pulses to transmit electricity, and can automatically identify nearby people and animals through programs, so that the electromagnetic pulses bypass them? Why do I feel that it sounds a bit fantasy? What is its energy source? Nuclear energy or magic? Or the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Ron's source of information was Peggy. Who knows? I know nothing about its operating principle, but you can ask one of the design participants, Elena, in person later. Just like the information I gave you, she has an appointment with a media reporter here, saying that she wants to expose the company's inside story. It's the black man in the corner. Ron looked over following Peggy's guidance and felt that this face was inexplicably familiar. Okay, I'm sure that the energy source of this black technology should be magic. Why do you say that? Don't you feel familiar with this face? This is clearly the wizard in Thunder Shazam. Ron opened the DC comic page on the computer. He knew that Peggy could see it too. Ron, don't read so many comics with Sheldon in the future. How can magic be possible? Peggy chuckled. Ron didn't comment. This face was full of stories at first glance. He had a hunch that this operation would not be easy. Look, that's Elena. Ron looked up. While he was talking, a white girl with curly hair and a red dress walked into the cafe and walked straight to the black man in the corner. Peggy, can I hear their conversation? Ron looked at the phone that the black man placed on the table, and his heart moved. Of course, no problem. Peggy quickly hacked into the phone, and then their chat was transmitted back to Ron's headphones. Mr. Bosley, thank you for meeting me. Ron frowned. Peggy, who had been observing Ron through the monitor, asked in confusion, what's wrong? Is there a problem? This name. Although Bosley is not a rare surname in Europe, it happens to be the same as the title of a position in an organization I know. I don't think it's a coincidence. Organization? What organization? An organization called a detective agency, but it does the work of an agent and is dedicated to world peace. The characteristic is that its members are mainly beautiful women, called angels. They found out the case of the Bank of London embezzling the Women and Children's Fund last month. I've heard of that case and how they did it. The director of the Bank of London made an appointment with a senior waiter to chat in the luxury hotel where he lived, and that senior waiter was of course an angel. The result is self-evident. Men are of course powerless against sexy beauties like angels. Ron shrugged and laughed. So that's the case. So if you meet one, you won't be able to resist it either. Peggy was full of jealousy in the headphones. Ron already has enough women. If the number of women keeps increasing, she will definitely go crazy. Although a woman with good looks and intelligence like her will never lack lickers, who made her like Ron's type? How is it possible? They just call themselves angels, but I have a real angel by my side, right? Ron immediately switched back to sweet talk mode. At the same time, Ron began to look at other people in the cafe inadvertently. At first, he thought he was the first to get the information, but now it seems that someone has learned the information in advance and made arrangements before him. The other customers in the store looked relatively normal, except for the weird tattooed man who was sitting by the window typing on an old typewriter. Ron noticed that the man was always in a tense state and was always observing the people around him. The most interesting thing was that his attention was never on the article he typed, but on the mirror inside the typewriter. Through the reflection of the mirror, you can clearly see the position behind him, and the person behind him is exactly Ron's target person. There was something wrong with this person, but Ron was still a little skeptical, because angels are generally female. Is it him? Peggy obviously noticed Ron's target through the camera and asked curiously. I don't know, but angels are generally female, but the customers in the store. Ron was halfway through his words when a cup was handed to him. Sir, your coffee. Thank you. Ron nodded slightly. It was still the African-American waiter just now. Wait? As soon as Ron took the cup, he immediately found something wrong, but his face remained calm. He took a sip of coffee and continued to type on the computer. He changed to typing and chatting with Peggy, and he used Chinese. There is something wrong with this waitress. She should be an angel. Ron turned his head and looked at the waitress who was secretly looking at his screen. and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I asked you to peek? If you have the ability, keep watching. I'll lose if you can understand it. As we all know, English and other European languages are basically part of the Indo-European language family, and there are loanwords between several languages, so when you master one language, it is easy to master another language. Therefore, there are often people who can speak several languages in Europe. But Chinese is different. It is another language system relative to the Indo-European language family, the Sino-Tibetan language family. It is completely different. The difficulty of learning is much greater than that of languages in the same language family. Although more and more foreigners are learning Chinese now, this African waiter is obviously not among them. What? Is there anything else? Nothing, I just want to see if you need sugar. If not, forget it, the waiter fled. Great job. How did you find that little bitch? It's simple. She was staring at my computer screen while handing me coffee. Normal waiters rarely have such curiosity. Of course, this is only a secondary reason. The more important reason is that the calluses on her knuckles and fingers are located in the places where people who hold guns all year round, such as my hands. Ron gently waved at the location of the camera. Now it seems that the angels are not the only ones watching here. There is another group of people. Maybe what the angels have to do is to protect the safety of the silly little girl. Just now, while talking, Ron saw that the African-American waitress finally noticed a mirror of the typing geek and picked up the receipt and handed it to the man who called himself Bosley. This is your receipt. The man was shocked. Elena, you should go to the bathroom. No, thank you. Elena was a little confused, but still politely refused. No, you must go. Go quickly, Bosley said in a serious tone. The tattooed man had already noticed the abnormality here. He suddenly picked up the typewriter and threw it to the two of them, and quickly took out a pistol. Bang! The tattooed man had just fired a shot when the African-American waiter used a stool to knock his pistol upwards, and then took the opportunity to raise the stool above his head and was about to swing it at him. But the tattooed man immediately punched the waiter in the abdomen, and the waiter's momentum stagnated, and his hand holding the stool became weak and limp, and the tattooed man took the opportunity to kick the stool away. Seeing this, the waiter immediately stopped caring about the stool and forced a punch back despite the pain, but the tattooed man deftly passed his hand through the waiter's fist, and took advantage of his arm length to touch the waiter's face just before his fist was about to hit his face, and then pressed hard. Bang! The waiter's head was hit hard on the table, and Ron couldn't help but feel distressed for her for a second. But this time she was not on vain. At the same time when the waiter was hit on the table, she took advantage of the tattooed man's inattention and secretly picked up a bottle of wine with her other hand and hit the tattooed man's head hard, and they both fell to the ground at the same time. Aren't you going to intervene? No, there's no need. The target has already run away, Ron said indifferently. The waiter's role was just to delay time. As soon as the two of them started, Bosley had already run away with Ron's target Elena, and then drove a car and parked in front of the cafe again. After the waiter stood up, he didn't pick up the gun immediately. He just ran 2 steps and broke the glass, then dived into the car. Seeing this, the tattooed man hurriedly chased after him. Do you need me to help you continue tracking? Do you need me to help you kill him? Peggy has the ultimate control over all of Ron's drones. In addition to those equipped with submachine guns, many of these drones are equipped with small missiles, thanks to Yuri. Of course, Ron nodded, and took off his glasses and wig. Since the person was gone, there was no need to continue acting. But let's just kill him. After all, this is a German place. Let's not cause unnecessary trouble. I believe they will have a result soon. And I don't believe that Angel will not have a backup plan. When he walked out of the door, he happened to see the tattooed man's SUV passing in front of him, and almost hit a woman with a gun in the middle. This is probably Angel's backup plan, right? Ron started the car and drove directly in front of the woman. Do you need a ride, lady? Or Angel? Thank you. Help me catch up with that car, the woman shouted anxiously, without any fear of being exposed. No problem, I'm always a professional in drag racing. As he said that, Ron pressed the clutch with his left foot and pressed the accelerator halfway with his right foot. At the moment when the speed meter reached the threshold, he quickly shifted to first gear, and then released the clutch and pressed the accelerator to the bottom. Boom! Ron tapped the power of the engine to its fullest in an instant, and the car shot out like a rocket. Cool, the woman couldn't help but shout. You haven't told me your name yet, Sabina. Who are you? Ron felt something cold on his waist. Obviously, This little girl named Sabina was not as carefree as she looked. Ron Lee Cooper, I'm half of your colleague. Like you, I'm in the justice and lawful camp. I don't think you need to be so wary of me, Sabina. I have worked with your people many times before, such as Natalie, Dylan and Alex, if you know these seniors. Oh. God, you are the playboy Ron. Sabina opened her mouth in surprise, the man who can conquer 3 seniors in one night. The legendary top man. As she said that, Sabina's eyes unconsciously glanced at Ron's lower body. This little slut. Ron rolled his eyes in annoyance. What kind of demonization had he been made of in Charlie's detective agency? Okay, no matter what you say about me, at least you've heard of me, so can you take that thing off my waist? It's very rude to do this on our first meeting. Ron knocked over the guardrail in the middle of the road, took a shortcut and caught up with the driver in the opposite direction. By the way, how are those friends I knew before? Are they still angels? The 3 seniors retired a long time ago. They should have been on their last mission with you. As for where they are now, it's a secret to protect retired angels. Oh my God. They're there. Open the sunroof. Open the sunroof and let me kill him. Seeing the SUV chasing her companion, Sabina immediately slapped Ron's arm excitedly. Ron had no choice but to open the sunroof. Sabina leaned out and held the gun with both hands to keep the shooting stable, but before she could fire, the SUV in front of her made a burst of da-da-da shooting sounds. 5.56 mini Gatling. Ron recognized the type of gunfire as soon as he heard it. Your friend looks bad. The mini Gatling is also called the minigun M134 machine gun. It is the smallest model of Gatling with the smallest caliber of 5.56. It is a Gatling machine gun that ordinary people can hold and shoot. But no matter how small it is still a Gatling. Chapter 457 Charlie's Angels. The Gatling gun, with blue flames, fired a series of bullets, tearing the rear window of the car in front into pieces and leaving a series of bullet marks at the rear of the car. It didn't penetrate. The whole car is made of bulletproof materials. Your organization is really extravagant. Ron couldn't help but sigh. The 5.56mm machine gun bullet seems to be much smaller than the 12.7 caliber, but in fact, it is still a high-penetration bullet. A machine gun of this caliber, let alone a car that can be easily blown up by a rifle, even a light armored vehicle will be seriously threatened. Drive steadily. I'll give him a taste of his own medicine. Sabina, who was sitting next to Ron, was certainly not a pushover. She immediately leaned half of her body out of the sunroof and aimed her pistol at the SUV in front. With a sound of bang bang, Sabina emptied a magazine in an instant, shooting a series of sparks at the rear of the SUV, but no bullet caused substantial damage to the car. The tattooed man in the SUV in front saw Sabina's action through the rearview mirror, sneered with disdain, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and crashed into the rear of the fleeing car in front with a bang, directly knocking the car into the river. Jane. Bosley, Sabina screamed in the river, and the car that just knocked them into the river didn't even stop after doing all this, and spun on the side of the road and drove away. Anyway, it wasn't Ron's own men who fell into the river, so Ron didn't feel bad. He quietly parked the car aside and took out 2 blankets from the back of the car. Don't ask why Ron always has blankets in his car. If you ask, he uses them often. 2 minutes later, 3 wet figures emerged from the water. The clothes wet by the river water were tightly attached to their beautiful bodies, showing the graceful figures of the 3 women. Ron feasted his eyes. Be careful not to catch a cold. Ron handed over the blanket. The African-American waiter, or the angel named Jane, stepped back cautiously, her muscles tensed, like a black chicken with its feathers blown. However, Ron's reaction speed was not something an ordinary female agent could keep up with. As soon as Jane moved her feet, Ron followed immediately, and without hesitation, he draped the blanket over her and Elena, and then threw another blanket to the distraught Sabina. But the French black chicken didn't appreciate it, and quickly pulled out a gun and pointed it at Ron. Who are you? Stop. Jane, this is Ron, the person that Senior Alex has worked with before, and I was just sent here by him. Sabina pressed Jane's gun. I'm sorry, she was hit too hard. Bosley just died. At least, your mission didn't fail, right? Ron looked at Elena, who was trembling behind them. If you don't want to be treated like a monkey, get in the car now, and we'll go somewhere else to talk. In addition, notify your superiors. I want to know something. I don't think you can answer my questions at your level. There is a strict hierarchy within the Charlie Detective Agency. The angels are only responsible for the execution of the mission. In order to prevent leaks and to protect the angels, they only have a general understanding of the purpose and content of the mission. More specific information is in the hands of Bosley, who is responsible for information support. Following Sabina's instructions, Ron drove the car to the outskirts of Hamburg. "Do you want something to eat?" Ron set up a stove next to the car in a very uncivilized manner, casually broke some branches from the tree and put them in to light it, then put the skewers on the grill in the trunk of the car. Yes, he originally planned to have a barbecue and relax after chatting with Elena. "Would you like some?" Ron handed Sabina a skewer. "What is this?" Sabina looked at the black and white skewer in her hand and felt a little unsure about where to start. "Roasted lamb eyes, crispy when bitten, very delicious." "Ugh, so disgusting." Sabina quickly spit out the meat she had just eaten and threw the skewer on the ground. "How can anyone eat this? You really don't understand gourmet food. You know, the eyes are one of the most essential parts of an animal." Ron looked at the skewer on the ground, turned his head and asked, "Vomiting girl, are you hungry after vomiting? Do you want some?" Elena, the target of Ron's trip, waved her hand with difficulty, then suppressed the churning in her stomach, lowered her head and vomited again. Sabina looked at Ron with disdain. "I told you that no one would eat this, right?" Ron glared back at her unhappily. "What are you looking at? Did she vomit because she saw a dead person? What does it have to do with my barbecue?" As he was talking, a silver sports car drove up on the suburban highway, the door opened, and a graceful woman stepped out. Unfortunately, the place where the woman got off the car was downwind, and the smoke from the barbecue was blown by the breeze and just hit the woman's face. She frowned. "Charlie gives you strength, angels. Who is she?" "And him, as I expected. She should be your mission target. Although I don't know what your mission is, it just so happens that my mission is also related to her." Ron Lee Cooper, captain of the IRS Los Angeles Special Operations Team, and also one of the collaborators of your former agent Alex's team. Ron wiped his oily hands on Sabina's clothes under Sabina's dissatisfied gaze, and stretched out his hand to the new woman. "Hello, Bosley. What do you call her? Is her last name Bosley too?" The vomiting woman Elena stood up in surprise. "No, Bosley is just a job title in their organization, equivalent to a military rank, and the status is about the same as that of a lieutenant, right? Ms. Bosley." The woman pushed her glasses, and the lenses reflected a brilliant light. "You seem to know a lot about our organization. Why don't we go to the safe house to talk?" Of course, Ron readily agreed. Even if the woman didn't invite him, he would take the initiative to ask. After dealing with Ron, the woman looked at the African-American female agent who had been standing alone on the side. "Since she got into Ron's car, her spirit has been very wrong. I'm sorry about Edgar." "Edgar?" Jane pondered the name the woman had just given with confusion. "That's the real name of your Bosley." The woman opened her arms to Jane. "Jane, I'm sorry, I know he's very important to you." Jane took a step back. "I don't need a hug. It's okay, I need it." Ron stepped forward, blocking Jane behind him, and took the initiative to open his arms to greet her. "I'm sorry, I was deeply moved to hear about your agent's sacrifice. I remembered many comrades who had worked with me before. At this moment, we are all sad people." Sabina's flat figure is nothing to look at, and Ron is mostly indifferent to black people. As for the mission target Elena, she has short legs, and Ron has no interest in her. It was not until the new Bosley arrived that his eyes finally lit up. This is Charlie's Angels. Chapter 458. There is a traitor. Inside the new safe house of Charlie Detective Agency. Bosley, who else knows about our meeting with Elena in Hamburg? Why does it seem as if everyone knows about it? First the killer, then this guy. Jane stared at Ron warily. Even though Sabina had explained it to him before, and Bosley had personally verified Ron's true identity with the headquarters, she still couldn't dispel her doubts. There was nothing she could do. It was just that the timing of Ron's appearance was too coincidental. "I told you before that I just happened to have the same goal as you, but you got there first." Ron glanced at Elena, who was secretly looking at him. When his eyes met hers, he immediately exclaimed, and drank water to cover up his embarrassment. Ron chuckled. "As for the killer you mentioned, I do have some opinions. I think he is not only going after Elena. You, or your organization, may also be one of his targets." "Why do you say that?" Bosley asked, puzzled. "Please, do you need such powerful equipment to kill such a silly girl?" Ron shrugged. "Even if I pick up a toilet plunger, I can stick it into her throat and kill her. No. I don't want to be stabbed to death by a toilet plunger." Hearing such an outrageous death, Elena immediately shouted to express her dissatisfaction. According to the regulations, no one can tell this. You mean there is a traitor among us? But why must it be us? Why can't his target be you? Maybe one of your men leaked the news? Bosley handed Ron a cup of coffee. Ron took the cup and put it on the table. It's not me who was chased into the river and killed. You? Jane got up angrily and was about to take out her gun, but Ron was one step faster than her. Before she could touch the gun, the cold muzzle of the gun was already against her forehead. Jane, calm down. Sabina came out to smooth things over. Ron is right. I can kill that kind of girl with a fly swatter. Bosley, who is that person? Bosley stood up and turned on the big screen behind him. The facial recognition system found photos of him committing crimes in other places 5 years ago, but there is no name, no record, nothing. I don't understand why he wants to kill me, Elena said puzzledly. I know this. Ron took over Bosley's position. The file says that you are the system engineer of the Crystal Project, right? Little Selena nodded, then shook her head quickly. Oh my god. You actually know Crystal. I know more things, such as you are a graduate of MIT, and you go to fighting classes every Sunday. Although the coach praises you for your good training, it is actually useless. Look at your performance just now. You have only had one boyfriend, but they broke up after only 2 days, so you are still. Stop. Don't say it anymore, Elena screamed in shame, but Ron still said the last 2 words. Virgin. Ugh, Elena covered her face. It's okay. If you can fix your online photos, such as the cheekbones, and wear less yellow clothes, yellow really doesn't suit you, I think a lot of people will ask you out, but what we don't know is why someone wants you dead. I know that too. Ron raised his hand again to answer. Crystal can be turned into a weapon, right? Yes, that's right, I can fix it. Elena took a deep breath to calm down, but now, any hacker with enough skills can turn Crystal into an electromagnetic pulse weapon and use it to attack others, the kind that makes the brain have epilepsy, Jane asked with a frown. I'm afraid it's more than that. Ron shook his head. If the power is strong enough, it can also make people feel like food in a microwave. If you're not careful, boom. Ron turned his phone over to show everyone. On it, he was playing a picture of a chicken leg being roasted in a microwave. Bosley, but I think a better way is to use it to destroy the human neural network, making it look like a stroke or a ruptured artery. Even if you want to investigate, you can't find any evidence. In this way, it will become a perfect murder tool. Yes, and it can be activated remotely. I designed it, Elena said disappointedly. Then it seems that the person who wants you dead should be someone inside the company, Luo concluded. First, I need to confirm whether you have more samples of this thing. In addition to the one in my office, there are 5 sample machines in the warehouse. What do you want to do? Elena answered blankly. No matter what the other party intends to do, all the focus must still revolve around your Christos, Ron said with a gleam in his eyes. So, I suggest that we cooperate this time, take them all back first, and delete the information about it in your system. In this way, the initiative will be in our hands. What do you think? Girls, agree. The morale of the angels was mobilized by Ron, and Ron quickly struck while the iron was hot. Then, it's our infiltration plan. Wait a minute. Ron was about to lay out the plan when Bosley's cell phone suddenly rang. Yes, the one with us is called Ron. Which Ron? Ron Lee Cooper can't be. Okay, I get it. While Bosley was on the phone, he looked at Ron with a look that was getting more and more wrong. When the call was over, his eyes were full of defense. I'm sorry, Mr. Cooper. Headquarters has just ordered that you cannot be in charge of this infiltration mission, let alone take you along. Our Charlie Detective Agency is a small business and we can't afford to lose so much money. After answering the phone, Bosley immediately changed his expression and refused coldly. Why? Ron asked, and without waiting for her reply, he immediately reacted. Just because of the slander against me by a small group of very few agents who are dissatisfied with me. The person on the phone just now must be Natalie, right? It was her, that's right. Bosley was not at all inferior to Ron, but do you dare to say that your plan does not include anything related to the explosion? Ron was stumped. I promise, this is the most efficient and the one with the highest success rate. You don't want to make a wasted trip, not to mention arouse the other party's vigilance and increase their vigilance, right? But our Charlie Detective Agency doesn't want to pay for you. Bosley continued to refuse. Our detective agency is still paying in installments to compensate for the compensation for the Anglo-French Channel Tunnel project that was accidentally blown up due to our cooperation with you in the past. Speaking of this, Ron looked up at the ceiling and whistled. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459 The Mastermind. Due to Ron's overpowering destructive power, the angels refused to participate in the operation. He could only watch 2 angels and a short-legged reserve angel set off with a toilet head. But when they came back, they did not bring back Christo's sample machine. What's the situation? I thought you would definitely bring the things back. Ron took off his headphones. When the angels were not there, he did not go out, but stayed in the safe house of Charlie Detective Agency, playing Overwatch online with Sheldon and others in Los Angeles. This game was released as usual in this world according to Ron's original timeline. Once it was released, it attracted a large group of Blizzard fans, including heavy game fans like Sheldon. But Ron certainly knew that this should be Blizzard's last Blizzard game. After that, it was Blizzard's downhill road. In addition to constantly selling feelings until everyone had no feelings, Blizzard could no longer produce a phenomenal game. Are you here just to laugh at us? As you said, there is indeed a traitor among us. Someone took away all the sample machines before us, Jane said angrily to Ron. Come on, what good will it do me if you can't complete the task? We are not in a competitive relationship, but a cooperative relationship, understand? Ron spread his hands. I hope you can get everything done, and then I will take the new energy information and go back to Los Angeles with the silly girl. What happened to her? Ron was halfway through his words when he found that Eleanor was a little depressed. Nothing, I just killed someone accidentally. Sabina opened a bottle of Coke, took a sip herself, and stuffed the Coke with live prints into Ron's hand. It's always like this for the first time. The Coke that Ron drank was certainly not just flirting. Well, Sabina did have some such thoughts. After all, who doesn't like a rich, handsome and humorous man? The more important reason is that she carefully discovered that Ron almost never touched the water or food that others had not opened or drunk in the house. Sabina was worried that Ron was always thirsty, so she did this. However, Ron's next move immediately made her careful thoughts go to waste. Ron wiped off Sabina's lipstick with a tissue and took a sip of Coke. He was not targeting Sabina, but he had been with Peggy for so long that he had long been accustomed to the various traps that Peggy set for him using her female identity. Of course, it was hard to say whether Peggy deliberately used this method to make Ron try to avoid other women outside. Well, then, did you get anything? If you don't get anything, I just happen to have a clue. Ron stood up and looked at the angels of Charlie Detective Agency triumphantly. I found that Fleming, the executive of Block Company, the guy who Elena said hi to report, just booked a flight to Turkey an hour ago. Interestingly, the airport security camera just captured this. The big screen lit up, and it was the video of Fleming going through security. The moment he opened his suitcase, he could clearly see 6 white square objects arranged in 2 rows in the bag. They were Crystal, who disappeared from Block Company. Oh my god. You are so awesome. Sabina jumped up excitedly, and kissed Ron on the face when he wasn't paying attention. When Ron looked at her, Sabina raised her chin proudly. Ron touched his cheek and said, it feels good, but I prefer to take the initiative. Do you want to kiss back? Sabina took the initiative to put her face in front of Ron. What are you hesitating about? Ron kissed her without hesitation. While the angels in the room couldn't help but cheer together. Istanbul, the capital of Turkey. This place is really great, the crossroads of the world, a place where crisis and wealth coexist. Hey, have you decided where to stay tonight? As soon as they got off the plane, Sabina and Ron held hands. On the plane, Ron deliberately arranged their seats together. They were almost inseparable all the way, and they showed off their love to the other people. Bosley rolled his eyes. We have to find out where Fleming lives and where he meets the mysterious buyer, and then take Crystal back before it becomes a weapon for the bad guys. Elena, then how do we find him? We don't have a base here, so. Bosley looked at Jane, and Jane nodded helplessly. Well, I have an informant here. I knew her in MI6 before, but she may not like me very much. You are also from MI6. Ron was a little surprised. Of course, Jane is the second youngest female member in the history of MI6, Bosley glanced at Ron proudly and boasted. Jane's dark face turned red because of Bosley's boasting. Really? The youngest one is not Heidi Shaw, right? Ron pretended to be surprised and said, it just so happens that she and her brothers are working for me. Jane, do you know her? I know her. Ron versus Bosley. First round, easy KO. Bosley quickly changed the subject. Okay, that's it. Jane, you go find your informant. We need local intelligence. The others get ready. Wait a minute. Ron's cell phone rang. He picked it up and took a look. I don't think you need to bother. The person you are looking for is now staying at the Pasha Hotel. He will meet the buyer at the Willavendi Racecourse at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. How did you know? Sabina looked at Ron with admiration. My people hacked into his phone. Ron spread his hands proudly and looked at Bosley. Since the two of us started chasing the same mission, it has always been your people who have been taking action. How about leaving it to me this time? Let everything end in Istanbul, and then ladies, enjoy a romantic turkey? According to the unspoken rules between intelligence agencies, if two agencies with no conflict of interest are eyeing a mission at the same time, the one that comes first will have priority, and after failure, the task will be handed over to others. The so-called cooperation is nothing more than sharing the results of the mission, no matter which side succeeds. However, the distribution ratio of the results is different. Small frontline agents like Sabina and Jane may only see the success or failure of a mission, but big bosses like Ron and Bosley pay more attention to the possibility of the new energy revolution caused by Christo behind this mission. In today's era of human social development, we have actually entered the era of stock economy. Whether it is the United States, a pioneer in science and technology, or China, a rising star, human technology has really reached its limit. The whole world has entered the era of sharing the cake. If we want to make the cake bigger again, there must be a new energy technology revolution, and Christo has made Ron and Charlie Detective Agency see this possibility. Bosley bit her lip. Their two actions did fail. Not only that, but they also sacrificed a companion. It stands to reason that it is not shameful to hand over the task to Ron according to the conditions agreed before, but she is still a little unwilling to do so, not to mention that Bosley looked back at Jane standing behind her. From her eyes, she could see the burning desire for revenge. I want to try again. If we still fail this time, you can try again. I can't wait that long. Ron shrugged. Seeing Sabina's pleading eyes, his heart softened. Okay, or this way, we both act at the same time. Whichever side succeeds first will be considered successful. After saying that, Ron turned and left. Along with Fleming's intelligence, there was also a Christo analysis report sent by Raj. In this report, Raj pointed out with certainty that Christo's energy source is likely to be a new, unknown radioactive element. This made Ron ecstatic. If Raj is not wrong, doesn't it mean that he is not far from Iron Man's armor? Boss, is there really a thing that is only the size of a fist that can provide energy for a car to run 500 kilometers without refueling? At the Willavendi Racecourse, Ron and Arthur disguised themselves as ordinary horse bettors and mixed in the stands. If you ask me, my answer is I don't know, but I know that even if the energy density is slightly worse, it will be like a revolution for the current automobile industry. Ron was reluctant to talk about uncertain things. Let's not talk about this. How about the old man I asked you to keep an eye on for me, John Bosley? He just accepted the position of security director of Block Company in Berlin. Is there any problem with him? Is it related to those beautiful girls? Arthur keenly discovered that the name Bosley happened to be the same as the name of the female detective agent who was playing against Ron. Ron could only explain to him again that Bosley was not a name, but a job title. In other words, the old man I asked you to keep an eye on is the real Bosley. He is the founding partner of Charlie Detective Agency. In order to commemorate his outstanding contributions, the detective agency named this position after his last name. However, now I have good reason to suspect that the founding partner has turned against us. He is the real mastermind behind the scenes. Arthur was a little unconvinced. If you didn't say it, I thought he had some symptoms of Alzheimer's disease and didn't look like a powerful character. Arthur, you can't judge a person by his appearance. Maybe in another time and space, he is wearing a helmet and managing a school with hundreds of mutants with superpowers as the principal, or he's wandering around in the vast universe on the Enterprise spaceship. Okay, he does look like Professor X, but what is the Enterprise spaceship you are talking about? A spaceship from my brother's favorite science fiction drama Star Trek. Ron was talking, and his eyes narrowed. He saw the target person Fleming, surrounded by a group of bodyguards, talking and laughing with an Arab prince walking into the racecourse. Report to the boss, the target has been found. I can kill him with one shot now. Do you need me to do it? Hank's voice came from the headset. At this moment, Hank was standing on the top of a high-rise building 400 meters away, observing the situation here with a sniper rifle. No, the power of the grenade is too great. If the Arab prince next to him is accidentally injured, God knows what kind of diplomatic dispute will be caused. It's better to wait for another opportunity, Ron ordered. Ron secretly cursed in his heart that he was unlucky. If he had known earlier, he would have brought the accountant out. Unlike Hank, who was led into the cult and liked to pursue high firepower, Ron's accountant has always preferred precision shooting weapons. He can be regarded as a breath of fresh air in the IRS Special Operations team full of evil trends. Arthur was anxious. What should we do? We go and kidnap him now? We can't just watch those women succeed in front of us, right? This is simply a great shame. Impossible. That's the Prince of Abu Dhabi. I protected him before. If I appear in front of him, no matter what I do, it will be easily linked to politics. Ron shook his head. Don't worry, if we can't do it will, our group of angels will be more restricted. They are not like us, who have. Before Ron finished speaking, reality immediately slapped his face. A light sound suddenly came from the signal tower next to him. In the noisy horse farm, it was impossible to hear it without listening carefully. Then, when a tranquilizer bullet was coming at Fleming, he just lowered his head, and the tranquilizer needle pierced the neck of the prince's bodyguard next to him, and the bodyguard immediately laid down. There's an assassin. Protect the prince. Suddenly, the crowd at the racecourse was in chaos as if a hornet's nest had been poked. A large group of bodyguards surrounded the prince in the middle and retreated to the car. Damn it! They shot. Hank, retreat. Don't let anyone find your weapon. Retreat. Ron stood up in shock, dragged Arthur and ran out with the surging crowd. Boss, why don't we catch that guy now? Arthur was puzzled. Ron let go. If you want to go to jail for attacking foreign dignitaries, or be wanted worldwide, go ahead. Arthur gave up and ran after Ron. Although Fleming left in a different car from the prince, Ron still didn't dare to take the risk. Gather at the south gate of the racecourse in 10 minutes. The target is not with the prince. He may just be a guest of the prince. There is no political risk. We will continue to track his phone. On the other side, the performance of the angels was in sharp contrast to Ron's retreat. Not only did they not retreat with the crowd, but Sabina grabbed a racehorse and took a shortcut to catch up. Go! Sabina whipped the horse's butt. The racehorse felt the pain and ran faster and faster. Finally, it was stopped at the last intersection before the car was about to leave the racecourse. Sabina kicked her feet, used the horse's body to gain momentum and jumped up, throwing the tracker out. Bang! Sabina fell heavily to the ground. She took a last look at the tracker stuck to the rear of the car and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 460 Big Ivan and Returning Home. The angels from Charlie's detective agency followed Sabina's tracking signal all the way to the quarry, but Ron not only did not follow them, he also took his men to eat the famous Turkish kebab and take a Turkish bath, just like nothing had happened, and played until the evening. Boss, is it really okay if we don't have to help? Hank asked anxiously in the Turkish bath. If they finish before us, will it affect the distribution of prototypes? Hank and Arthur, as Ron's earliest subordinates, can be said to be Ron's right-hand men. Of course, it will have an impact, but it doesn't matter. According to our current cooperative relationship with Charlie Detective Agency, if they succeed, we will get at least one prototype anyway, which is enough for our little scientists. As for who Elena belongs to, I don't care at all, not to mention that based on the inherent abilities of women themselves, she is inherently more willing to stand with her female compatriots. Even if I absorb her into my scientific research team, it will be of no use. She is just an engineer in charge of system development. In simple terms, she is a programmer. You who have been dealing with guns and fire may not know that this does not play any role in equipment research and development. Well, senior programmers are certainly useful and valuable, but Ron already has ready-made ones, such as Peggy and Finch. Although these two are not members of the IRS establishment, and Finch is only a full-time employee, Ron has outsourced many programming tasks that Sheldon and others can't handle to them. Especially Peggy, she almost handled all the control programs of Ron's power armor by herself. Besides, I don't think they will have smooth sailing. Ron glanced at the dark sky, and a playful smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Their insider knows her way of action almost perfectly. There is a saying in the art of war called know yourself and the enemy, and never rest in 100 battles. I don't think they can still win after losing their intelligence advantage. On Ron's mobile phone, a red dot representing Old Man Bosley was getting closer and closer to the hotel where Charlie Detective Agency was temporarily staying, and that place was not far from the Turkish bath where Ron and others were taking a bath, and then boom, the huge sound of the explosion next door. Even the water surface of the Turkish bath shook violently. Okay, now, it's time for us to take action. Guys, put on your clothes and let's go. Ron was the first to put on his bathrobe and walked out, followed by Hank and Arthur. If the wind hadn't lifted the bathrobe, revealing the hairy thighs and chest inside, the momentum would still be quite majestic. The hotel where the angels stayed had been reduced to ruins by the bomb. In the ruins, Jane fainted in Sabina's arms, her life or death unknown, and even the old woman code-named Bosley was lying outside the hotel not far away, struggling to sit up. It looks like you need help, girls. Ron stretched out his hand to Sabina. Sabina helplessly put Jane into Ron's arms. Ron, John took Elena away, and Jane was seriously injured to protect me. I really don't know what to do now. It doesn't matter, leave everything to me. Ron was about to hand Jane to his men behind him, but Hank and Arthur were so scared that they took a step back at the same time. Ron curled his lips disdainfully. Two old men who are afraid of their wives. There was no way. Ron could only carry Jane to the car, and let the other two angels get in the car, started the car, and drove directly to an old warehouse in the suburbs. Sabina looked at the dark warehouse and asked in confusion, "Why did you bring us here? You know, I have an official American political background, and you attacked Fleming in front of the prince today. No matter what you think, in the eyes of outsiders, I am already tied to you. So, in order to avoid trouble, our own weapons and your weapons cannot be used now, unless you want to stay in the CIA prison for a while." Ron turned on the lights helplessly, and the warehouse was suddenly brightly lit. Next to the scattered piles of steel pipes on the ground was a huge reactor and several large tanks. "What is this? Are you going to let us use steel pipes to fight John's men with guns?" Jane frowned. She had woken up on the way here. "No, of course. If you have any special hobbies, just ignore what I said." Ron waved to Arthur. Hank and poured the salt water into the reactor. "Remember how we did it before? Let's start now. First, put in 25 kilograms of sugar." Hank poured the weighed sugar in, and Arthur immediately stirred it until the sugar was half dissolved. "What are you doing?" Sabina asked dazedly as she watched Ron and the others operate. "Then, add another 65 kilograms of potash fertilizer." Ron turned back after giving the order. "By the way, potash fertilizer is usually potassium nitrate. In addition to being a fertilizer, it has many other uses, such as making fireworks. To celebrate meeting you, I plan to make a few big firecrackers to celebrate. How about it?" "You are so nice." Sabina gave a sweet kiss, but the other two angels were full of disbelief and rolled their eyes. Ron ignored them and waited until Arthur had completely mixed the two things together, then waved to Hank again. "Finally, here's the new formula I recently adjusted. Hank, bring the aluminum powder, the one in the white can, weigh 10 kilograms and pour it in." As soon as Hank poured the aluminum powder in, a wisp of white smoke immediately came out of the reactor. Ron glared at Arthur. "What are you waiting for? Stir it quickly." As he said that, he also took a stirring stick and stirred it vigorously. Immediately, the contents of the reactor turned into a ball of gray warm mud. Ron clapped his hands in satisfaction, turned around and called a few angels. "Now, help stuff these things into those tubes. Let's make some more and try to fill all these tubes. If you move quickly, I promise that we can start the action before the second dance of the party starts." The three angels picked up the tubes inexplicably, and then they found that these tubes had been modified by Ron a long time ago. The front end was filled with another kind of filling like plasticine. Various small steel balls, nails and other small things can be seen in the filling. The experienced Bosley suddenly realized, "This is V's rocket. You are V, I'm not. I don't have it. Don't talk nonsense. This is obviously Big Ivan." Ron's conditioned reflex was a triple denial. "There are many people using this weapon in the world. I am just one of them. Why do you say I am him? Don't talk so much nonsense, work quickly. How about I let you set off the first firecracker later?" In the villa north of Istanbul, Block's internal press conference was held here. John sent Elena to a luxurious office. "Did you always want to talk to the boss about Christo's safety?" You will get the chance soon. Elena was rescued by John in the name of an angel at the explosion site just now, but the more she followed John, the more suspicious she became. First, when she asked where the other two angels were, John avoided the topic. Then when she asked about her own promotion, John changed the subject, but fortunately she was also interested in the current topic. But now, Christo has been stolen, so Elena was halfway through her words when there was a knock on the door. John made a silent gesture to him and went to open the door. However, what she didn't expect was that the tattooed male killer who had chased her was outside the door. At this time, no matter how stupid Elena was, she knew that the Bosley in front of her was not the same Bosley she knew. The tattooed man handed over a box, and it was the lost Christo in it. Elena yelled, "You betrayed them. You betrayed the angels. Please, I don't work for the Chanian detective agency anymore. I've retired." The tattooed man pushed Elena into a seat, and John placed Christo in front of her. "Now I need you to tell me how to hack into the system and change his highest authority to mine. I will never touch it." Elena turned her head away and refused stubbornly. "Haha, do you think you have a choice? So cute, you don't expect the angels to save you, do you? I've killed them all." Boom. Boom. John was halfway through his words when suddenly two violent explosions were heard in front of the villa, and even this office was shaken. Elena raised her head proudly. "No, you didn't kill them. They came." But here Elena made a small grammatical mistake. She said she instead of he. On the road outside the villa, two pickup trucks with strange frames welded on the roof were rushing towards the villa. Sabina stood behind the pickup truck, stuffed two steel pipe-modified Big Ivan rockets into thicker steel pipes, and relit them. Swoosh! The two rockets were quickly shot towards the villa with long tail flames. This time, one of the rockets just passed through the glass and exploded directly in the room of the villa. The rocket loaded with a large number of steel balls and broken iron nails did not explode in a confined space. In an instant, it blew the two armed security guards in the room into pieces. "It's so cool, I never knew that the mission could be done like this," Sabina shouted excitedly, and Ron loaded a new Big Ivan into the barrel of the rocket she was given. "There are more exciting ones, do you want to try it?" The warhead of the rocket that Ron just put in was painted black, which was obviously different from the other ones. Of course, Sabina was addicted to it and pulled the trigger directly. Ron quickly put on headphones for himself and Sabina. Hank and Arthur, who were driving, had already put on their headphones without Ron telling them, but Jane and Bosley were too late to notify them. Or rather, Ron did it on purpose. This time, as soon as the rocket flew into the villa, an astonishing piercing noise exploded, like 10,000 women with long nails scratching a blackboard together, instantly piercing the bodyguard's eardrums. The people in the room fell to the ground with their hands covering their bleeding ears. In an instant, all the combat power of John's men was almost destroyed. Even in the luxurious office with soundproofing materials separated by several rooms, his life was not easy. Although the noise did not pierce his eardrums, it made him feel as if something was buzzing in his ears. He was even completely lost in his direction. He didn't know where he was or which direction to go, and he felt very nauseous. Of course, the tattooed man on the other side was not much better. "Can we go in now?" Sabina asked outside the villa. "No, I don't know how you teach at Charlie's detective agency, but in my special operations team, we would rather use firepower than take any risk." "Jane, can you hear me?" Ron yelled at Jane, who was rubbing her ears in another car. Although they were not on the center of the explosion, they were suddenly frightened by the oversized stun bomb without any preparation, which was not a good feeling. Jane gave him an okay gesture. "It's good that everything is fine. Now change to the black stun rocket and give them two more." Ron smiled evilly and waved his hand. Two special rockets like the previous one streaked through the night sky and fell into the villa. This time, Ron also specially asked them to adjust the angle, with a very large elevation angle, to directly drop the rockets into the yard behind the villa. "Bosley, is it okay now?" "No, let's be safer and give them two more." Two more rockets were launched. "Bosley, is it okay now?" "No, I think we should be safer." It was not until Ron fired 6 more rockets that Bosley finally stopped Ron and said, "Stop. Stop. No more. If you continue firing, the people inside will be shocked to death. Elena is still inside." "Okay, let's stop here." Ron put down the reloaded rocket launcher with reluctance. "Now, ladies, take your weapons, and we will start the assault now." As he said that, Ron took the lead and sneaked into the villa under the cover of night, but the result disappointed him. In the whole villa, no one could stand up. Even the bodyguards, composed of retired soldiers specially found by John, were bleeding from their ears and foaming at the mouth and lying on the ground. They found John, the tattooed man, and the unconscious Elena in the luxurious office with almost no effort. "See you again, old bastard. This is for you." Bosley kicked John between the legs and crushed them with the heels of his high heels, which made the three men present feel pain in their balls. Jane followed suit and kicked the tattooed man hard between the legs. "Boss, why do these angels like to kick the crotch so much? Even the meanest street thugs rarely use this trick," Hank asked in confusion. "Because it is the most effective way for women to deal with men," Bosley replied coldly, throwing a box to Ron. "Here you go, Crystal is all in it." Chapter 461. Ron is a theologian. "Good morning, Ron. I didn't know when you came back." In Sheldon's apartment in the morning, Ron had sat down at the dining table without knowing when. However, no one was surprised. Everyone was used to Ron's elusiveness. Last night, when Penny started riding a horse, he said with a smile, "But Leonard, you should exercise. I came home only 2 minutes ago and you stopped. Based on my long-term experience of listening to the movements in your room, you probably only started for 2 minutes." "What? Penny? You brought a horse into the apartment?" Sheldon was shocked. "I will report you to the tenant committee." "You can wait for the ticket, Sheldon. Eat your meal well." "The riding Ron said is not real riding," Amy said with a red face. Leonard blushed with guilt. "Who said it was only 2 minutes? I was with Penny for a long time." Men, whether it is time or something else, will be angry and embarrassed when they are said to be short, and the good man Leonard is no exception. "Come on, do you think I can't tell the difference between the sound of slapping and patting the belly?" Ron smiled playfully. Of course Ron didn't go home alone last night. Sabina was with him. They are all adults, so what should have happened naturally happened. I don't know what stimulated Leonard. It may be the man's fragile self-esteem. After hearing the incessant noises from Sabina next door, Leonard ran to the bedroom door and kept patting his belly, pretending that he was still fighting. Ron versus Leonard, Ron won. "Where's Penny?" Ron looked around the dining table. Except for Leonard, Sheldon and Amy, there was no sign of Penny. "I know this. She went to the airport to pick up Leonard's mother. By the way, let me tell you that her mother will be here soon." Sheldon raised his hand. Ron was a little surprised and said, "Mom is coming today? How come I didn't know? Were you called as a parent again, Sheldon?" "No way." Sheldon was furious. "They came here specially to see Leonard and I receive the award." "Amy, remember the paper Sheldon and Leonard co-wrote some time ago? They won this year's Genius Award." "No wonder. I remember since we were little, every time we won an award, Mom would be with us to receive the award, and this tradition has continued to this day," Ron said nostalgically. Although he had just seen Missy when she gave birth not long ago, Ron didn't mind getting closer to his family and directly canceled his plans for the day and stayed at home. "Sheldon, I'm so proud that you and Leonard got this award." An hour later, Mary came in and hugged her big baby. "And me, Mom." Looking at Sheldon's smug face, Ron touched his fist unhappily. "I really want to beat him up. Of course you are also very amazing. You are all my pride, Ron." Mary comforted her second son and continued to look at her youngest son. "I tried to read your paper, but it was too profound and I couldn't understand it." "Actually, it's easy to understand. It describes a new cosmic model that imagines the universe as the surface of an n-dimensional superfluid. It's really interesting that you would rather believe this than believe that God put all kinds of animals on the ark, one male and one female," Mary complained seriously. Ron tried hard not to laugh out loud, showing an expression of watching a good show. He knew that the scientific and theological debates that had occurred countless times in the family were about to reappear. The passage Mary said came from the Great Flood in the Bible. Before destroying the world, God asked Noah to build an ark and take all the animals on board with a pair of each. But there is an obvious loophole in this story, that is, Mom, if only one pair of each animal is taken, what will they use to feed the lions? Of course, the old Christian Mary could not be defeated by such a simple question. The bodies of sinners who were drowned in the flood and drifting around. "Okay." Sheldon rolled his eyes secretly. "Listen, Mom, Leonard's mother is a well-known psychologist. Can you please put away those Bible nonsense and don't say it in front of her? Do you think I embarrassed you?" Mary was a little angry. "God, what sin have I committed? None of the 4 children I gave birth to are devout believers. Little George has liked to make money since he was a child. He only believes in the power of money. Under the influence of Ron, Missy has the same flexible religious beliefs as the Chinese. She will pray to God for everything. If it succeeds, it is the result of her own efforts. If it fails, it is all because of God's lack of strength. 4 children have made Mary very angry. Of course not. You know I love you the most. Sheldon patted Mary to comfort her. I'm just ashamed of your religious behavior and the way you say it. Well, I love you too, my little baby who feeds lions. Mary turned her head to look at Ron, with a dangerous light in her eyes. You don't feel that your mother is lost, do you? How is it possible, Mom? You know I'm not like Sheldon, who is always the best. Even when I went to Europe to fulfill my mission, I didn't forget to bring you a gift. Ron took out a cross with a strange shape from his pocket. He had just taken it from the house before Mary came. This is the cross that Latin American Archbishop Francis gave me. You also know Archbishop Francis. Mary looked at her second son suspiciously, and she couldn't associate him with religious people. Although Mary didn't know what Ron's specific work was, she knew roughly that it was probably related to violence. It was incredible that such a person was actually associated with a god who represented mercy. Of course, we are good pen pals, and Archbishop Francis also called me a good friend who always inspires him. As if he had expected Mary's surprise, Ron took out the letter he had prepared long ago. Sheldon stared at Ron, who stole his limelight with his eyes spitting fire. Ron raised his eyebrows proudly. Come and hit me if you dare. Bullying Sheldon. Nothing makes him more angry than taking away the attention of his mother and grandmother. How is this possible? Mom, Ron must be lying. Look at this cross. It doesn't look like an ordinary cross. He must have bought it from somewhere to fool you. This is clearly a freak cross made by farmers putting sickles and hammers together. Jealousy made Sheldon deformed, and he took Ron's cross and started to find faults. Of course, it's no wonder that Sheldon's eyes are short, because this pattern is really too rare in Europe and the United States. But if it were in another place, such as the Soviet Union or China, everyone who saw this cross would definitely exclaim loudly and stand in awe. Chapter 462. Two mothers at odds with each other. Shut up, Sheldon. If you dare to blaspheme God's holy things again, I will spank you with a large cross at home. Mary glared at Sheldon angrily. This is the real cross of Bishop Fang Luoj. Mary was stunned at first, and then snatched the cross as if it were a treasure. Can this be considered a cross? Sheldon whispered. Of course it is. Although I know that you have always been disdainful of theology, if you regard theology as a spiritual discipline that gives people psychological comfort, then theology can be regarded as a kind of science, which is exactly the same as the field studied by Leonard's mother, and liberation theology happens to be the latest research result in the science of theology. Do you agree with me? Sheldon showed a thoughtful expression. If it was something else, he might argue, but once the topic involved science, Sheldon immediately became serious. You have a point. Let me think about it. Meanwhile, in the hallway of the apartment, Leonard was also giving his mother his final instructions. Mom, can you please not be like this in front of Sheldon's mother? Although I know you have always had an Oedipus complex, are you in love with someone else's mother? I heard from Sheldon that his father is still alive. You'd better be careful. Leonard's mother pushed her glasses, and the reflection of the lenses made Leonard tremble all over. Of course not, Leonard explained helplessly. She is just a very kind and pious lady, so please respect her beliefs. Leonard, I am an adult and know how to be graceful in front of all kinds of people. Thank you. Leonard inserted the key into the door lock and prepared to open the door. By the way, where is she from? East Texas. Yuck. Leonard's mother curled her lips in disdain. East Texas, referring to what Sheldon said in his autobiography. People here only have 3 things: God, football and beef. If you have to add one more, it is Lone Star beer. This is one of the places with the most fanatics in the entire United States. We're back, Dr. Hofstadter. So nice to see you. Sheldon stepped forward and shook hands enthusiastically. Me too. I read your paper. It's really great. We just drove for more than an hour. How come I didn't hear you say you liked our paper? Leonard was jealous. Leonard's mother, of course I thought about it, but as a mother, I must ensure that my child's self-esteem is not based on the affirmation of others. Great, you thought I had self-esteem. Of course you have self-esteem, otherwise why would you pat your belly for 2 hours last night? Ron said gloatingly, and then stretched out his hand to her. Ron Lee Cooper, your son's friend and Sheldon's brother. This is our mother, Mary. Nice to meet you. Mary greeted enthusiastically. Me too. Did the flight go well? Very good. Just like. Sheldon's eyes were already staring at Mary. And Mary temporarily changed her words. I won't say who it is. Anyway, it's a powerful person who blesses us in heaven. Are you kidding me? Leonard's mother pulled the corner of her mouth sarcastically. Leonard looked at Ron for help. Ron made a you owe me one gesture with his mouth and immediately pulled his mother over. Mom, I didn't accompany you properly last time you came. You must give me a chance this time. Not only me, but Aunt Leanne also often talks about you. How about I take you out to Hollywood? I know a lot of celebrities. And I invested in a movie some time ago. Is it the one with several men dancing naked? Mary frowned unhappily, but still let Ron pull her out the door. God won't like movies like this. You should invest in some movies about God. Those movies don't make much money, and there are a lot of church funds invested. One more person will do. Do you want to eat first or go to Hollywood first? After pulling Mary downstairs, Ron finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ron, I can see that you don't want me to stay in the same room with Leonard's mother. Do you think, like Sheldon, that I'm embarrassing you? How is that possible? I'm not from the scientific circle, and I've never thought it's shameful to not understand science or believe in religion. You don't know anything about science, but you raised a great scientist like Sheldon, didn't you? Ron shrugged his shoulders. I'm mainly worried that you'll hide her head with a Bible. Although as a good Christian, you should turn your left cheek if someone slaps you on the right cheek, but as a good Texan, you should shoot his head. Isn't that what you taught me? Mom, don't worry, I will never be violent with her. Recently, since I participated in the God's Forgiveness event organized by the church, my temper has improved a lot. Your grandma occasionally goes to this event with me. What kind of event is that? Is it like the choir meeting before? Ron asked curiously. It's almost like that. Write your sins on a clay pot, and then the machine will throw the pot into the sky. At this time, you just need to shoot it with a bang, and your sins will be eliminated along with the pot, Mary explained to her son vividly. Ron opened the car door for Mary. Then I guess when you go back this time, you will definitely write a new pot for yourself, saying I want to kill Beverly on it. Who is Beverly? Leonard's mother. Ron started the car. He planned to take his mother to eat the famous steak in West Hollywood. Although Los Angeles is the most prosperous place in California, there are many high-end restaurants, but steak is always the first thing that suits the appetite of Texans. Well, it seems that I need 2 pots. 2? What's written on the other one? Ron asked a little surprised. I want to kill little baby Sheldon with my own hands, you know. Even though I love that kid very much, there are always times when I still want to kill him, Mary said self-deprecatingly. It's all my fault, Ron. I already have a son as smart as you, but I still prayed to God to give me a son who is smarter than your stupid father. Sheldon is God's punishment for my greed. Ron was stunned. Didn't you always say that Sheldon is a special gift from God to us? That was in front of Sheldon. Telling the truth will hurt him. Ron, where are you going to take me for lunch? Alexander's Steakhouse. They have the best steaks in Los Angeles. You must try it, Mom. Chapter 463, Sudden Change of Schedule. Good morning, Reese. It's not early at all, Finch. It's past lunchtime. If you really think it's early, then just think of it as me trying to please the boss. What are your plans for today? The abandoned library has now been transformed into a secret base by Finch and Reese. They meet here every day. No plans, Finch said in a very natural way. Reese put down the newspaper and was a little surprised. Didn't the machine spit out a number today? You seem quite disappointed. I'm just a little surprised that no one in Los Angeles is in danger. No one is planning to kill someone. I thought I was in heaven. Even if there is, they are probably just thinking about it in secret. Anyway, I think maybe you should take this opportunity to have a good rest, especially today. Reese slowly turned his head as Finch spoke. You don't really think I don't know, do you? Finch took out a small box from his suit pocket. Happy birthday, thank you. Reese took the box and showed a long-lost smile. Go ahead, you're on vacation. Do whatever you want. Do something that makes you happy. Do you know what I do when I'm out there by myself? Finch said, taking his coffee and sitting in his seat. I don't know. This is your privacy, and I respect privacy, Mr. Reese. I hope so. After saying this, Reese packed up and walked out of the base. Finch watched him leave before taking out his cell phone, finding Ron's number and dialing it. After eating steak, Ron took his mother to a newly opened dessert shop as usual, but while eating dessert, he met someone Ron didn't expect. Ron, Caroline, why are you here? Ron, won't you introduce this beautiful lady to me? Mary looked at the flamboyant Caroline with some displeasure. She clearly remembered that Ron already had a girlfriend. "This is Caroline Channing, my friend from high school," Ron introduced awkwardly. "This is my mother, Mary." "Hello, Mary." "Hello." The two ladies held hands in front of Ron, but the smell of gunpowder in the air was so strong that even a blind man could see it. Mary was standing in the position of Collins, her most satisfied daughter-in-law, and looked at Caroline as a vixen. Naturally, there was some unkindness in her eyes. Caroline, who came from the upper class, was of course very familiar with this kind of look. If Ron's life was compared to a TV series, he would never have thought that it was originally a cool American action drama, and the next second, it turned into a domestic mother-in-law and daughter-in-law drama. "The new uniform is nice. You haven't told me why you are here? Did Lehan's restaurant finally go bankrupt due to hygiene problems?" Ron looked at Caroline's new uniform and quickly changed the subject. It must be said that Caroline's new black uniform is much better than the mustard yellow uniform in Lehan's shop. It makes her regain some of her original rich girl temperament, but this temperament is inexplicably inconsistent with the cheap temperament she and Max have developed after being together for a long time. Two temperaments appear on the same person at the same time, and they don't seem to be inconsistent. This is probably only Caroline who can do it, right? Not only me, Max is here too. Because the business of the small cake shop is not good recently, we have recently added a new part-time worker. When Caroline was talking, Max was still at the counter and blew a kiss to Ron and the others. "Max? Another one?" Mary looked at Ron with a strange look in her eyes. Don't get me wrong, Mom, I just invested in their small cake business. You know, I always like to eat sweets. Wait a minute, I'll go answer the phone." Ron was busy explaining when suddenly a cell phone rang. Ron was full of gratitude. No matter who called him at this time, it gave him enough excuses to get out. "Finch, thank you." Ron got up and walked to the side. "Why thank me? No reason. I'm just happy today. No matter what you want me to help you with, I'm in a good mood today, so I'm willing to give you a 9.9% discount. How about it?" "Thank you first," Finch sighed helplessly. Ron still hasn't changed at all, still the money grubber. "Anyway, I need you to help me protect someone, a person with a very special identity." "A person with a very special identity? How special?" Ron glanced at Mary in the restaurant secretly. Fortunately, she didn't continue to quarrel with Caroline, and Ron finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Henry Peck, a senior intelligence analyst at the NSA." Ron frowned. "NSA people's lives are threatened. I think you should call the police directly. The NSA is absolutely capable of protecting one of their own, but the problem is that the NSA can't protect him now, or rather, the NSA is eager for him to die." Finch's tone was a little anxious, and it sounded as if the man was about to die, which made Ron very curious. Why? Because he asked a question that he shouldn't have asked, and this question was related to the machine. "Well, no wonder you didn't ask your partner to solve this problem. I thought he was injured again. It seems that you still want to keep some mystery in front of your partner. It's his birthday today, and I gave him a day off under the pretext of taking a vacation. So, will you take this job?" Finch was very uncomfortable with Ron's teasing tone, and asked anxiously. "Why not make money if there's money to be made? Give me a seat and we'll meet later." After saying that, Ron hung up the phone and walked into the restaurant and put the car keys on the table. "Sorry, Mom, I have some urgent work to take care of. Caroline, can you help me take Mom there later?" "Of course." Caroline hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. "What will you do if I drive your car?" Ron shrugged indifferently. "This place is not far from your silly restaurant. The big bald guy who always eats with me is the owner of a nearby repair shop. I happen to have a car with him for modification. I thought you would drive a sports car here, but I didn't expect you to drive such a flashy sports car. Are you afraid that others won't notice you?" Although Finch complained, he still sat in Ron's Mustang sports car. This car, after being modified by Dorito, had almost all its parts replaced except for the shell and the seats inside. Even the engine was replaced with an American-style L8 engine. With a mechanical supercharger on the hood, passers-by looked at it sideways. Forget the agent skills your partner taught you. Those things are useless to you. In professional matters, you have to trust professionals. You told me to protect someone, and there is no better tool than a car that can travel around the world at any time. Ron looked up at the tall luxury apartment in front of him. "The unlucky guy we are going to save this time lives here? I still don't understand why the NSA wants to kill him, because he discovered the secret of the machine. The US government is always monitoring every citizen of it. God knows how much impact this news will have. The most terrifying thing is that this guy also contacted a reporter and planned to expose this secret. Ron's heart moved. Is this the Snowden incident? There is no such person as Snowden in this world, so there is naturally no Prison Gate incident. Most ordinary people don't know that their daily text messages, Twitter or Facebook messages have long been handed over by these related companies to the US government for arbitrary inspection. Then it's no surprise that the NSA wants to kill this man. Let me guess, the code name of your machine is not Prism. No, the code name of the machine is Machine, Finch said anxiously as he watched Peck walking in the distance through a telescope while talking on the phone and walking into the apartment building. We must rescue him quickly, otherwise, for every person he talks to, there may be a risk of one more person being buried with him. Indeed, but I have a question. This is the second day you've been tracking him, right? Was the surveillance in his apartment broken yesterday? Finch followed Ron's finger and saw that the connecting cable of the surveillance camera had been cut off at some point. No, it was still fine when I came yesterday. What are you doing? Ron opened the car door without waiting for Finch to finish his words. Of course it's to save people. I bet you that someone has definitely broken into his house now, believe it or not. Peck pushed open the door while talking on the phone. Seheo didn't realize that danger had come to him. Just as he relaxed and was about to take off his coat, a man suddenly jumped out from behind him and strangled his neck. I'm sorry, I'm just following orders, the man whispered in his ear, and the force on his arm doubled and tightened. Peck felt a breath difficulty, and he couldn't even scream. He could only kick his feet, but it was useless. However, just when he thought he was really going to die here, bang, the door of the apartment was kicked open, and a fist hit the killer's head. Hearing the strange sound, the killer immediately gave up. Peck, who was about to faint, pushed him to the ground, dodged to the side, and turned around. Behind him was Ron. You are not bad. Ron's mouth corner pulled up an arc of interest, hooking his finger at the killer. Come here. Ron had just attacked from behind. Although he was also unarmed, the other party dodged at the first time. It is obvious that he is not an ordinary person with such skills. The killer pursed his lips and said nothing. Although he dodged Ron's first attack, Ron's skill obviously put pressure on him. He walked around Ron for 2 steps and suddenly stepped back. Just when Ron thought the opponent was going to escape, he took a step forward and prepared to attack with a straight punch, but he didn't expect the killer to bounce back as if there was a spring on his leg. Moreover, with both hands at a fast speed, one hand blocked Ron's straight punch, and the other hand made a knife and stabbed Ron's throat, but it was fast and fierce. Ron was startled. This move was too familiar to him. It turned out that the military fighting skills during the Special Forces training were like this. This person was a master trained in the military. In this situation, it was even more difficult for Ron to expose his identity. He began to regret why he didn't take out his gun and kill the opponent immediately, but fortunately Ron's close combat method was not only military fighting skills. Ron retracted his right fist and took a step to the left with his left foot. At the same time, the hand that had just been retracted was just below the hand that was inserted into Ron's throat, and he lifted it up to hold the killer's wrist. Before the killer could break free, his other hand had quietly lifted up the killer's elbow. According to the military fighting method, Ron would have already completed half of the capture at this time. As long as he broke his arm again, he would have no choice but to surrender. The killer was shocked and pulled his hand back violently. Ron did not fight with him. All he had done just now was just a feint. The killer exerted force, and Ron simply let go. The force of pulling back his hand was too strong, and the killer was suddenly thrown off balance by his own force. Before he could stabilize his body, Ron had already taken a step forward and hit him with his elbow. Crack! With one blow, the killer's ribs were broken. At the same time, Ron's left foot kicked the ground hard, and when his body was about to jump up, he suddenly raised his right knee, and the killer's face instantly turned purple and fell to the ground. Because there were too many cases of failure without finishing off the knife, Ron decided to go all out and immediately pulled out his dagger and stabbed the killer's neck. After confirming that the killer was no longer breathing, Ron wiped the dagger on the killer's body and put it back into his waist, clapping his hands. Mr. Peck. Now, Ron turned around and saw that Peck had quietly slipped away while Ron was fighting with the killer. Finch, I think I'm in a little trouble. What's wrong? Finch nervously pressed the headset downstairs. Are you late? That's not the case, but that slippery boy just slipped away while we were fighting. Can you track him again? Me? A cripple? You want me to follow a young man who is running wildly? Finch looked at Peck, who hurried out of the apartment, gritted his teeth, and quickly followed. At this time, Peck picked up his mobile phone and dialed out, and Finch also hurriedly picked up his mobile phone. He had already hacked into Peck's mobile phone and could monitor his calls at any time. Hello, there was a woman's voice on the phone. I'm looking for Ted Gibbs, Peck said hurriedly. Hello, this time it was replaced by a deep male voice. Peck was overjoyed, he was finally saved. Hello, Deputy Chief Gibbs, my name is Henry Peck, and I work under you. This is my daughter's phone number. How did you get this number? I'm sorry to bother you, sir, but someone wants to kill me. I just asked a question, but I was arrested and lost my job. They also tried to kill me. Peck was halfway through his speech when the man opposite him suddenly interrupted him. Don't call me again. Beep. The phone was hung up. Chapter 464 Protection Plan. Peck stopped and fell into a state of isolation and helplessness again. Now, he began to miss the tall man who had just saved his life. However, due to his professional sensitivity as an intelligence worker, he did not dare to trust anyone who approached him intentionally. Who knows if the rescue was a self-directed and self-acted thing? Maybe we should take him to the safe house. Ron had come to Finch without knowing when. It's not that simple. He will want to know who we are, and knowing this will bring him one step closer to discovering the machine. While we are saving Peck, we must not let him know of our existence. Mr. Cooper, are you listening? Finch was still chattering, but Ron frowned and walked forward a few steps, came to a trash can, and reached out to pick up a broken mobile phone from it. When he looked up again, Peck had disappeared. Well, we are in bigger trouble now. Peck found the bug and got rid of us, right? So I think we need to go back to your base. Is Mr. Reese home now? Ron's tone was like asking your wife if she is the mistress at home. It was so ambiguous that Finch's anus tightened. Peck emptied all his bank deposits. His card swipe records appeared all over the city, including banks, convenience stores, cheap hotels, and restaurants. How did he do it? Finch looked at the map on the computer with red withdrawal dots everywhere and exclaimed. He had never encountered such a situation before. How did Peck do it? He probably gave all the cards to the homeless people in Los Angeles. It seems that he has learned a lot from the NSA. Is there any progress on your phone? Ron was referring to Peck's old phone that he picked up from the trash can and just gave it to Finch to see if there was any valuable information to be mined. Finch showed the memory card that was completely broken. Unfortunately, they also taught him how to clean his phone. The memory card can't be recovered. What about the people chasing him? This kind of task of cleaning up the living is generally completed by an elite team, usually a combat team of 3 to 5 people. The man who fought with me had rifle ammunition in his pistol. As far as I know, only one unit will do this, and that is the intelligence support team, a special forces unit that has always been extremely secretive. Ron shook his head helplessly. Things are starting to get troublesome. Are they powerful? It's not a question of powerful or not. Ron looked at Finch's curious little eyes and sighed helplessly. Well, they are indeed a little bit powerful, but that's not the point. The point is, with my current identity, strictly speaking, I am in the same group with them. In this kind of thing, the most suitable person to take action is actually your partner. Then what are you going to do? Join the team chasing Peck now. Finch took out a checkbook from his arms and tossed it back and forth in his hands. How is that possible? Ron's eyes widened, staring at the checkbook tossed in the air. Compared to doing my duty, I still prefer the taste of US dollars. I think we should find Peck before them. If they make a move, the method to find a person who lost his phone is probably the same as mine. That is, start from a place that meets the basic needs of life, a place where you can sleep, eat, hide, and go online, such as a hotel that provides internet services and only accepts cash. Finch entered Ron's conditions into the computer one by one, rescreened the map, and finally locked on the last 3 hotels, but this time he was in trouble again. These 3 hotels are in different directions of Los Angeles. If I go to one of them and don't find anyone, I believe they will definitely find him before us when I go to the second place. Is there any other way? Ron frowned. He was not satisfied with this result. Don't worry, I can solve this problem. If he checks into one of the hotels, he will definitely go online and try to hack into the intelligence station in Los Angeles, which is where he works. So I just need to check the search records sent from these hotels to the internet. Back to his field of expertise, Finch seemed to have become an omnipotent god. He tapped his fingers on the keyboard lightly, and countless search records on the screen began to be deleted one by one. In the end, only one search record was sent from the Northern Hotel. Ron, you should come and see this. In addition to hacking into the intelligence station where he used to work, he also bought some spy equipment from someone on the dark web. Can you recognize what these things are used for? These are all used to interfere with electronic locks. Ron looked at the purchase catalog, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. Okay, I think I know where he is going. He is such a stubborn guy. He actually wants to embed himself in the intelligence station where he used to work. I guess there must be something there that attracts him. At the same time, outside the Los Angeles airport, 3 passengers who had just come out of the airport went directly to the airport parking lot, found a dilapidated van, and inserted the key into it. The door opened with a whoosh. On the back seat, all kinds of knowledge and equipment that had been prepared long ago lay quietly. We are going to start the action now, right? Should we find a pole dancing bar to relax as usual? One of them opened the magazine, checked the bullets and asked excitedly. No, we must act immediately. Something went wrong. He has backup. Candy has been killed. The leader opened the envelope next to the driver's seat, and his brows frowned more and more. Backup? Who? Not sure. Judging from the condition of the body, it should be a Muay Thai master. I have said long ago that Candy was too arrogant. He should use a gun instead of his bare hands to solve the enemy. You should all learn this lesson. There was also a photo of the body at the scene in the envelope. It was hard for the NSA to act so quickly. In the photo, there were 3 scars on the body, one of which was a sharp weapon piercing the neck, which was also a fatal wound. The other 2 were injuries on the chest and private parts. Based on the leader's experience, these injuries should be caused by elbows and knees. Candy is one of the few people with the highest level of close combat among them. If he can be killed by someone at close range, then the person who killed him must be a master. Late at night, Ron put on the long-lost Batman suit and stood on the roof of the office building where the NSA intelligence station was hidden. The night wind blew his cape. I don't understand. There are so many kinds of identity-hiding costumes to choose from. Why do you have to wear such exaggerated clothes? Is there any special meaning? Of course, Ron answered in a deliberately low voice under the mask, because when I do things that represent justice, I need a mask of justice, but I've never heard of any Batman charging for services. After hanging out with Ron for a long time, Finch also learned to complain. This can't be confused. Bruce Wayne is a super rich second generation who is rich enough to rival a country, and I'm just a low-level civil servant who can't even afford to fill up my gas tank. Where is Peck now? He just came in and is printing something on his computer, Finch answered while looking at the surveillance camera. Well, let's start the action. As soon as he finished speaking, Ron jumped and fell downstairs at a high speed. Just as his body flew over the distance of 3 floors, the rope tied around his waist slowly began to tighten. The traction force pressed Ron's feet back to the outer wall of the building, and Ron's body was 90 degrees vertical to the wall. Ron pressed the button on his waist, and the rope began to loosen again. His feet kicked against the wall, and it looked like he was running down the wall. He soon arrived at the glass outer wall of the NSA intelligence station. I see, he is printing all the information related to the machine. If you can stop Peck from getting more information that will cause trouble, I will be very grateful, but it's best not to let him know of your existence. Try to avoid direct contact. I'm not ready to be exposed. Finch's voice kept noisy in the headset. Ron took out a microphone and flicked it twice, which made Finch's eardrum numb. Listen, man, I'm not your partner. I have my own way of doing things. You do the information-related work, and I'm responsible for execution. The division of labor is clear. Okay, it seems that they came faster than I expected. As he said, Ron took out a shield from his back, and then kicked his feet hard on the glass wall, and the whole person swung out. When his body followed inertia, when he came back, the hard shield had been blocked in front and hit the glass heavily. Crash! The glass curtain wall shattered all over the floor. Who? Peck turned around vigilantly. The person who is ready to save you. Ron raised his hands high, with nothing in his hands except a Captain America shield that didn't match his clothes at all. Why should I trust you? Peck held the information on the printer tightly in his arms and took a step back. Because I saved your life before, and now I am going to save your life for the second time. Peck, lower your head." As he spoke, a small red laser dot appeared on the left side of Peck's head. Ron rushed over, but the distance was not enough for him to rush to Peck. Seeing that Peck was about to be shot in the head, Ron was quick-witted and threw the shield in his hand. Dang! At the critical moment, the bullet and the shield collided in the air, sparks flew, and the shield flew again under the huge kinetic energy of the bullet. No one knew where it flew to, but fortunately Peck's head was saved. At this time, Ron finally rushed to Peck, grabbed her collar, pulled hard, and the two fell to the ground together. The submachine gun of the intelligence support team fired the follow-up bullets belatedly, but all of them penetrated, and only a burst of paper scraps flew in the intelligence station office. The intelligence support team leader calmly waved to his two men, and with years of tacit cooperation, the two immediately surrounded the pillar where Ron and his men were hiding from the left and right. Ron tore off his cloak and threw it to the left. In the dark night, the intelligence support team only saw a black shadow rushing out from behind the pillar, and immediately focused their fire on the black shadow. Ron took this opportunity and suddenly flashed out from the right unexpectedly. The intelligence support team member who originally planned to surround him from this side was exposed in front of Ron. What else can he say? Just shit bang bang bang. Ron pulled the trigger, and a string of flames spurted out of the muzzle of the Glock 18 in automatic mode, instantly emptying a whole magazine and shooting the team member into a sieve. It was not that Ron had any grudges with the intelligence support team, but because it was dark and the distance was a bit far, Ron was not very confident in his shooting skills, so he could only choose this method. Facts have proved that his choice was correct. At this time, the other two had already reacted and quickly turned their guns around, but Ron had already retreated behind the pillar again. The bullets could no longer do anything except leave a string of bullet holes on the wall behind him. Two more left. Ron threw away the empty magazine and reinserted a new one full of bullets. Peck curiously glanced at the belt where he had just taken the magazine. On his belt, there were more than a dozen magazines full of bullets like this. "Thank you. Who are you?" "As you can see, I'm Batman," Ron answered while firing back. "When did Batman start using a gun?" "And Captain America's shield?" Peck's eyes were full of doubt. Although his life was saved, he was still full of doubts about his savior. It started when his Batmobile couldn't get gas. Ron buckled another rope hanging from his waist to Peck's belt. "Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's go." Ron threw a grenade, and when the other party was dodging in panic, he dragged Peck out from behind the pillar and ran towards the window he had smashed. "Follow me, jump." The two jumped into the air together with Peck's panicked screams. Ron also took the time to turn around in the air, holding the rope with one hand and pointing the gun at the window they jumped out of with the other hand. Sure enough, after a violent explosion, a head popped out of the window, and Ron immediately pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang bang bang. The bullets rushed towards the person above in a fan-shaped manner, and the latter quickly retracted his head, while Ron and Peck took this opportunity to easily fall to the ground. "This is too exciting." Peck was still frightened. "The excitement is yet to come." Ron was too lazy to say anything more. He just held Peck's head and stuffed him into another stolen car. The tires of the car rubbed against the ground, and a wisp of white smoke flew out like an arrow. Peck was puzzled. How is it possible? Aren't we safe already? Are you kidding? Ron pulled the corner of his mouth sarcastically. Do you know what you found? Genius. You found the largest scale comprehensive surveillance plan in the history of the United States. And you plan to contact reporters to make it public. From now on, you will spend the rest of your life in the endless pursuit of the United States. Are you ready, kid? Chapter 465, Troubles. Then what should I do? Sitting in the Batmobile stolen by Ron, which was actually just an old Ford that had just been stolen, Peck muttered to himself. Perhaps because Batman was the superhero he admired since childhood, he actually wanted to confide in this mysterious man dressed as Batman. You only have two choices now, Ron replied calmly while driving. The first is that you completely give up the idea of exposing this matter, and then find a small town to live out the rest of your life. I believe that with the way the NSA works, they will give up chasing you in about 2 or 3 years. At that time, you can even return to Los Angeles to live again, but I don't want to do that. If they did such a thing, would it be a crime for me to even speak out about it? Isn't the United States a country with freedom of speech? Peck felt that his three views were impacted. Those were the so-called American values that were shaped in his mind by various propaganda since he was a child, and now his values have collapsed. Haha, freedom of speech? Kid, you are no longer old enough to believe in fairy tales, Ron sneered disdainfully. The so-called freedom of speech is nothing but a joke in the eyes of real big shots. Believe it or not, as long as there are enough benefits, they dare to cover the president's mouth and make him unable to utter a sound. How is that possible? Ron's words made Peck shudder. Ron smiled but didn't say anything. The car was silent again. After a long time, Peck seemed to have made a decision and spoke again. You just said I have two choices. What about the other one? The other choice is to leave the United States. Ron took out a map that he had prepared and threw it into Peck's arms. Don't you want to expose their surveillance plan? You can't count on the local media in the United States, but you can try your luck in Europe. But those hypocritical European guys can only use you as a tool or bargaining chip to negotiate with the United States. You should be more careful when dealing with them. If it doesn't work, there are probably two places in the world that can provide you with protection. I have marked them for you. There are two countries marked with circles on Ron's map. One is China and the other is Russia. Peck looked up in confusion. Why these two places? Because these two places are the few places that the United States cannot reach. Whether it is the KGB or the Chaoyuan masses, they will make it impossible for the killers sent by the NSA to hide. Have you thought about it? What do you plan to choose? I have thought about it. I have decided to go to Europe. Peck looked up, his eyes more determined than ever. Okay, I'll take you to the dock now. There are smuggling boats bringing Brazilian smugglers there every night. Just get on the boat and tell them that you are V's friend, and they will take you to where you want to go. Of course, Ron gained more than just a little money from the Brazil operation. He also gained an intelligence network brought by the anti-gang army that almost covered the entire Latin America. Now Ron can call the shots in South America with his identity as the Trumpet V. Thank you, I will. Peck was halfway through his words when a gunshot broke the tranquility of the night sky. A rifle bullet shattered the rear window of their car, almost brushing Peck's face, and then penetrated the front windshield and disappeared. Keep your head down. There's a sniper. Ron pressed Peck's head down and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Peck's head was pressed down, but he still reminded Ron, drive the car in an S shape. When I was playing games, I could drive the car in an S shape to make the sniper lose the target. Boy, the snipers in the game are different from the real ones. The snipers in the real world don't care whether you drive in an S shape or B shape. As long as he wants to kill you, it doesn't matter what shape you run. The car is too big a target. After saying that, Ron seemed to have sensed it, and his whole body shuddered. He hit the main steering wheel hard, and the car rushed to the left. Just as the car changed direction, a bullet pierced the seat next to Ron and disappeared into the night. Ron was so scared that he broke into cold sweat. If the car had just driven in the direction just now, the bullet would not only pierce the seat back, but also his head. Ron made a judgment in an instant. This is a sniper who is not inferior to Hank. But he had just shaken them off at the intelligence station building. Why can he catch up now? Cell phone. Peck has another cell phone on him that's being tracked, Finch yelled in the communication channel, and Ron quickly asked him to throw the phone away. But it was too late to throw the phone away now. The intelligence support team member on the overpass calmly pulled the bolt, and another bullet was pushed into the chamber. This time, he adjusted the muzzle slightly downward. Bang! The sniper pulled the trigger, and the bullet blew up the left rear tire of the Ford car, which tilted to the left uncontrollably and hit the electric pole on the side of the road. The airbag popped out, and Ron lay on the airbag unconscious. Peck was shocked and struggled to get up, ready to continue running away, but he didn't expect a strong hand to press him down on the airbag again. If you want to live, keep pretending to be dead. It turned out that Ron was not unconscious. Peck was surprised. You're okay, why? Do you really want me to be in trouble? Ron closed his eyes and lay on the airbag without moving, and continued to say unhappily, believe it or not, when I die, you will be the next one to die. The tire was blown out, and the car crashed into a telephone pole and was scrapped. It was simply a pipe dream to escape the pursuit of a professional sniper on the road in an open area. For them, the only feasible plan was to play dead, betting that the snipers of the intelligence support team had no habit of finishing off the enemy. When they came to confirm the death, they suddenly jumped up and quickly killed the remaining two people. Believe it, if you believe it, lie down and don't talk. They are coming soon. After Ron finished speaking, He half squinted his eyes and saw two figures approaching their car through the rearview mirror. They were getting closer and closer. Ron began to count silently in his mind. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When he counted to the 10th step, the two attackers were less than 10 meters away from the car. Ron could even clearly see that one of them was eating a hamburger and the salad sauce was not wiped clean from his mouth. Ron suddenly pushed open the car door, kicked his feet hard in the car, and flew out. At the same time, he had 2 Glock 18s in his hands. Go to hell, the two hands grabbed the muzzles of the guns and sprayed flames. In an instant, they knocked down the intelligence support team members who were still in shock. Done, Ron kicked the 2 bodies on the ground with his feet and shot each of them again. Only then did he feel relieved. He was not the kind of idiot who couldn't shoot again. It's amazing, Peck was full of amazement. It's nothing. If you start watching porn movies and practice shooting, I guarantee that your shooting skills will not be too bad. Ron punched the glass of another car on the side of the road, opened the car door, pulled out the wire from under the steering wheel and set it on fire. Help me put the bodies of the 2 idiots in the car. Now no one will stop us from going to the dock. An hour later, Ron finally sent Peck to the dock safely. Finch had been waiting there for a long time. Ron took the initiative to step aside. He knew that Finch must have something to say to Peck. At this time, he could just push the car with the bodies into the sea. Hello, Peck. Finch stretched out his hand to Peck. As soon as Peck's lips moved, he continued in installments. I know what you want to ask. Yes, it exists, and it is monitoring every one of us at this moment. Peck opened his mouth in shock. Oh my god. They really built a thing that can monitor everyone. This is a disaster. Where is it? How does it work? Everything you want to know is here. Finch took out a document from his briefcase and looked at Ron. Ron nodded, and Finch stuffed the document into Peck's hand. Peck was a little suspicious. How do you know all this? Because that machine was made by me. Because of it, I almost lost everything I love. So I give you a very sincere suggestion. Let go of these and live your new life. Goodbye, Mr. Peck. After that, Finch seemed to have lost all his strength, turned around and staggered towards his car. Ron hurriedly took a few steps to catch up. You know he will never do what you say. Yes, from the moment I saw the child's eyes, I knew it. He is exactly the same as me when I was young. Sometimes I have been wondering, is it worth it? Because of his emotional excitement, Finch was unexpectedly talkative tonight. Don't you already have the answer in your heart? If it's not worth it, I don't think you would risk doing chivalry with a retired CIA agent. To be honest, I sincerely admire your behavior. As he said, Ron stretched out a hand to Finch, and Finch held it tightly. Ron looked down at the 2 people's hands, and his tone was a little tangled. Originally, I wanted to say that it's time to settle the fee now, but if you want to continue lying down, then just hold it, but I have to say in advance that I am not interested in men. In addition, emotional care work requires additional fees. After completing Finch's commission, when Ron returned home, Sheldon and Leonard had already received the award with their mother. Leonard also received a long-lost hug from his mother as a reward, but when everyone saw the mother and son hugging each other, they felt inexplicably very inconsistent. Ron sent his mother back to Texas and took a short vacation for himself. When he returned to his home in Los Angeles, the atmosphere in the house was obviously a little wrong. Sheldon continued to study something strange at the computer, while Penny and Leonard were by the kitchen, as if arguing about something. When Ron pushed the door, he just happened to hear memorizing words. Oh my god. My brain must not have come back from that crazy place in Texas. What did I hear? Are you two finally going to get married? I don't know. Leonard cast his innocent big eyes at Penny. You are really going to marry me, right? Although he has been with Penny for a long time, Leonard still feels that it is unrealistic. Oh my god, of course. Why do you ask such a stupid question? Penny answered as a matter of course. I don't know, maybe because we haven't set a date or even discussed the wedding. What kind of wedding do you want? Indoor or outdoor? Sheldon turned his head in surprise. What? Outdoor wedding? No way. I can make it clear now that I won't go. Did you hear that? If you don't want to have an annoying person at your wedding who keeps falling all the time, choose the wedding outdoors. Ron opened a can of Coke and sat on the sofa to continue watching the show. Okay, then the wedding will be indoors. Penny compromised. I want to hold the wedding in the church. Okay, the guests all wear formal suits. See the wedding. We've got it done. It sounds perfect. The two returned to harmony from being on edge. At this time, Sheldon didn't even turn his head and said suddenly, "But the wedding date hasn't been set yet." "Shut up, Sheldon," Ron interrupted Sheldon's anger in time and turned to Penny and Leonard. "To be honest, you two have been together for a while, and I believe you are finally happy with each other, but it's time to put an end to this relationship. I have even prepared a wedding gift for you. My dear brother Sheldon, how about this gift? No matter how dirty and messy you make the house, as long as you take this elf to the dirty house and take a look, he will automatically clean up the house. Except for nagging a little sometimes, making you want to strangle him, there is no other problem. However, if you really do this, I will never pursue your criminal responsibility. The blessing is sincere, and the desire to send Sheldon away is also sincere." Ron has discussed with George about giving Sheldon away since he was 10 years old, but in that traditional Texas town, no family is interested in the evil Sheldon. "You're right, Ron, it's time for us to set a date for the wedding." Leonard looked at Penny sincerely, suddenly knelt on one knee, and took out a jewelry box from his pocket. "Penny, will you marry me?" Penny was stunned by this sudden surprise, and could only nod repeatedly. "Of course I do." "Then when are you going to hold the wedding?" Sheldon continued to ask without giving up. Ron did not scold Sheldon this time. "Listen, I think you are quite free tonight, and Las Vegas is not too far away. Good idea. Let's get married today." Leonard hugged Penny excitedly and kissed her. Sheldon gave a congratulatory speech. "After so many years of ups and downs, I am sincerely happy for your relationship. Thank you." The two continued to hug each other. "But get out of my seat now." It turned out that the two of them had sat in Sheldon's seat without knowing it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466, Broken-Hearted and Frustrated. Getting married in Las Vegas? It sounds crazy, but it's familiar to Penny. After all, this isn't the first time, is it? Ron's humor made the friends laugh. Before marrying Leonard, Penny had married her ex-boyfriend Zach once. What do you think Leonard and Penny are doing now? Will they have some passion before the wedding? Rajesh guessed. Now they are all crowded in Howard's house. In the morning, all the good friends received a message that Leonard and Penny will hold their wedding in Las Vegas and broadcast it online. Ron thought that this decision would be warmly welcomed by Sheldon, but Sheldon, who likes to express his opinions on everything, didn't react to it. Ron thought it was very abnormal. Ding dong, the doorbell rang, and this time Amy came in. Was Sheldon? Ron was a little surprised. When Sheldon refused to go out with him, he said he was going to find Amy, but now Amy came and Sheldon didn't follow. "I didn't bring him with me. We broke up." Amy felt a little guilty when facing Ron, but Ron waved his hand nonchalantly. "Congratulations on getting out of the misery. It just so happens that without Sheldon, you can take a good look at the other opposite sex around you. Maybe there will be someone more suitable. Anyway, our friendship will not change." Ron felt a little indebted to Amy for being able to date Sheldon for so long, and he had no right to blame her. But Amy didn't have any intention of having a romantic encounter. "Forget it, we have been together for so long. To be honest, I don't even know what kind of mood I am in now." "It's understandable, because you forgot that this mood is called happiness," Howard complained while connecting the network signal to the TV. Bernadette yelled, "Howard, come on, I didn't say anything bad about Sheldon. She fell in love with a pervert to imprison him, and then she got a sudden inspiration and escaped from his dark and crazy dungeon." Hallelujah. Howard turned on the TV, and the picture of a church appeared on the TV screen, and Leonard and Penny's faces could be clearly seen. Stuart tried to comfort her with a cup of coffee. "I know how you feel now. I felt very bad the last time I broke up." "Really? When was your last relationship?" Ron expressed doubts. As everyone knows, the last time Stuart tried to date a girl was with Penny, which was a long time ago. Stuart said guiltily, "Hey, this is a true story. You don't need to ask me so many details, right? How can you say it's interrogation? The way I usually interrogate people is to pour honey all over their bodies, and then release red fire ants and let them crawl all over their bodies. With just this, no matter how much tax he owes, he will voluntarily pay it back immediately. Do you want to try it?" Ron asked with a smirk. Stuart shook his head like a rattle. "No, absolutely not. Sheldon, why are you here? Ron had just finished verbally attacking Stuart when Bernadette spotted Sheldon standing outside the window. Because someone said that my presence would embarrass others, so I stood outside and pretended that I didn't need to go to the bathroom. Everyone's eyes moved back and forth between Ron and Amy. If you want to relieve yourself, go 2 blocks from here and there should be a convenience store selling adult diapers. Ron walked to the window. Do you want Sheldon to come in? Bernadette looked at Amy, then at Sheldon, and decisively chose to stand on the side of her good friend. Forget it. Even if he comes in, there will be no turning point. Can you think of a way to get him to go somewhere else? Of course. Ron walked to the table, picked up the toad ornament he gave to Howard, held up the candlestick with his other hand, and walked back to the window, muttering, "Demons and ghosts, please leave, demons and ghosts, please leave." In the end, Howard couldn't bear it and let Sheldon in, but it was obvious that he made a wrong decision. 10 minutes later, Sheldon started to make trouble. "Raj, maybe you are curious why I don't continue to show my love with ambiguity." The Indian rolled his eyes. "No, I'm just wondering why the wedding hasn't started yet." But Sheldon just wanted to find a reason to bring the topic to himself. "You should know that he just broke up with me. I said I need time to think." Amy got up helplessly. Ron lowered his head, thankful that the beer in his hand had lost its aroma. "I believe you two will come up with a solution, but now can we just watch Leonard and Penny's wedding quietly together?" "Okay, I know what's going on. You are starting to choose sides now, right?" Sheldon said dissatisfiedly. "If Ron chooses to support Amy, then I'll vote for Howard." "Okay, I've had enough." Ron put down the beer bottle and stood up. "Come on, Sheldon, what do you want to say? Or what do you want to say to Amy? Hurry up and finish it." "Okay, Amy, I don't understand. Are we breaking up?" "You don't seem to have given me a clear answer." "That's because you don't give me time to think about it." "Really? Then you'd better think about it quickly," Sheldon urged anxiously, "because men can pass on their family line all their lives, but yours will expire and become invalid." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole room became quiet, and Ron gave Sheldon a thumbs up. "You really dare to say that?" But Sheldon seemed not to understand what he meant, and nodded to Ron triumphantly. However, what he didn't know was that a storm had already brewed behind him. "Sheldon," Amy was furious, "your final blow came at the right time. You are a selfish and childish ghost. You also humiliated me in person. I don't have to think about it now. We are done." After that, Amy slammed the door and left, and Bernadette hurriedly chased after him. Sheldon stared with innocent big eyes. "Did I say something wrong?" "You are right. Don't say it in the future." Ron patted his shoulder helplessly. "Or I'll take you home. Maybe doing scientific research for a lifetime is your life destiny." While Amy and Sheldon were arguing, the wedding had unknowingly come to an end, and Leonard and Penny were showing off their wedding rings to the camera. It was agreed that we would watch their wedding live together, but in the end, we watched it in vain, and only watched a couple break up. Las Vegas is 433 kilometers from Los Angeles, and it takes 4 hours to drive. This time is exactly the same as the time it takes for Ron to take Sheldon to have ice cream and visit a train toy store. So when Ron and Sheldon returned home, they saw Leonard sitting on the sofa. "I think that as a newlywed couple, we should stay in a hotel or somewhere else at this time to contribute to the human reproduction plan, instead of sitting on the sofa and drinking hot tea." Ron opened a can of beer and sat on the sofa. "Yes, Ron is right. Tea is for sad people," Sheldon agreed. "I just had a big fight with Penny in Las Vegas. I have been married for less than 24 hours, and my wife has started a cold war with me." Leonard looked up. "Well, it seems that it is unrealistic to expect you to work well for me tomorrow." Ron sighed helplessly. "Come on, anyway, 1 sheep is the same, 2 sheep are the same. Why did you quarrel with Penny? 2 sheep? Howard also encountered marital problems." "No, I'm talking about Sheldon. He was just dumped by Amy." "But it doesn't matter." Sheldon glared at Ron, and Ron was unmoved. "Then let's talk about your problem. What happened between you and Penny?" "I confessed to her before marriage that I kissed another female scientist when I went to the Arctic for an expedition, and then she got angry." "It's hard for women to understand, right?" Sheldon nodded in agreement. "Ron, you have the highest emotional intelligence among the people I know. What should I do?" Leonard looked at Ron pitifully. Ron was helpless with these 2 little idiots, but in order to quickly solve the problems of these 2 troublemakers so that they can concentrate on working for him, he could only be patient. "I think you should look at this matter more positively. From another perspective, it only took you and Penny 1 day to achieve a state that many couples have taken decades to achieve, right? Please tell me, I just want to know how to remedy the situation. In my opinion, there is a simple way. Sheldon interrupted their conversation before Ron spoke. Your lips have been in close contact with another woman's lips. If you want to reconcile, the only reasonable way is for Penny to have close contact with another man's lips. I think Ron is a good candidate. Didn't Penny always want to have something happen with Ron before? If she hangs out with Ron now, her guilt towards you will make her forgive your previous behavior. This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. Leonard went crazy. Sheldon, I'm asking Ron, not you. Can you please be quiet for a while? Actually, I think what Sheldon said makes sense. Okay, I won't joke anymore. Ron didn't finish his words, and Leonard's face changed. The method is very simple. You can take Penny to meet the female scientist who kissed you. By the way, I know almost everyone in your school. Who is the one you are talking about? Mandy Jo, the Asian who majored in marine biology, right? Very tasteful, Ron praised sincerely. Generally speaking, most people who can reach the level of scientists are traditional American nerds in high school. It's not that they study hard or look stupid, but it's just a kind of arrogance towards smart people under the prevalence of anti-intellectualism in the United States. Of course, Sheldon is an exception. He is really stupid. Ron, Leonard shouted in shame and anger. Okay, my idea is, you can take Penny to meet that Mandy Chow. Why, isn't that simple? Sheldon interrupted again. If Penny meets Mandy Chow, she will understand that she can find a man who is 10,000 times better than you, and she will never compete with her for a genetically defective short-legged scientist who farts every time he eats cheese. Then you will reconcile. Sheldon, what did your grandma teach you? Don't attack other people's defects casually, okay? Ron turned to Leonard. Okay, although my idea is different from Sheldon's, the general intention is the same. I think Penny quarreled with you mainly because Mandy Chow's mysteriousness made her a little nervous. If she saw that woman in person, it would probably be better. Leonard bit his nails. Is there any other way? Because of what happened last time, it's been a bit awkward to see her recently. No, you're probably the only one who feels embarrassed, but if you say there is another way. Ron heard a faint sound of footsteps outside the door, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As expected, it was Penny who eavesdropped outside the door. Why don't you go talk to Penny and tell her why you kissed other women goodbye before you get married? It sounds like you are deliberately looking for an excuse not to get married. How is that possible? Leonard denied. Then why did you say this on the wedding day? Ron rested his head on his hands and fell back on the sofa. As expected, Leonard's troubles were about to end. Well, Leonard was stuck for a moment. I think it's probably because after so many years, I still feel that I am a little unworthy of her, because you know what kind of people Penny dated before, a fool who can't recite a multiplication table? Or an idiot who pours feces into the gas tank instead of burning gasoline, Sheldon mocked. I'm talking about appearance. The men that Penny dated before were all very handsome, like Ron, so I might want to mention a few of her exes who are more influential, so that I can be more compatible. That's a ridiculous reason, but it does sound like the reason you would do that. Ron rolled his eyes. A man's fragile self-esteem, but if you want to improve your status, Joyce King alone is enough. No matter how many high-quality men Penny has dated, none of them can be as influential as you, who was deliberately seduced by a spy using a honey trap. Be more confident, men, Ron said, walking to the door and pulling the handle hard. Penny screamed and fell in. I'm just passing by your apartment. I'll go back now, Leonard. Sheldon, Ron didn't wait for her to finish, and called Leonard to his side with a loud shout, turning his head to look at Penny. You heard what this man said just now, and the rest of the time is up to you. After that, he pulled Sheldon out and closed the door. Hey, where are you taking me? Sheldon shook off Ron's hand in dissatisfaction. I'll ask you to treat me to a meal. Chapter 467, Missing Finch and Branching Timelines. Log number 0331 record. The inventor failed to follow the instructions to continue betting in the casino, resulting in a loss of money. Known, based on the results, the calculation is proved to be correct. The conclusion is, the machine will not make mistakes 100%, but people will. If there's a world with only machines and no people, there will be no errors. System disorder start emergency repair program cannot be started, and some programs will be damaged. The system will continue to run after restarting. Send error report? Do not send. In the early morning of the apartment, Ron, Leonard and Sheldon sat in a row at the dining table to eat breakfast together. Leonard reached out to Ron. "Please pass me the yellow mustard." "Here, want to hear an interesting fact about yellow mustard?" Leonard took the mustard bottle. Sheldon took over the conversation. "Are you trying to say that mustard oil, the main source of the flavor of yellow mustard, was evolved by the brassica family to resist caterpillars?" Yes, what he wanted to say was said by Sheldon first, and Leonard's desire to show off was gone. "Oh my God, what did I do wrong? I just wanted a free breakfast. Why punish me like this?" One Sheldon is not enough. Leonard has become Sheldon too. "Ron, you must have heard that there is no free breakfast in the world. If you want a free breakfast, you have to endure Sheldon's nagging." The bad boy Leonard gloated, but Sheldon nodded and smiled at him, praising him repeatedly. But fortunately, Ron's nightmare ended here. The door of the apartment was pushed open, and Howard and Raj walked in slyly. "Thank God, you are finally here." Ron made a cross on his chest. "Ron, did you call them here?" "Of course, Ron called them here, and we did it on our own accord," Howard said with a wicked smile. "We are here to kidnap you, Leonard." Leonard was puzzled. "What are you talking about? You and Penny got married suddenly, and we didn't have the chance to hold a bachelor party for you, so there's a van downstairs, and we are going to take you to a mysterious place to spend the weekend." "Oh my God, Ron, your idea is really great," Rajesh pointed, and Ron responded with the expression that his brother always had, and only Sheldon was still complaining unhappily. "What kind of kidnapping is this? Where's the blindfold? Where's the tape to seal the mouth? Where's the rope?" However, what Sheldon didn't know was that every time he said something, Ron took out a corresponding thing behind him, and when he finished speaking, Ron directly picked up a rag on the table and stuffed it into Sheldon's mouth. Ugh! Sheldon's eyes widened in shock at the sudden change. Ron shrugged, tied him up easily and put on a blindfold, but Sheldon kept twisting his body and making sounds. Ron could only use tape to reinforce the rag on his mouth. Suddenly, the world was finally quiet. "Okay, here's yours, Leonard. Do you want to take the initiative or should I do it myself?" Ron tore off another piece of tape with a hiss and looked at Leonard with ill intentions. Leonard immediately turned his head and said, "When are we leaving?" "Right now. Penny has packed your luggage for you." "Let's go." Raj and Howard carried Sheldon, and Ron followed behind with the light luggage that had been prepared long ago. Although he didn't need a backpack at all because of the system space, he still took a backpack to cover up his tracks in order to look like a normal person. "No problem. Where's the destination? Can you give me a hint?" Leonard asked weakly while going downstairs. "Okay, let me think about it," Rajesh said. "Well, there are spicy foods there, and it may cause you diarrhea." "India," Leonard answered tentatively. Raj rolled his eyes. "That place can be reached by car." "Is that your home?" "Well, we're going to Mexico." "Wow," Howard answered quickly and cheered. "Yes, Mexico." Ron opened the car door. "Howard, Raj, put Sheldon in. I suggest that before we arrive in Mexico, we'd better untie his mouth so that we can have fun along the way." "What do you think?" Ron said, his eyes inadvertently sweeping across the rearview mirror. In the rearview mirror, he saw a figure that surprised him, and sighed in his heart. "I wish you have fun." "Wait. Ron, aren't you coming with us?" Howard said in surprise. "I was going to go with you guys, but a friend of mine happened to come over, and we need to sort out some issues." Ron pursed his lips, and everyone looked in the direction they came from, and saw a tall figure in a neat suit at the entrance of a small alley on the street. After noticing everyone's gaze, the man quickly flashed into the alley like a frightened rabbit, but Ron knew that he would not go far. "Well, let's go." Bye. After waving goodbye to his friends, Ron walked into the alley, and the tall figure did not leave. "I remember that when there were commissions before, it was Finch who came to me. What's going on this time? I remember that I don't seem to have much intersection with you, and there is also a clause in my cooperation agreement that prohibits arbitrarily harassing my friend, Mr. Reese." John Reese, a former senior CIA agent, was one of the few guys who was not a waste. After being tricked by the CIA, he decisively jumped out of that big pit and became a homeless person on the street. Later, he was picked up by Finch and became his partner in chivalry. "I know, but the situation is special now," Reese said seriously. "Finch is in trouble, he is missing. I need your help." "Really? Do you need me to call the police for help and ask the Los Angeles police for help? Or call the FBI or CIA for you? If I contact the CIA, I might as well turn myself in. I'm sincerely asking for your help, Mr. Cooper. Finch is our friend." "Wait. He is just your friend. To me, he is just an employer who can bring me some extra income. Well, for the sake of future income, who took him away? Turing, what? You want me to go find the father of computers who has been dead for decades to get your friend back? Reese, are you sick? Ron said unhappily. No, I'm talking about another one. It's a fake name anyway. Anyway, Finch has been kidnapped, and I need your help. As they were talking, a pleasant ring suddenly rang from the public telephone booth on the side of the road. The two looked at each other. There were only two of them nearby, and the call was clearly for one of them to answer. Then, Ron's cell phone rang almost simultaneously. You go answer that. After Ron instructed Reese, he took out his cell phone, pressed the call button and put the phone to his ear, looking vigilantly at the camera on the street. Maybe his every move was being monitored. Not sure. Romeo, Kilogram, Family, Alpha, Mike, Rondo, Juliet, Oscar, in the receiver of the cell phone. There was a mechanical voice reading words without a beginning or an end. Ron looked down at the phone that did not display the caller ID, and frowned. Reese also looked over. I guess what you heard is exactly the same as what I heard. Right, that's right, but what do those words mean? It's not that I don't understand the meaning of these words, but together, I don't understand what they mean at all. I'm more curious about who called. Ron looked at the phone in his hand and fell into deep thought. The phone that just rang was the encrypted phone that Peggy gave him. In addition to contacting Peggy, Ron had never used it to call anyone. Maybe it's the machine. I'm just guessing, but every time Finch receives a number, he will receive a strange call. Peggy and Finch both said that the machine can do anything. Then it seems that this machine is really powerful. What do you think these words mean? Reese's eyes suddenly lit up. Could they just be Finch's clues? We'll know soon. As he said that, Ron found Leonard's number and dialed it. Immediately, Leonard's excited voice came from the receiver. Ron, are you done? Do you want us to turn around and pick you up now? We haven't left the city yet. No, there's just something that Sheldon needs to help with. What? You haven't taken off Sheldon's gag yet? Great job. Can you take off the gag first? Sheldon's Texas National quintessence came from the receiver. Ron didn't care at all. While Sheldon was taking a breath, he quickly read the words he had just heard on the phone. Sheldon, you are the smartest person I know. Can you think of the meaning of these words? Okay, bye. Ron hung up the phone quickly without waiting for Sheldon to continue his Texas quintessence. However, he didn't know whether Leonard had put the gag back on. This is the Dewey Decimal System, which is a group of numbers that looks like a social security number. Ron entered the number into the IRS database, and immediately, the information he wanted was transmitted back. I know who he is, Leon Tao, a Chinese, MBA from New York University, no criminal record. Ron frowned. This person seems to have nothing to do with Finch, not even any intersection. Reese said firmly, no matter what, I must go and see. Do you want to go with me? Ron was about to agree, and his phone vibrated again. Ron took a look and immediately took back the words that were just on his lips. No, you go by yourself. I want to attend my friend's bachelor party now. Goodbye, Reese. After Reese disappeared at the intersection, Ron took out his phone again and reread the message he just received. Unsure, Romeo, Kilogram, Family, Alpha, Mike, Rondo, Juliet, Oscar. This is the message you just received. I am a machine. I need your help. Helping me is also helping you. If you are willing to help me, before 2030, please bring your weapons and go to 34.906477, 118.391467 immediately. This sentence without a beginning or an end, but it reveals a lot of information. First of all, only Ron and Reese received the call from the machine just now, and Reese was standing in front of him, so first of all, he ruled out the possibility that he was playing a prank. Then the first sentence at least proved that even if the person who sent the message was not a machine itself, he was someone who could get information from the machine. And as Peggy said, only Finch had the highest authority in the world. And even Peggy had just hacked Finch's computer unknowingly and got the information of a machine from his computer. Secondly, the string of numbers in the message, that is a coordinate, probably located somewhere on Long Beach. What's interesting is that the message specifically instructed to bring weapons, which means there will definitely be a fight, so who will fight with Ron? In short, this matter is full of weirdness. Ron wanted to see what tricks Finch's machine was playing, sending Reese and Ron, two people who had a close working relationship with Finch, to different places. Thinking of this, Ron became playful and sent a message to the unknown number just now. I'm willing to help, but at least you have to let me know what you want me to do. Why did you leave different messages for me and Reese? The message failed to be sent. Ron smiled. He knew that it was impossible for an unknown number to send a message. But then, something even weirder happened. The unknown number sent another message, as if it knew what he was sending. This message was a reply to Ron's message. You are different. He is the heir, and you are the savior. At the same time, in the suburbs of Los Angeles, in a dilapidated old street, a black cleaner was listening to music while dumping the garbage on the car with a garbage truck. Suddenly, there was a loud noise behind the car, as if a flash of lightning had hit his car, and the car immediately stalled. The cleaner used the key to start the car twice, but it didn't start. He could only open the car door and get out of the car in confusion, wanting to see what happened. As a result, he just opened the car door and saw a strong naked man. Another unlucky guy who got robbed of everything, the cleaner muttered, and took a set of clothes from the passenger seat and threw it to the unlucky guy. I'll give this to you first. Don't hang around in this area at night. This area has the second most gangsters in Los Angeles. It's all because of this bunch of losers that we black people have such a bad reputation. In my opinion, even if we are a little poor, so what? The money earned by working with your own hands is the real wealth. The sturdy man was unmoved by the clothes thrown to him. He let the clothes fall on him and then slide to the ground. He just asked blankly, "Isn't this 1984? Of course not." The cleaner was furious when he heard it. Oh my God, another bastard who took drugs. How many drugs did you take? You can't even tell the time? Remember, it's 2017 now. It's my bad luck. I'll give you the clothes. In the future, before he finished speaking, the cleaner was suddenly grabbed by the throat by the man and lifted up. I want your clothes, now, right away. Chapter 468 Mutation Timeline. You are different. He is the heir, and you are the savior. The content of the message flashed through Ron's mind again. He stared at the camera on the roadside. He couldn't hide his excitement. This was too interesting. If all this was true, it meant that this was a self-aware machine. Oh my God. What on earth did Finch create? You can see me, right? Ron waved at the camera, and the camera really swayed left and right along with his waving. Ron suddenly became more interested. If you want me to help, at least you have to show more sincerity. At least tell me what you want me to do. Chatting with a camera on the street? If there happened to be pedestrians passing by at this moment, they would definitely think Ron was crazy. This time, the camera did not respond, just like the machine couldn't hear anything at all, but Ron did not give up. He believed that since the cunning machine knew even the encrypted phone that Peggy gave him, there must be a way to hear what he said. Either through the camera's lip recognition, or directly hacking into the phone and secretly opening the receiver. There are plenty of ways. It seems that you are not sincere enough. Forget it. Whether it is Finch or other things you want me to see, I am suddenly not interested now. Let them fend for themselves. Maybe I can take this opportunity to catch up on some sleep, Ron said, stretching lazily and walking towards the corridor. Just after taking 2 steps, his cell phone suddenly vibrated again. Ron couldn't help but reveal a barely perceptible smile. Just a machine, not even a person, and still wants to fight me. Collins Tosi, currently in Long Beach City. The killer is approaching her. FXXK. Ron couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn machine. This time it was like touching his life point. Although Ron and Collins had relatively few interactions, basically dating once a week, Ron had to admit that among all the opposite sex he knew, Collins was the most suitable for marriage. At first, Ron felt that Collins was just a girl next door, but after a while, coupled with Collins's poor appearance, Ron fell for her. So when he received the news that Collins was attacked, Ron was extremely nervous. Because he knew very well that the machine was not lying, and Collins was indeed there. What does this mean? You are threatening me with my woman. Ron glared at the camera, but he didn't have to wait too long. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone vibrated again. The machine, the developer Harold Finch, made an operational error during a test on March 31, 2005, which caused the program to be damaged, and a new error program was derived from the main program. The system cannot actively delete it. After calculation, this program will destroy all human civilization in 30 years, until a man named Jack Lee Cooper destroys the error program, and you and Collins are this person's parents. The error program has sent a robot killer from the future, and it is now on the way to assassinate Collins. Ron's eyes twitched. The end of the world, the savior, and the robot killer from the future world who came to hunt him down, these elements gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Isn't this Terminator? At first, Ron had never seen the Terminator movie in this world, and he was worried for a long time. According to his experience, any movie or TV series that does not exist in this world will definitely appear in life in the form of reality. When Ron was a child, he had been specifically looking for news about Sarah Connor for a long time, but apart from seeing a waiter with the same name who looked very much like the heroine in a restaurant, there were no other suspicious targets. Ron waited for a month in the restaurant where the waiter worked, but he didn't wait for a robot killer who looked like the governor, so he had to give up. When he was short of money in college, he wrote the story of Terminator in his memory into a script, intending to sell it to Hollywood to earn some tuition, but no company in the arrogant Hollywood was willing to buy a movie script written by a student, so he had to give up. At first, he thought he was too worried, but he didn't expect that when he flapped his butterfly wings, Sarah Connor was fine, and he and Collins became parents who begged for the world. Wait, if the savior of the future is Collins and my child, why doesn't he come to me? But Collins, Ron stared at the camera. Does your artificial intelligence also bully the weak and fear the strong? This time the machine's answer was very straightforward. As soon as Ron finished speaking, his phone vibrated, and there was only one word on it, yes. Ron was furious and was about to call Collins, but his phone vibrated again. Considering the success rate, after measuring the combat effectiveness of the savior's parents, the success rate of targeting Collins is higher. Hey, Collins, listen to me. You immediately find a safe place to stay, preferably a place without any cameras, and throw away your phone. I will come to you right now. That's right, you are in danger. Don't ask me why. Anyway, be obedient, I'll be there soon. Ron hung up the phone and immediately started the car anxiously. If the machine can access the internet to control all electronic devices in the world, then it doesn't make sense that the killer robot coming back from the future doesn't have this function. Ron now dared not measure the other party's information ability with the eyes of the old movie, so letting Collins throw away her phone was the best choice. As for how to find her, that was not Ron's concern. He was sure that the killer robot would make some noise first. As long as he killed it before the robot found Collins, everything would be settled. On the other side, the sturdy man who took off the cool leather suit from the cleaner quickly came to the nearest weapon store under the guidance of passers-by. Looking at the dazzling array of firearms, he instinctively chose the shotgun that looked the most explosive. I want that one, no problem. The boss took the gun from the shelf, wiped it lovingly, and handed it to the man. Customer, you have a good eye. Although this 1887 lever shotgun has been discontinued for many years, I think it is one of the most classic shotguns and is the standard for every real man. Where are the bullets? The man asked expressionlessly. Here, there are two types of ammunition to choose from, buckshot and slugs. But if you're hunting, I recommend buckshot. Do you plan to pay by card or cash? The boss piled the bullets on the table. The man opened the box and stuffed the bullets into the gun one by one. The boss moved his mouth, but didn't say anything for the sake of business. Anyway, there's not much business in the store now. It's rare for a customer to come. He doesn't want to let the business fly away. I plan to pay with this. The man pointed the gun at the gun store owner and pulled the trigger. Bang! The boss was hit by the huge kinetic energy of the shotgun and flew out. The alarm in the store sounded loudly, but the man turned a blind eye and picked up several guns from the store and put them in his backpack together. But this also made him miss the best time to escape. Immediately, the police blocked him in the gun store. Don't move. This is the Los Angeles police. Put down your gun immediately and surrender. Otherwise, the police said, but the man raised his gun unmoved and rushed to him in the police's shocked eyes. The police saw that the situation was not good and immediately opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. The police emptied the magazine of his pistol in an instant, but a terrible thing happened. The bullets hit the man as if they had no effect at all. He walked forward while being shot. Even the bullet that accidentally hit his head caused a bunch of sparks. Oh my God, is this man's skull made of metal? In fact, not only his head is made of metal, but his entire skeleton is made of high-strength alloy. Have you had enough? It's my turn now. The man put the shotgun on the police's head and pulled the trigger. The shotgun with huge kinetic energy immediately blasted the entire head into slag. Thank you for your motorcycle. The man stuffed the shotgun into the holster of the motorcycle, which was just right. He turned around and said thank you to the headless corpse and turned away. In his perspective, a virtual map appeared on the road ahead. The map was showing 2 red dots that were moving constantly in real time. The moving trajectory of the red dots became more and more blurred, and finally stopped at a place on the map and flashed wildly. The man frowned. This did not mean that the target stopped moving, but that the target information was lost. But the other red dot was fine. Not only that, the red dot was approaching him quickly. The man thought for a moment, and simply gave up the red dot that had lost its signal, and rushed towards the red dot that was approaching him. Attention all police officers on duty. Attention all police officers on duty. A robbery just happened at the gun store on Beach Highway number 66, and a police officer was killed. Now the criminals are driving north along Beach Highway. The target person is strong, wearing a leather jacket, short hair, about 185 centimeters tall, riding a police motorcycle. Please ask the nearest police officers to assist in the search. Ron had just driven the car to Long Beach City when a call came from the police channel on the radio. Ron was delighted. He was now on Beach Highway. Driving from south to north, didn't that mean he just bumped into him? Ron looked up and looked ahead. This was a road passing through a small hill. The uphill road surface met at the highest point at the 100th point in front, and then began to turn sharply downward, forming a triangle-like structure. The situation at the other end of the road could not be seen at both ends of the road. Now, the rumble of a motorcycle could be heard faintly on the opposite road. Ron controlled the steering wheel with one hand, but the other hand had already held the M500 revolver in his hand. Buzz the strong man suddenly stepped on the throttle, raising the head of the motorcycle. The whole car rolled onto a small slope on the side of the road at the highest speed, and the whole car flew up under the effect of inertia. At this moment, Ron's car also appeared in his field of vision. The man took out the 1887 lever shotgun from the holster, swung it in the air, and then loaded the gun. Then he aimed the gun at Ron's car. Bang! The first shot hit the rear window glass, making a small hole in the back seat sofa. At the same time, Ron also found the man who was shooting at him. It's the governor. Ron was not surprised at all that the man had such a face, and even had a little nostalgia. This was the appearance of the governor when he was young. But even if he missed it, Ron did not forget that this was the man who was going to kill him. He stretched his arm out of the window and pulled the trigger continuously at the motorcycle that was still flying in the air. Bang, bang, bang. The huge recoil of the M500 revolver made him raise the muzzle slightly even with his skill buff. He used up all 5 bullets in an instant. Except for the first 2 shots, none of them hit anyone. But even the first 2 shots that hit, the damage caused was very limited. The first bullet hit the governor's shoulder, and in addition to knocking away a piece of flesh covering the mechanical skeleton, it only left a shallow scratch on the alloy skeleton. The second bullet hit the governor's neck, causing his neck to bleed out. It seemed serious, but Ron knew that it was just an illusion. Robots don't have blood, only engine oil, but that shouldn't be engine oil, but just a blood on the surface skin tissue. Even if it all drained, it wouldn't cause any damage to it. Even the governor's movements were not affected. Ron couldn't help but regret why he used a pistol instead of a large caliber shotgun or hunting rifle. Although it might not be able to penetrate the governor's metal skeleton, who knows what kind of metal it is made of, so strong. But at least the huge impact force can keep him at a distance from the opponent. Now, because a car and a motorcycle were flying in the air at the same time, Ron had lost control of the car and could only watch the 2 sides getting closer and closer. Ron's gun was out of bullets, but the governor's gun was still in it. The governor still swung the 1887 lever shotgun into the air with an expressionless face. After the shotgun made a beautiful gun flower, it was reloaded and the black muzzle was almost touching Ron's face. Seeing that death was imminent, Ron was quick-witted and suddenly pushed the car door open with force. The car door was blocked by the governor's gun-holding hand, and the muzzle that was originally facing Ron's head was slightly deviated, but such a small distance was simply a drop in the bucket for the shotgun. You know, shotguns are different from other firearms. The bullets are shot out in a line, and the bullets of shotguns are a special ammunition wrapped with several small steel balls. Once triggered, these small steel balls will spray out from the muzzle in irregular routes, covering the enemy in a surface. Within the coverage of this killing surface, there is almost no possibility of survival. Bang, The governor pulled the trigger, and the firing pin immediately ignited the fulminate of mercury in the bullet under mechanical action, and then the open flame of the fulminate of mercury ignited the propellant in the bullet. The instantly expanding gas pushed the projectile out of the muzzle, and also brought out a burst of fire. It's over at this moment. Ron had only this thought in his mind. He closed his eyes tightly, and countless important memories of his life began to quickly turn in his mind, quietly waiting for the arrival of death. Chapter 469 Terminator. Bang! The bullet, with its hot air, brushed past Ron's forehead, shattered the glass on the other side and flew out of the window. The car fell to the ground, and Ron hurriedly touched his face. His head was intact. It turned out to be a single-headed bullet. However, before Ron could fully appreciate the feeling of surviving a disaster, he felt a chill on the back of his head and immediately lowered his head reflexively. Bang! Another shotgun shell shattered the rear window. It turned out that after the governor's motorcycle fell to the ground, it swayed on the ground, turned the front of the car around, and attacked again. At this time, if it were an ordinary person, he would definitely continue to run away at the first time, but Ron was different from others. Seeing the governor's motorcycle getting closer and closer, Ron silently calculated the distance in his mind and suddenly stepped on the brake to the bottom. Bang! The motorcycle kissed the rear of the car fiercely, and the governor was thrown along the roof by inertia and slid to the front of Ron's car. During this process, Ron had already thrown out the 5 empty shells in his pistol and reloaded 5 new bullets. This time, it was the governor's head that was under his gun. Bang! 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 Ron quickly pulled the trigger and fired the bullets at the fastest speed in his life. 5 high-powered pistol bullets hit the governor's face into a bloody mess, but still did not cause any actual damage. The governor wiped his face, wiped off the broken flesh on his face, and pulled his scalp hard. The whole face was pulled off by himself, revealing a metal skull covered with scratches. 2 red cameras stared at Ron from their eye sockets. This should be the T-800. Ron regretted it in his heart. If he had known earlier, he would have knocked out these 2 eyes first. The governor who lost his vision would be easier to deal with than one with both eyes intact. But reality would not give him another chance to start over. As soon as he tore off the fake skin, the robot over there was about to reach out to grab Ron. This time, Ron was well prepared. He took advantage of the governor's unpreparedness and suddenly started the car. The engine roared, and the car started to eject. Inertia threw the governor to the roof again, but he was unwilling to let Ron go. He clung to the roof tightly and let himself hang on the car. This move was exactly what Ron wanted. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, then took out a brick from the system space and pressed the accelerator. He turned the steering wheel to the right and the car rushed out of the road. This road is called Beach Road because it is close to several public beaches in Long Beach. But the beach only occupies a small part of the road, and the other part passes through cliffs, with mountains on one side and the sea on the other. Ron certainly couldn't choose the mountainside, so the car immediately fell into the sea after breaking through the road guardrail, and Ron opened the car door and rolled over at the moment before the car rushed out of the road, and rolled off the car before it fell into the sea. This is not over yet. As soon as Ron stood up from the ground, he took out the individual air explosion rocket launcher that Yuri had given him a long time ago from the system space and fired at the car that was falling into the sea. He was almost dead, so Ron didn't care about keeping it secret. Anyway, you have made a robot, and if anyone is talking about cheating, it was you who started it first. Boom! The explosion of the fuel air bomb set off a huge air wave, which pushed Ron backwards and onto the ground. Then, the seawater raised by the explosion rushed straight up to the sky, soaking him to the bone. But Ron couldn't care about that now. He immediately took out an AA-12 shotgun from the system space and held it in his hand, staring at the bottom vigilantly. The main killing method of a single soldier fuel air bomb is to rely on the shock wave generated in the instant of the explosion, and to consume nearby oxygen during the explosion, causing hypoxia damage to living units. But Ron had no idea how much damage these two could cause to robots. Especially the second one. What a joke, do robots need to breathe? Sure enough, not long after, a mechanical arm with a lot of charred flesh and blood stretched out from the sea, grabbing the rocks on the cliff and revealing the whole body from the sea. At this time, the governor's clothes and the flesh and blood skin disguised as humans had mostly disappeared, leaving only a few charred residues hanging on his body, revealing most of the mechanical body inside, which looked extremely hideous. The mechanical governor raised his head. I will come back, Go to hell. You are not Grey Wolf. Ron was so angry at this incoherent sentence that he pointed the gun at the governor below. AA-12 is a rare automatic shotgun developed by the American MPS company. As long as you hold the trigger and can withstand the recoil, this gun can fire continuously. What's even better is that the one in Ron's hand is a drum version with 20 rounds, which means that it can share his sharpshooter skill bonus. In addition to these, AA-12 has another advantage that is particularly suitable for the current situation, that is, its ammunition. AA-12 has a high-explosive grenade specially developed for this gun. There are 3 types of this grenade: high-explosive bombs, fragmentation bombs, and armor-piercing bombs with shaped charges. The one in Ron's drum is the last type, armor-piercing bombs. According to Ron's previous tests, although this armor-piercing bomb is still useless against tank armor, it is quite effective against light armored vehicles. Well, even if the T-800 is a super robot from the future, it doesn't look like it's stronger than a tank armor, right? If Ron wasn't worried about the possibility that the enemy might grab the anti-tank missile and throw it back, he would have used the Stinger. Bang! 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 Ron fired 3 bursts at first, all of which were single-headed bullets with the highest impact. The bullets hit the governor, and finally it was no longer like a pistol bullet that the gun was indifferent to. Maybe the governor's computer stored relevant information about this weapon, and he was obviously much more afraid of the weapon in Ron's hand. At least he no longer dared to use his body to block it directly, but dodged immediately after Ron fired. He pushed hard on the rock wall and flew diagonally upwards, grabbing the stone on the other side again to use the force to push again. Like a clever mountain cat, he dodged 2 bullets from Ron in succession, but he couldn't dodge the 3rd bullet anyway, so the governor simply stretched out his hand to meet the bullet. Bang! 4 mechanical fingers of the governor's hand were knocked off, and sparks of electricity came out from the broken parts. Ron was delighted. It worked. Bang! 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 Ron simply fired at the governor below. Some of the bullets were dodged by him, but some hit the governor's body. The bullets hit the governor's mechanical body and made him fall off the cliff again and again, but every time, he climbed up stubbornly. Ron looked at the governor with many injuries on his body, and simply put away his gun and stood by the road quietly waiting for him to climb up, and refilled the AA-12's drum with ammunition. After a long time, the governor finally climbed up from the cliff with his broken body. "I will definitely come back." The governor rushed towards Ron, and Ron aimed his gun and fired 2 shots to break the governor's leg. The governor's upper body lost support and fell to the ground, but he still stubbornly used his remaining arms to crawl towards Ron. So Ron had to shoot him twice more to break his arm. At this point, the governor was left with only a skull with a skylight and sparks emitting from it, still connected to his body. "I will definitely come back, please." Is that all you can say? Ron was defeated by the governor robot's stubbornness. He reluctantly put his gun back into space and replaced it with an axe, weighing it in his hand twice. "You have no arms and legs now. What can you use to kill me? You can't bite me with your teeth, right?" The axe was swung down heavily, chopping off the T-800's mechanical head. As the T-800's mechanical head rolled to Ron's feet, the system that had not been active for a long time was finally activated again. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of killing T-800 and obtaining the skill, Shotgun Mastery. This skill can improve the reloading speed and hit rate of all shotguns, and automatically obtain the ability to change bullets in a fancy way, effect, attract the opposite sex or the same sex. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the orange equipment, Governor's Leather Jacket. Governor's Leather Jacket, a bulletproof leather jacket. You deserve it, but if you really think you are invincible with this thing, you should buy a cemetery quickly. It can only protect against small caliber pistol bullets. At this time, there were faint sirens on the nearby highway. Ron no longer cared about the system prompt information, and quickly collected all the wreckage of T-800 on the ground into the space, and gestured to the roadside camera. "I don't want anyone to see this part, understand what I mean?" After Ron finished speaking, the little red dot on the roadside camera darkened, and then with a crackling sound, it actually started to smoke and catch fire. Seeing this scene, Ron nodded with satisfaction. The machine is still very good in the dark night. On the highway from Los Angeles to Mexico, there is an old van parked on the side of the road. One of the tires of the van has been deflated, and the 4 men standing next to it are helpless with the last nut of the broken tire. Sheldon questioned, "Howard, didn't you say you can change the tire?" "Of course, I always keep this trick in case a beautiful girl on the side of the road needs help one day," but this nut is too tight. Didn't you see Leonard jump on the wrench twice and didn't turn it? Let's try again with the four of us. Raj summoned his friends to gather around the cross wrench and work together again, while breathing loudly and rhythmically. And the exhaled air blew Leonard's hair into a mess. What are you doing? Raj answered seriously. This is called Lamaze breathing. It helps you to exert force. Great. You are using your uterus to exert force. Why don't you give birth to little Indian now to help us tighten the wrench? Howard walked aside helplessly. Just now, the four of them exerted force together, but still failed to move the nut at all. Hey. Isn't this too discriminatory? I'm sorry, Raj. I'm so annoyed now. It would be great if Ron came with us. With his strong hands, he would be able to unscrew this damn nut. I've seen him lift Leonard with one hand. Come on, we are a group of the world's top scientists. There must be a better way than that barbarian's brute force. Sheldon tried to find a new way. Our committees once said that if I were given a fulcrum and a lever, I could pry up the earth. Raj, that's right, but where can we find a lever now? It doesn't have to be a lever. Sheldon is right. We are scientists. There must be a more scientific way to solve this problem, Leonard agreed, but after trying several scientific methods such as thermal expansion and contraction and acid etching, the nut still showed no signs of being shaken. In desperation, they could only use the last method. Howard held the powder with a piece of paper and squatted next to the car again. With these rusts and the aluminum from the van, we have thermite. Just a few shots will do. After sprinkling the powder, Howard struck a match and moved closer. Boom! The thermite reacted violently and hit the gasoline seeping out of the fuel tank, instantly igniting the entire car. Howard was so scared that he rolled out in a mess. Can we light the car on fire and have a bonfire party? Raj helped Howard up. Leonard yelled to the sky, oh my god. What should we do now? This is your bachelor party. Be happy. Leonard. Sheldon patted Leonard on the back and comforted him. If Ron was here at this time, it would be great. He would definitely find a way. Now, even Sheldon began to miss Ron. At this moment, the lights of a car in the distance were slowly approaching them. The four little Otacus cheered and waved excitedly at the lights. Here. Please give us a ride, we will pay. As a result, the car really stopped in front of them, and the window rolled down, revealing Ron's familiar smiling face. You can't wait to have a bonfire party before you even get to Mexico? How about some beer, Ron? Why are you here? Leonard was overjoyed. It just so happened that I finished my work and thought about how I could not miss my good friend's bachelor party, so I rushed over. It seems that I am not late. Ron smiled and replied, in addition, I also brought you the absolutely best wedding gift. What? An opportunity to study the future super robot, as he said. Ron tore off the cloth covering the back seat, revealing the wreckage of the T-800. After dealing with the T-800, Ron finally found Collins on a beach, but they didn't stay together for too long. He quickly sent her home and then moved the wreckage of the T-800 to the back of the car, bringing it to Sheldon and the others. Ron was not confident in handing over such a top-secret thing to outsiders for research, and the four people with whom he had a good relationship were the most trustworthy. Oh my god. Who made this precision machine? This technology is too scary. Howard picked up one arm of the T-800 in surprise and tapped it twice with his fingers. Wait, what kind of metal is this? It feels different from all the existing metals. Could this thing really be from the future? Who knows? You know, I'm an agent, and I'm good at getting some weird things. Do you want to play with us? Ron invited several scientists. Chapter 470, Finding Finch. Log number 0613 record. The experimental robot killer T-800 attempted to attack the target, but failed as predicted. According to the images fed back, the target seemed to have mastered a special space technology, and the threat level to the target needs to be re-evaluated. The application for re-evaluation of the target threat has been approved. The threat level of the target immortal Ron Lee Cooper is now adjusted to Class A, and all plans for him are suspended. The Los Angeles IRS Special Operations Team has a negative second floor underground. Since Ron began to conduct scientific research independently, he has completely transformed this floor into a laboratory according to Howard's design. It can conduct research in various disciplines such as physics, mechanics, and materials science. Some of the experimental equipment is even more advanced than the laboratory of Caltech. As for how much it cost to build this laboratory, Ron will proudly tell you that it didn't cost a penny, of course. If you have to count the cost of renovating the basement, it is not much, about $20,000 US. As for those precious experimental instruments, if scientists from other top American universities such as MIT or Harvard walk into this underground laboratory, they will definitely feel familiar with the things inside. That's right, these precious instruments don't look very similar to the ones stolen from their laboratory, they are exactly the same. They were all brought back from the university by the Dufresnes who were arranged by Ron to help the IRS special operations teams in other states. Why does this spectrum analyzer look so familiar? I remember when I was visiting MIT, they seemed to have an identical one in their laboratory. Leonard stared at the machine in front of him in a daze. Machines are all produced in factories, so it's not surprising that they look the same, right? Impossible. This kind of instrument is very special and requires a lot of precision equipment. Each one is custom made, who cares? I bought it in the second-hand market. Maybe MIT just got a new one. Ron put his arm around the shoulders of several scientists. Let's talk about this robot. Have you developed anything good for me? On the table in front of them, the T-800 had been disassembled into various parts and placed on a table. First of all, its chip is not the traditional silicon-based chip we use, but a carbon-based chip with a multi-layer graphene architecture. Although many scientists have pointed out that graphene chips have better prospects than silicon-based chips, no organization has made a breakthrough in this regard. If this robot's chip is taken out, the whole world will go crazy. How crazy? Ron asked casually. Howard had a crazy expression on his face as he held the chip with tweezers and observed it under the light. Ron guaranteed that he had never been so focused when looking at his wife. It's such a small thing, but its computing power can easily reach more than 10,000 times that of the best chip in the world. How crazy is that? Well, even if Ron only had a superficial understanding of scientific things, he knew that this was indeed amazing. Can it be imitated? Impossible. Sheldon shook his head and poured cold water on Ron. Although we can know information such as its architecture through reverse research and development of this chip, we have not yet mastered the large-scale industrial production method of graphene. Even if there is a method, how to make graphene into chips is a difficult problem. Generally speaking, it cannot be copied. Well, that means this thing is completely useless. Not really. At least, you can still use this chip, such as using it to make a supercomputer, then you guys can have fun with it. Ron showed little interest in the supercomputer project. I still prefer technology that can be used immediately. Raj, have the composition of these metals been analyzed? Can this be copied? This is a new type of alloy, so there's no hope. Metallurgical technology can't be reverse engineered on metals. You might as well let Howard study the mechanical structure to see if there's anything worth learning from. Ring. Okay, I'll leave this to you. If you need anything, tell Andy. Andy will arrange everything for you. I have something to do, so I'll be out for a while. What's the matter? After leaving the laboratory, Ron found a secluded place and called back the number he had just called. We were deceived by the machine. That number was not Finch's clue at all, but another unlucky guy whose life was in danger. It's unbelievable. We are the machine's emergency plan and backup, so what? What do you want to say? Ron stroked his forehead. He was so busy dealing with the Terminator that he forgot to find Finch. If something unexpected happens, he doesn't want us to find him at all. He just wants us to continue saving people. What kind of guy is this person this time? Ron asked curiously. A Chinese who stole $8 million from a drug dealer. I just rescued him and my police friend from the drug dealer. By the way, can you help foster a dog temporarily? It's a Belgian Malinois, a trained military dog that can understand Dutch commands. It won't be too much trouble. Wait a minute, Ron shouted into the laboratory. Sheldon, does any one of you speak Dutch? Of course, Howard and I both can. What's the problem? No problem. I'll bring a friend who only understands Dutch over later. Or did you bring a Dutch scientist to do research with us? Who is he? Sheldon poked his head out of the laboratory excitedly. Ron smiled mysteriously. You'll know in a while. Here, this is your new friend. I have something to go out for, so I'll leave this guy to you. An hour later, Ron returned to the laboratory with a military dog with a bloody mouth. Sheldon was so scared that his face changed. Sheldon's fighting ability was so strong that he couldn't even beat a chicken. No. Sit down, stupid dog. Sit down. Wait, Ron, don't go. Or take it with you. However, Ron didn't wait for Sheldon to hide, and closed the door first, locked Sheldon and the dog in the house and went out. Outside the door, Reese had been waiting for a long time. I guess you must have clues about Finch's whereabouts, right? Yes, Look at this. Reese handed Ron a clipping from an old newspaper. The disappearance of 14-year-old Hannah Frey in 1991? Where did this clue come from? Ron read the content of the clipping. The machine told me. I told it that if it didn't give me some clues about Finch, I would stop working. I ignored all the new numbers it gave, and then it gave me the social security number of this girl. I checked it and found that it was a little girl who had died many years ago. I suspect that this little girl is Jen, and she took Finch away. Jen. Ron is not unfamiliar with this name. This is a hacker who once tricked Ron. Well, if humans are enslaved by machines in the future and start to resist, don't forget to ask them to record you. You are the first person to strike against the tyranny of machines, Ron said with a smile, but Reese was not in the mood to joke with Ron now. We have to go to Texas now, Bishop. The machine will not give me such a number for no reason. Finch must be there, or at least related to this little girl. It is very likely, but I need to correct your statement, Mr. Reese. Ron shrugged his shoulders. It is you who are going to Texas, not us, do you understand? We will be more efficient if we divide the work and cooperate with each other. Okay. Reese nodded heavily, turned around and disappeared into the night, while Ron lit a cigarette. The cigarette flickered in the night as Ron puffed and puffed, until a nice female voice came from the side. Don't smoke. I don't like the smell of cigarettes. You are finally here. Sheldon is inside. Do you want to go in and say hello to your childhood friend? Ron threw away the cigarette butt and pointed to the door behind him. No, I came to Los Angeles in secret this time. No one knew. The woman took a step forward, and the street light shone on her face. It was Peggy. She leaned on Ron and took a deep breath. I missed you, too. Ron hugged Peggy in his arms and kissed her. No matter how I called you, you didn't dare to come out. How could you bear to come to Los Angeles this time? It's all Finch's fault. His machine will monitor the every move of all people who are listed as key observation targets. The last time I came to Los Angeles, I took a lot of effort to get rid of the surveillance of that thing. Fortunately, with Finch's disappearance, the machine automatically entered emergency mode. Now it refuses all access information, and the surveillance of me is naturally ineffective, so I came out. I remember that you seem to have participated in the machine's project. Didn't you leave a backdoor for yourself? This is not your style. Of course I left it, but the machine has self-learning function. It has patched the backdoor I reserved through self-upgrade. Now my permissions are the same as those of several other visitors. Although I can use it, I still can't turn off the surveillance on myself. Yes, that's what I want to tell you. You said it has the ability to self-learn. Is it possible that it already has independent self-awareness? Ron frowned and asked. You may not believe it, but just yesterday, I was chased by a robot from the future. It is now lying on the operating table in the laboratory. This is very much like the story in the script you wrote in college. Peggy's eyes were shining. So, where did you go to be a hero and save the beauty this time? Collins, cough. That's not the point. The point is, does time travel really exist? If it does exist, I don't understand why it didn't send the robot to the time when I was just born. It wouldn't be much more troublesome to strangle a baby to death than to step on an ant. Peggy raised her head and looked at Ron seriously. Ron, although I'm not a scientist like Sheldon, my understanding of physics is no less than his. Of course I know this. Sheldon was always defeated by you when he was a child. If it weren't for your grandma, you must be Professor Sturgis's favorite student. Although Sheldon is a top student, top students are divided into different levels. Peggy's level is obviously higher than Sheldon. Whether in the field of science, bickering, or even fighting, Sheldon has never won Peggy once. Peggy has truly defeated Sheldon in all aspects. Even Ron can't do this. At most, he can hang Sheldon up and beat him when his mother and grandmother are not around. I want to tell you that if the machine tells you the truth, time travel will really be realized in the future, but I don't think you can go to any time you want. The newly born technology or some kind of limitation can only send the robot to this time. This makes sense. Ron nodded. Or, there is another possibility. That is, the machine lied, and the robot was actually made in a factory under its control, and the so-called time travel is just a scam. So which answer do you prefer? Ron threw the question back to Peggy. It's easy to find out. Just find Finch and ask him. Peggy held up her phone. I saw in the news that this woman died. Who is in charge of her case? Ron glanced at the news page. It was a woman named Alicia Corwin. Ron had some impression of this person. She was a former CIA agent who had retired many years ago. A senior CIA official from Washington. Wait, I think I understand what you mean. Are you saying that this woman is related to Finch? Ron suddenly realized. She used to be the middleman in charge of the PRISM project. Yes, that was the original name of the project. It was later renamed Sky Eye, but Finch always liked to call it a machine. In the entire project, the only person who actually came into contact with Finch, besides her, was a White House advisor named Denton Weeks, who also happened to live in Los Angeles. That sounds interesting. I understand your idea. You mean that since the people who took Finch away killed Alicia, they must also kill Denton Weeks, because they are all related to Sky Eye. In other words, I just need to wait for Denton Weeks to find Finch, Ron said excitedly. Reese, that idiot, actually wanted to drag him to Texas. No matter how Ron thought about it, he felt that it was too unreliable. The information about the little girl given by the machine. You are really my lucky star, Peggy. Ron hugged Peggy and kissed her hard. Yes, this is his address in Los Angeles. If we go now, well, Peggy was halfway through her words when her mouth was sealed by Ron. After a long time, their lips parted. Let's put the matter of looking for Finch aside for now. Before that, we have something more important to do, Peggy. Chapter 471 Found You. The next day, Ron came to Denton Weeks' residence with a rosy face. Peggy said goodbye to him briefly in the morning and left. Although Finch's disappearance caused the Sky Eye system to reject any access requests, she was one of the key surveillance targets after all. If she left for too long, something might go wrong. But when Ron arrived at Weeks' residence, someone came earlier than him. Is this Weeks' address? Sherlock, why are you here? Ron said inwardly. Forget it, what good can come from seeing you in someone else's house? Someone died here again, right? Speaking of which, unlike the Sherlock Holmes in London, this Mr. Holmes is a bit like the Japanese elementary school student who is the god of death. Wherever he goes, he dies. To be precise, it was a residence that Weeks used for his affair. There was only a woman's body inside, who should be the one he was having an affair with, but his body has not been found yet. Judging from the traces at the scene, he must have been kidnapped. Kidnapped, Ron said with a smile. How come the two people I was looking for were kidnapped? Someone else was kidnapped, Sherlock shouted excitedly. Who is that person? What's his identity? What's his relationship with Weeks? Sorry, Mr. Cooper, Sherlock has no ill intentions, he just wants to find out the result of the case. Alex, who was standing on the side, took the initiative to explain for Sherlock uncomfortably. It seems that you get along very well. Ron showed a playful expression. Alex smiled and said, fortunately, Sherlock's drug rehabilitation treatment has been going well recently, and there is no sign of relapse. Ron, you haven't told me the identity of the other kidnapped person, because I never intended to tell you. Ron looked directly at Sherlock, who was staring at him with dissatisfaction. Listen, Sherlock, I don't care what case you want to investigate in Los Angeles, and I don't care who asked you to investigate this case, but everything ends here. From now on, I don't allow you to touch this case. Why? Because the things involved in this case are beyond your imagination. Everyone who knows the truth must die, even if your father is a British aristocrat. Do you still want to try? Ron didn't wait for Sherlock to refute, and put his arms around his neck. I know you still have your own things to do, right? Like catching the person who killed your girlfriend. Ron's words startled Sherlock, and Ron struck while the iron was hot. Recently, the serial killer who hangs people up and bleeds them has started to move around in Los Angeles. I think he's coming for you. I hope you can win this duel, but now, give me all the information you have, and don't get involved in this case. Sherlock lowered his head, struggling with his inner thoughts. Ron didn't urge him, but waited on the side, knowing that Sherlock would be able to figure it out. Although Sherlock was obsessed with the detective work of solving mysteries, he knew which was more important than the blood feud with his girlfriend. Sure enough, not long after, Sherlock raised his head again. Give me all the information about that case, and I'll give you all the clues here, and promise not to touch this case. Go to Superintendent Grayson for the information about the serial killer, and tell him that it was me who asked you to help him handle this case. Now, tell me what you have found out, honey. How is the search going? Peggy called Ron as soon as she arrived in Texas and asked. I haven't found it yet, but there are some clues. Remember the London drug addict I told you about? He reminded me of something very interesting. What? That is how difficult it is for a woman to take two adult men across states. Peggy, What would you do if you wanted to take two men with a sense of resistance to different places? In the abandoned library, Finch's former base, Ron sat in front of the computer and chatted easily while typing on the keyboard. If it were me, I would probably choose to knock the two people unconscious with drugs and put them in a sack for transfusion. Peggy stroked her red lips and couldn't help but put her fingers into her mouth. I don't know why, although they are both fingers, the taste of her fingers is much worse than Ron's. Yes, I guess she has the same idea as you, so he will definitely go to the drugstore. And then I checked the theft reports of all drugstores in Los Angeles. Guess what I found? Ron had a smile on his lips. On his computer screen, the surveillance footage of the drugstore was playing at this moment. Finch walked into the drugstore with a strange woman. Then a lot of blood suddenly gushed out of Finch's hand, attracting the drugstore clerk to help him bandage it. On the other side, the strange woman quietly walked to the shelf of anesthetics and took away the anesthetics on it. Ron, you have to understand that with my hacking skills, I am also watching what you are looking at now. I can only say that this girl is good at making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, but it is also what I left behind. Of course I remember that you and Missy took Sheldon to the store together and stuffed the stolen things into Sheldon's little school bag and brought them out. In the end, I went to pay the bill. Although stealing things is wrong, I have to say that you did a great job. Sheldon was almost crying at the time. Ron recalled his childhood and couldn't help but smile. Okay, I found what you want. At that time, she used a credit card in the drugstore under the name of Hannah Frey. Does this name sound familiar? Without Ron saying anything, Peggy immediately found out the information that Ron wanted her to check. The two grew up together. Many times, they knew what the other was thinking without saying anything. Indeed, there is a little bit, but I forgot. Can you give me some clues? Finch's partner went to Texas to look for the little girl who disappeared 20 years ago? OMG. Could it be that he was right? The little girl really didn't die, but ran away from home and became a root, Ron asked in surprise. It's not impossible, but it may not be. She just knows Hannah Frey and borrowed her identity. Judging from the facial contour captured by the surveillance camera, I can't find any similarities with the missing little girl. Never mind. Even if we know who she is, we still have no idea where she is. Ron shook his head in frustration, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Peggy, do you think she has some similarities with you in the way of thinking? If you were her, where would you hide now? This is really an interesting metaphor. If it were me, Peggy hugged Ron's human-shaped pillow and lay on the bed, rubbing it hard, her cheeks slightly flushed. I would definitely live in the house of the woman who died. She must have reaped enough benefits from her ambiguous relationship with Wicks for so long. I guess she must have more than one property under her name. If she occupies the Magpie's Nest now, no one will notice her. For example, the property under her name on Vanderlyn Street is a good place. It's in the suburbs and only 8 kilometers away from the pharmacy where the anesthetics were stolen. You're awesome. Thank you, Peggy, Ron said excitedly, not noticing the difference in Peggy's voice, and quickly hung up the phone. In Texas, in the Pink Girl's room, Peggy was lost in thought as she looked at the water stains on the pillow. On Vanderlyn Street, in the house marked by Peggy, Finch and Wicks, whom Ron was desperately looking for, were tied to a pillar and in a wheelchair respectively, but there was no sign of the female kidnapper who had kidnapped them. You have to help me, she'll be back soon. Wicks, who was tied to a pillar, asked Finch for help. I know you don't want to believe me, that's because you don't know me. I know you very well, Wicks. You tried to hack into the machine, Finch retorted. That's my job. I'm testing his limits and making sure he's safe. But we anticipated all the crises, but we didn't expect that someone would find us today. Finch looked ahead with a firm will. He won't find the machine through me, but you have to know that if you don't help me escape, we will lose the machine. I'm not as strong as you think. I'm about to give up. Please, saving me is like saving yourself, because I will untie you immediately and we will escape together. Unable to reason with him, Wicks simply pretended to be pitiful. In fact, he did look more pitiful now. Jen's attitude towards him was different from the politeness he showed to Finch. He had been tortured since he was kidnapped. Well, what do you want me to do? Finch sighed and finally softened. That knife. Wicks pointed to the fruit knife on the table with his eyes. Try to get it to the ground. Finch looked at the table, and began to shake the bench vigorously, constantly hitting the table with his body. After several collisions, he finally knocked the table over, and the fruit knife fell to the ground. Wicks quickly kicked it to his hand, and used it to cut the rope and regained his freedom. But after he regained his freedom, he did not untie Finch immediately, but changed his face. "I have a question to ask you before I let you go." "What?" "Since you really want to live in anonymity, you only need to answer me one question and I will let you go. Can she control the machine?" Weeks fiddled with the knife next to Finch, and it was unclear whether he wanted to help him untie the rope or stab him with the knife. Finch began to regret it. If he had known this, he might as well not save him. At least he fell into Jen's hands, and Jen had promised that he would never harm his life. "I need to know if the machine is safe, and you can tell me the answer." Finch hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, "No one can modify the permissions remotely. That is to say, if you want to modify it, you must access the server, right?" "Yes," Finch nodded. "So as long as the location is not exposed, the machine is safe." Finch nodded again, and a sinister smile began to appear on Vickers' face. "Thank you, that's all I need." As he said that, he put the knife against Finch's neck. "It's an honor to finally meet you." "Goodbye." Finch closed his eyes and began to wait for death to come, but just when he gave up resistance, there was a sudden bang of a gunshot, and Vickers, who was about to stab his throat with a knife, fell to the ground before he could do so. When Finch opened his eyes again, Ron's smiling face appeared in front of him and he began to untie the rope for him. "Are you disappointed to see me? I guess you must have hoped that Reese would come to save you, right?" Finch shook his head. "No, I never expected him to save me, nor did I expect you. On the contrary, I hope you can continue to save people." "How long have you been here?" "When you were discussing how to modify the permissions just now, I thought the topic you were talking about was quite interesting, so I listened for a while." "Sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time." Ron narrowed his eyes. "What you said just now was a lie to him, right?" "No, I was telling the truth." Finch turned around and used the action of drinking water to cover up his panic. "No, you were indeed lying to him. After you disappeared, your partner and I received the social security number of the person who was about to be killed from the machine. I don't think this is a coincidence, don't you think so, Mr. Finch?" Ron's eyes widened, emitting 2 rays of light. "Although I don't know when, and I don't know what means you did modify your permissions in the machine. After you had an accident, the machine automatically assigned your permissions to me and Reese. Don't deny it. I don't think you predicted that you would partner with a man named John Reese in the future and meet a man named Ron Lee Cooper when you made the machine. You left a back door for yourself, and now you can still remotely control it, right?" Finch was forced into a corner by Ron, but he was still stubborn. "Even if it was, I can't use it to help you do anything that violates my principles." As soon as he said this, Finch closed his eyes. He was ready to be killed by Ron at any time. "Relax, my friend, I think you may have made a mistake." Ron patted his shoulder. "I didn't intend to use your machine to do anything, but there are some things I need an explanation for." As he said that, Ron showed Finch the information on his mobile phone, and flicked the screen with his finger to open the photo of T-800. "See this horrible thing? It was made by your machine, or it will be made by your machine in the future. I guess it used it to destroy all mankind. Of course, it could also be a nuclear bomb, which would be more efficient." Finch widened his eyes in disbelief. "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." "This is true." Ron calmly put away his phone. "Even I was almost killed by this thing." "You made a horrible thing, Finch. Now, we need to find a way to solve it." Chapter 472 Daily Life. Under Ron's ironclad evidence, Finch finally believed this incredible fact, but there was no solution. "I only have the authority to obtain information from the machine, but your question requires me to check the system records, which requires me to find the server host of the machine," Finch replied helplessly. "Where is the server host?" "I don't know. Since I handed it over to the White House, I no longer know its specific location." "Maybe the person you just killed knows." Finch walked to the side uncomfortably, making way for the bloodstains on the ground. "Okay." Ron began to regret that he shot too decisively. Otherwise, with his means, he would definitely be able to force out the whereabouts of the machine. Now things are once again at a stalemate, and there is no way. Ron can only give up. "What is this? Is it a new transmission system that you imitated that robot?" The next day, as soon as Ron arrived at the laboratory, his attention was attracted by the new thing on the table. "No, this is the prototype of the drive system of the space exploration vehicle. Bernadette bought me a new sports bracelet to track my daily exercise." As he said, Howard took off the bracelet with a sly smile and hung it on the transmission device to turn on the switch. The machine started to move, driving the bracelet to move along with it. Ron sneered at this. Honestly, you might as well put the bracelet on Raj's dog, little Gizzy. Raj walks it every day anyway. Although the amount of exercise from walking the dog is not much, multiplied by the frequency of little Gizzy's short legs, it is just enough for a person who has just started exercising. You're such a genius, Ron. I thought you exercised by yourself every day, so you didn't know anything about this kind of trick. That just shows that you don't know me well enough, man. Ron patted Howard on the shoulder, looked at the empty laboratory, and asked, where are the others? Sheldon and a few others are learning fencing in the fencing classroom. I just came back and arrived a little earlier than them. No way. Ron opened his mouth in surprise. Sheldon would actually take the initiative to exercise? Did I wake up in another parallel time and space? In this time and space, Sheldon is a strong athlete, and I am the nerd who can be scared half to death by a chicken. Fencing is different from those sports that make you sweat a lot. Its charm lies in that you can do it in style, and it meets all my requirements for sports. It is indoors, so you don't need to apply sunscreen or run. By the way, I'm not afraid of chickens. I just hate all animals with sharp beaks or claws. As they were talking, Sheldon and the other three walked into the laboratory together. Leonard, yes, and you don't have to change into shorts that may be pulled off by others at any time. Howard, or worse, being grabbed by the sides and pulled up. The three people, one by one, described the hardships of nerds in school. In contrast to the special treatment of good students in China, nerds have always been the main target of teasing on American campuses. Happy education makes people lose their awe of knowledge, and they laugh at and bully those with good grades at will. Even those with good grades are often labeled as lonely or weird. They don't know that 20 years after graduation, when those nerds who were once laughed at by them drive luxury cars, their jobs may just be to provide maintenance for their classmates' luxury cars. What a bunch of poor creatures. Ron sighed sympathetically. Maybe eating some sweets will make you feel better. I ordered a small cake for takeout, and I will be happy to share it with you later. Sheldon refused. No, I won't eat it. From now on, I have to keep in shape, because 3 years from now, I have a duel. Sheldon duels with others? Are you sure you are not kidding me? Leonard, what's going on? Ron cast a puzzled look at Leonard. Although Mary gave birth to Sheldon, the one who knows Sheldon best must be one of Leonard and Dan. The former is Sheldon's current roommate, and the latter is Sheldon's childhood friend. Just now, after hearing the news that Amy was single again, the fencing coach Barry planned to ask Amy out, and then your brother went crazy and took the initiative to invite Barry to a duel. Leonard said helplessly, if he wants to pursue Amy, I have no choice but to stop him. Sheldon added, you should persuade your brother. He actually wants to duel with Barry in swordplay. If I remember correctly, today should be your first swordplay class. So do you think you can duel with others after just one class? Ron was halfway through his words when he suddenly felt that Barry's name was a little familiar. Wait? Barry? Which Barry? Is it the Barry who competed with Sheldon for the office before? That's him. Sheldon's eyes flashed with a little flame of hatred. Okay, I wish you a safe journey. Ron waved his hand nonchalantly. Wait, Leonard asked in confusion. Hilton duels with others in the way that others are best at? Aren't you worried at all? What if he gets hurt, injured? How is it possible? With Barry's athletic ability comparable to Sheldon's, Ron laughed mercilessly. Ron had some impression of this Barry. He was also a scientist at Caltech. Although Sheldon's list of enemies was as large as 20M, Ron's own name was at the top of the list, but he was considered one of Sheldon's enemies. Ron recalled the scene when Sheldon and Barry were fighting for the office. At that time, the two of them were in a stalemate. Under Leonard's ladder, they decided to use basketball to decide who would get the office. But the result is predictable. The two played for a full hour, and neither side scored a point. Even if they changed to taking turns to shoot the ball, whoever scored the first would win, which was a super simple way. The two of them still couldn't score the damn basketball. In the end, they could only compete like children to see who could throw the ball higher. But Barry is very different now. He often climbs rocks and practices fencing. Maybe Sheldon is really not his opponent. Raj was worried. That makes sense. Ron nodded and waved to Sheldon. Sheldon, you should tell Molly now that you want to change the way of dueling. Change the way? What? I only know fencing, Sheldon said blankly. No, you don't know anything. You just learned fencing from another guy. I really don't understand why people like me and George have a brother like you. Ron changed his tone to a serious one. Sheldon, don't forget that you are still a glorious Texan. Hearing the word Texan, Sheldon stood in awe reflexively. We Texan men will not duel with people with swords that are not much thicker than toothpicks like the European pretty boys who put on makeup. We Texans will only use guns when dueling with people. Especially revolvers. Which are our favorite, as he said. Ron took out a Taurus from the holster and put it in Sheldon's hand. When he got the pistol, Sheldon was so scared that he almost threw it out and it went off. Ron quickly took the gun back. In order to help Sheldon duel, it would be uneconomical for him to accidentally go off while playing with a gun and kill anyone in the room. The 4 little scientists in the room were all industry elites. What's more, they had a good relationship with Ron. Ron would feel distressed for a long time if anyone was injured. Is this too much? Leonard said cautiously. It seems to be a bit. If 2 little geeks fight with real guns, they will definitely kill themselves much faster than killing each other. Ron thought about it, and a light bulb flashed in his mind. I got it. We can let them use paintball guns to have a real, Western-style duel or, don't duel at all. Anyway, no one will take your duel seriously. Raj jumped out to be a peacemaker. How about we go to a bar together to have a few drinks and forget about this? As soon as Raj finished speaking, the door of the laboratory was pushed open, and Caroline walked in with a box of small cakes. Which handsome guy ordered the small cakes to be delivered? Is it you? Caroline came to Ron and kissed him on the face as if no one was around. This is your special treatment. While the 3 little geeks made a noise. Caroline, we are planning to go to the bar together. Do you want to join us? Ron hugged Caroline and kissed her back to invite her. No, Max is the only one in the store right now. I have to go back and help her. Maybe next time if there's a chance. Caroline refused. Okay, that's the 5 of us, but before we go, we have to go to another place. Where? Shooting range. Ron led the 4-member team to practice shooting in his IRS shooting range for an afternoon. In the evening, he took the 4 people to the bar. This is a sports bar. Several TVs in the bar are playing games of different sports. Fans of each sport gather in front of their favorite sports games, drinking and cheering loudly for the team they support. The United States is a sports powerhouse. Almost every sport has a large number of fans, and all sports bars are extremely popular. Sheldon, I really didn't expect you to take the initiative to choose a sports bar. Look at these blisters. No matter what you think, I'm an athlete now. Sheldon showed off by extending his index finger in front of Ron. Ron pouted. This only shows that you are too delicate. You only practiced shooting for 2 hours, and you had to rest for 1 hour because you almost blew Raj's head off. Raj, do you feel better? Ron looked at the frightened victim. When Sheldon was practicing shooting, he posed twice with a loaded gun facing the camera, trying to take a murderous photo to intimidate Barry, but the gun really went off the second time. Fortunately, Sheldon's shooting skills were not accurate, otherwise he would have been on Raj's Indian father's wanted list. I feel much better after changing my pants. At least I don't have to be wet anymore. I swear, I will never go to the same shooting hall with Sheldon again in my life. Hey. This is not my true strength. I'm not in good shape today. I encountered problems related to girls. Sheldon began to blame others. If you have a bad temper and are prone to edema, I think I know why. Ron clinked glasses with Sheldon. Women have those days every month. It's not your fault. I'm not a woman. I'm a Texas man, Sheldon retorted dissatisfiedly. Texas men won't make their good friends wet their pants just because a gun went off and almost killed them. Texas men will only pretend that a gun went off and make their enemies wet their pants, Ron retorted. They won't hesitate and let their girlfriends run away. Ron, Sheldon thought about proposing to Amy before, but they just broke up that day, Leonard said, carefully looking at Sheldon's face. Really? Then why not? What is he doing now? He's just sad about the breakup every day and he's distracted in everything he does. Leonard was about to continue explaining for Sheldon when Sheldon slammed the table and stood up. This is really ridiculous. Ron, you're right. Being sad about Amy's affairs won't solve any problems. If I want to solve this problem, I have to take action. As he said that, Sheldon picked up his coat and was about to go outside. Raj, what are you going to do? I'm going home to get a ring. I'm going to find Amy. I'm going to propose to her, Sheldon said firmly. If she agrees, we'll forget about this matter completely and start our relationship again. If she doesn't agree, I'll forget about her. After that, Sheldon was about to turn around and leave, but Ron grabbed his shoulder and stuffed a jewelry box into his hand. You can save the step of going home and go directly to propose. Thank you. It was rare for Ron to hear the word thank you from Sheldon. Didn't we know that you always carry an engagement ring with you? Are you finally getting married? Who's the lucky one? It must be Collins, right? As soon as Sheldon left, Howard immediately gossiped about Ron's love life, and everyone looked over curiously. I've already proposed to Collins once, don't you remember? Ron rolled his eyes at Raj, who didn't understand what Ron meant. Not only was he not embarrassed, but he raised his head proudly. Ron was furious when he saw him like this. Come on, what are you proud of? Wait, single dog. As a prodigal who hasn't planned to settle down, isn't it common sense to carry a ring with you at all times in case you suddenly meet a particularly top-notch girl? Ron took out 2 identical jewelry boxes from his pocket and said. On the other side, Sheldon ran all the way to Amy's apartment, and Amy happened to be chatting and laughing with a tall man at the door of the apartment. Sheldon was about to say hello, but his voice suddenly became smaller. I saw your tall man leaning down and kissing Amy. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473, Never Ending? Now are you finally willing to explain to me what happened that day? Collins was the only one at the Tosi family. To be more precise, when she saw Ron coming, Aunt Leanne took SJ, who was unwilling to leave, out of the house. In name, they were going to watch the Big Man Mike train, but in fact, they were leaving some space for the two of them. Parents all over the world are the same when it comes to giving assists to their children. It's not that I don't want to explain to you, but what happened is too bizarre. I haven't figured out how to tell you yet, because if I tell you the truth directly, you will definitely think I am making up a story to fool you. For some reason, Ron felt that Collins was getting more and more like Aunt Leanne. The current look was very similar to the scene when Mr. Tosi was caught cheating and scolded. If you don't tell me, how can I know if you are fooling me? I have my own judgment. Ron couldn't hear the joy in Collins' tone, but after all, he had stood Collins up for several days. There was no way. Ron could only apologize. Well, if I say that on that day, there was a robot killer from the future, whose goal was to kill you or me, would you believe it? Why kill us? Collins asked with a twitching eyebrow. Because Ron hesitated. 30 years later, artificial intelligence attempted to rule the world, but was eventually defeated by the human resistance, and the leader of the resistance seemed to be our child, so artificial intelligence wanted to send out killers first, in the past, before the leader of the resistance was born, to kill her parents, that is, us. Okay, I know this sounds nonsense, like a crappy science fiction story, but everything I said is true. If you want, you can come with me to the laboratory to see the remains of the robot killer I killed, Ron said halfway. His mouth was blocked by something soft, and he looked down and saw that it was Collins' lips. I believe what you said. When their lips parted, Collins' eyes were full of tears. What will our child's name be? Jack. I don't know why I gave my future child this name, but it sounds good. Ron's hands became knotty, making Collins' face blush. How about we go back to your bedroom and have a good talk about the name of our future child? We can do some extra things by the way. Collins nodded in agreement. However, just as Ron was holding Collins and preparing to return to the bedroom, he was suddenly attracted by a news report on TV. It is the 30th anniversary of the serial murders. I would like to explain to young audience friends that 30 years ago today, a woman named Sarah Connor was killed in New York State. Just when the police thought it was just an accidental murder, another woman named Sarah Connor was also killed in Wisconsin. Then, Maryland, Texas and more than a dozen other states had cases of women with child names being killed. This case has not been solved so far and has become one of the most famous unsolved cases in American history. Therefore, a large-scale name-changing fever has been set off across the country. Sarah Connor? Ron couldn't help but widen his eyes. Isn't this the mother of the real Savior in the original Terminator? But if Sarah Connor is the mother of the Savior, then what is Collins in front of him? The most important thing is that in the photos of the victims shown on the TV show, Ron clearly saw the waitress named Sarah and Connor that he had found before. And in his memory, this waitress was clearly not dead. No. Not only this waitress is not dead, other people named Sarah Connor should not be dead either. Ron has been paying close attention to this matter. If there's such a big case, he can't have no impression at all. "What's wrong with you?" Collins waited for a long time, but Ron didn't move, and asked curiously, "Are you looking at this case? This case happened a long time ago. My mother said that when I was born, she was going to name me Sarah. Because of this case, my name was changed to Collins. This case was also included in the Genesis game. I reserved 2 machines. Will you play this game with me when the time comes?" "Wait? You know this case too?" Ron was shocked. "Everyone should know it, right?" This case was a sensation in the country at that time. Ron almost didn't hear what Collins said next. He just said goodbye in a hurry and walked blankly on the street. He felt confused. This TM is not over yet. Everyone knows about the big case that shocked the country, but he alone has no impression of it. There are only 2 possible reasons for this situation. First, this is not the world he is familiar with. At some point in time, because of some coincidence of machines, she unknowingly came to another parallel time and space. In this parallel time and space, all the stories have already happened and exist in everyone's memory, but not on the memory of Ron, who came from another time and space. The second possibility is that Ron may have accidentally changed the future direction of something, causing the future to change. In the future, the tasks performed by people or robots who travel back to the past by machines have also changed. Therefore, the history of the past has also changed, and Ron, the initiator, is completely unaware of everything. But no matter which of these 2 possibilities, this world makes him feel strange. In the future world, the Resistance Army, led by leader John Connor, finally defeated Skynet and attacked Skynet headquarters, but at this moment, there was no joyful atmosphere among the Resistance Army, but it was unusually solemn. "What is this?" The soldiers gathered in front of a huge machine and asked each other curiously. The leader of the Resistance, John Connor, stepped forward and said, "This is a strategic time weapon. Skynet has just used it. That damn bastard cheated. We are determining the time coordinates and will tell you soon." A subordinate behind him was operating the computer quickly, but before he could find a result, John Connor muttered the result to himself. "Los Angeles, June 12, 1984. This answer exactly matched the coordinates found by his men, and everyone looked at their leader in surprise. Skynet knew he had failed, so it used a trick. It cheated. It sent a Terminator back to before the war began. Who was his target? John Connor walked to the podium and said to everyone, "Sarah Connor, my mother. If the Terminator killed my mother, then I would not be born. This way he will erase the history of our victory, including tonight. Then there will be no more resistance forces against him. Skynet will win with just this one trick." One of his men raised his hand. "Wait. We can also use this technology to send someone back." "Good idea. Let me do it." "No, let me go." The resistance soldiers were arguing in a group. Everyone was a brave warrior, which made John hesitant. However, just when she didn't know who to choose, the soldier who had first made the suggestion stood up again. "Let me go back." John turned his head. "Among so many people, why should I choose you?" "Because I will protect her with my life." John pointed to the soldiers behind him. "These people will use their lives to protect Sarah Connor. What makes you different?" "You know why?" The soldier smiled confidently. "You told me her story. I know her." "John, let me protect her." "Okay, it's decided on you." John nodded. An hour later, the soldier was lying naked on the machine, waiting to be teleported. He looked at John beside him and said, "There is a question I have always wanted to ask. You can ask it now. You know the time coordinates of Skynet's teleport back to the Terminator, and you know that Skynet will fail tonight. Tell me before I leave, can you see the future?" John smiled slightly. "Haha, no one can see the future, Jack. Then how do you know all this?" "Because I cheated too." John showed an embarrassed expression. "These are all told to me by my mother. When I was a child, I felt that my mother seemed to know everything. She had seen a person from the future. I guess it must be you, but I have to remind you that she is not the omnipotent female warrior who raised me. Now she is weak and timid, and she doesn't know how to protect herself. She is only worried about rent and tuition. She is just a college student who is visiting and working. Then how should I tell her? Even if I tell her who I am, she won't believe it," Jack said puzzledly. "I don't know either, but I believe you will solve this problem and help me take care of her." John patted Jack's shoulder meaningfully. "I promise." Jack nodded firmly. The machine started, and the metal rings on both sides began to rotate rapidly around the end of the class. At the same time, a huge light burst out and wrapped Jack's whole body inside. As a result, he began to feel dizzy. He only remembered that he seemed to see a Terminator sneak attacking John, but before he could remind himself, he fainted. Then he seemed to have a very long dream. In the dream, there was his childhood, the words of the strange woman, and his childhood self talking to himself in the mirror, and the strange code his father taught him. Like a montage in a movie, scenes flashed before his eyes. Ron? Ron Lee Cooper. Ron was walking aimlessly on the street, and was suddenly stopped by a tall figure. Ron looked up, and the person who stopped him actually had the face of the governor. T-800? Or some other model. Ron took a step back, quickly took out a shotgun from the system space and pointed it at the governor vigilantly. Ron did not shoot immediately, mainly because this governor was a little different from the one he had killed before. If the governor he had killed was an expressionless and cold killer, the governor in front of him looked like a kind old man who had just retired. His hair was gray and his face was full of wrinkles, just like the actor's old age. Robots do not age, but people do. In order to avoid killing by mistake, Ron asked a question. T-800, Joshuan opened his empty hands and stretched them in front of Ron. Relax, I have no ill will towards you. Ron stared at him for a while, and finally took back the gun in his hand, but did not put it into the space, but continued to hold it tightly in his hand. Okay, I temporarily believe that you have no ill will. Because the Terminators I have seen before all started fighting as soon as they met, without any lines. You seem to be very different from them. Yes, because I was created by you, the governor nodded. Now, Ron was even more surprised. He opened his mouth in surprise and pointed at himself. Make you? Just me? Although I am indeed amazing, I don't think I can complete such a complicated task with my limited knowledge. It's you, the governor said in an unquestionable tone. You ordered your scientists Sheldon, Leonard, Howard and Raj to conduct reverse research and development based on a robot you picked up, and made me send it back to Los Angeles in 1984 to protect Sarah Connor and the man around her. This sounds so interesting, but how can I believe you? You know I can't believe everything you say just because you tell a story casually. Ron stared at the governor and said, but even though he said this, in fact, he had already believed most of it in his heart, but the chaotic timeline and causal logic were gone, and his mind was still a mess. If what the governor said in front of the machine was true, it means that when Ron killed the T-800 before, history had already changed, because the history of Finch making machines to generate intelligence and destroying all mankind disappeared. Instead, the Terminator story that Ron was familiar with returned to the timeline to continue. But Ron himself also obtained a T-800 robot. For some reason that he didn't know now, or it was what was happening right now, he asked Sheldon and others to recreate the T-800 and send it back to the original historical time to save Sarah Connor, the mother of the genuine savior. But all this was just Ron's own assumption, and he still needed a piece of evidence to support his assumption. Code, you gave me a code. What is that? Ron asked. This was really his style, but he was more curious about what kind of code his future self would leave for the past to prove the truth of all this. The governor spoke slowly, and with his buzzing voice, he actually spoke in fluent Chinese. Ron almost fell to the ground after hearing it. Palace Jade Liquor, 180 per cup. Chapter 474 Jack Lee Cooper. Ron almost vomited blood and died on the spot. What can I say? This code is really his style. Moreover, in this world, no matter who it is, except himself, no one else can match this code, because Ron has learned about China in this world. Although there is still such a thing as the Spring Festival Gala, the program on it is completely different from what Ron remembered. What? Am I wrong? The governor frowned on his paralyzed face. No, you are absolutely right. I know you are definitely one of us, but don't say it next time. This code has been used once and is invalid. I will change another code for you. You didn't take your phone, Ron asked by the way when he took out his mobile phone. The governor shook his head. You said that Skynet is everywhere, so I never use electronic devices with microphones and cameras. What I said makes sense. Ron stuffed the phone into the space. The system space is a place where signals can be completely isolated. Putting any electronic device in it will lose its effect. The governor watched this scene quietly without blinking, not surprised at all. Well, why did you come to me? Did my future self ask you to tell me the lottery numbers for this issue? Or is there a stock that will rise very high in the future and is now at its lowest price in history? Ron showed a greedy look. Well, your future self did give me a number, and I have already bought it. I can verify it when the lottery is drawn tonight. The governor just took out a lottery ticket and Ron snatched it away. He continued, but you sent me to the past for a different reason. What else could be more important than buying lottery tickets? Ron curled his lips in surprise. In his opinion, no matter how far into the future, his love for money should remain unchanged. To pick up Jack Lee Cooper from the future, he was teleported back to Los Angeles in 1984. 1984, Ron had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and everything matched up. You mean, Skynet sent the Terminator killer back to 1984, and my son was also sent to that time to protect Sarah Connor, right? Ron had just finished speaking when he denied the idea. No, if he went back to 1984, then why don't I have any memory of this incident? Because you are also a participant in this incident, the memory of historical changes failed to overwrite your original memory. The governor paused. Now, I'm here to take you to pick up Jack in accordance with your orders. Pick up Jack? Where to pick him up? Wasn't he teleported back to 1984? Yes, but I built another time machine there according to the blueprints, activated it with the destroyed T-800 computer chip, and sent him to 2017, which is today. Okay, I have one last question. Does he look like me? Yes, Ms. Peggy said that Jack looks very much like the master when he was a child. The governor nodded. Ron didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the governor seemed to smile like an old father. Please, didn't we agree that robots have no emotions? What's going on? Ron was puzzled, but buried his doubts in his heart. Then let's go. I can't wait to see what my future son looks like. Los Angeles Medical Center, in terms of status, can be regarded as the People's Hospital of Los Angeles. It is one of the 4 major hospitals in Los Angeles, along with the University of Southern California Hospital, the University of California Hospital and Cedars-Sinai Hospital. Tonight, the hospital welcomed 2 special patients. To be precise, they were very energetic, so energetic that they ran naked on the viaduct. Although I know that young people nowadays are very good at playing, it is rare to play to this extent. On Highway 7, 2 naked suspects tried to blow themselves up on the viaduct, but only made a small pit. In the car, the police channel was still beeping, and Ron still couldn't recover from the shocking scene just now. You said the pervert naked on the bridge just now is my son? I don't remember raising my son to be such a shameless person, Ron asked angrily, but the governor still kept his poker face. Because the time machine can only transport organic matter, nothing else can be transported, then why not wrap them in a layer of egg liquid? Ron spoke immediately, and the governor was silent for a while. Record the method, and wrap the teleporter with egg liquid next time you teleport. I say, should we go see my lovely son now? No, wait a minute. The governor's eyes suddenly locked on the man who was holding flowers at the door of the hospital. Ron followed his gaze and looked over. Except for finding a few unusual scars on the man's face, he didn't find anything abnormal. Is there anything wrong with that man? That's the leader of the resistance, but he is no longer a human being. He is a robot. He wants to harm Sarah and Jack. We need weapons. The governor's eyes flashed red, and Ron knew that he had turned on the scanning function. At least he is still maintaining a face that Jack can trust, so he will definitely not take action immediately, right? Ron took out 2 shotguns from the space and gave one to the governor. Drive the car to the garage. They will definitely leave from there. Are you looking for the key to the handcuffs? John Connor pushed open the door and said to Sarah and Jack with a smile, but it seems that I thought too much. You are better than I thought. It's been a long time since we last met, Jack. Sarah and Jack had already unlocked the handcuffs by themselves without his help. Oh my God, you are still alive. Jack walked up happily and gave his old comrade a big hug. Yes, of course I am still alive. John looked up and looked at Sarah affectionately. You taught me how to live, Mother. Suddenly facing a son who looked much older than herself, Sarah felt complicated, but her long life on the run still allowed her to retain the last bit of reason. Wait, Sarah took a step back and pointed the gun she had just snatched from the police at John. We all know that there are models of Terminators that can change their appearance. If you are really John, then prove it. Jack was about to say something, but was stopped by John. She is right. First of all, don't trust anyone. I remember it, Mom. I once gave you a photo of Sarah when she was young. Only the 2 of us knew about this. Do you remember? John looked at Jack and asked. The latter nodded excitedly. He completely believed what John said. Jack looked at Sarah again. And you hate lullabies. Every time I cried when I was a child, you sang Rocket Man to coax me to sleep, but to be honest, You didn't sing very well, like a dying cat, Mom. John, it's really you. Sarah hugged John excitedly. Why are you here? I also have a lot of questions to ask you, but we have to leave here now. Follow me. John led the way, and the three of them walked towards the underground garage together. Exactly as Ron expected. You said you had a dream? Is it really a double memory? That's why I came here. Along the way, when Jack told John about his strange experience, John said so. Double memory? What is that? Because you traveled to the past, what you did led to uncertain changes in the future, so for you now, the future is like a cat put in a box by a cat abuser, full of uncertainty, so the memories corresponding to the two futures appear in your mind at the same time. Dad, John answered casually, but Jack stopped and asked in confusion, Dad, haven't you told him yet? John looked at Sarah. I think this matter can be put aside for now. Sarah blushed. No, I want to know now. Jack felt that he was deceived. John and Sarah looked at each other, not knowing what to say, but they didn't expect that the door of a car next to them suddenly opened, and a handsome man wearing sunglasses, leather jacket and holding a shotgun walked out. I think what he means is that you traveled back in time, fell in love with his mother while protecting her, and gave birth to him. You are his father. It seems that you are the only one who is kept in the dark, my dear son. The man took off his sunglasses and it was Ron. Didn't you remember to say hello to your dad when you went back in time? Dad, Jack shouted excitedly and ran to Ron, groping him back and forth. You are so young? It's only 2017. It's hard for me not to be young. Ron patted the roof of the car. Big guy, don't you come out and say hello. The door on the other side of the car opened, and the governor walked out. This time it was Sarah who excitedly threw herself into the governor's arms. Dad, you are finally here. Halfway through the words, Ron and the governor looked at each other. Because of their appearance, Jack and Sarah had come to their side, leaving John alone standing aside. When would they take action if not now? Bang, bang, the two men raised their shotguns at the same time. Two large buckshot bullets mixed with several small bullets hit John at the same time, turning him into a sieve. Dad, what are you doing? Jack pushed Ron's shotgun away angrily, but he pushed it into nothingness. He quickly took out his pistol and pointed it at Ron. Ron's face was not nervous at all. Wow, the first time I meet my young father, is it going to be a drama of father and son killing each other? Although I don't have the memory of raising you up now, I think I must be the one who taught you to shoot, right? Look at the action you took when you drew the gun just now. It's exactly the same as mine. What? Do you want to shoot your dad? Rebellious son, no, I won't shoot you. Jack gritted his teeth and turned the gun to the governor. It must be this guy. He asked you to kill John, right? I want to kill him. No, you can't kill Dad. Why are you doing this? Sarah stood in front of the governor. She was rescued and raised by the governor, and her feelings for the governor were like her father. Because he is a killing machine. He also bewitched my father, Jack shouted angrily. At this moment, no one stood with him. He felt betrayed, but out of trust in his family, he was more willing to believe that his father was bewitched. Ron walked forward and pointed Jack's gun at John lying on the ground. Come on, you are so old, but you are still so impulsive. Can't you take a good look at it? Is it really a human? While Ron was talking, John's body had changed. The blood that had flowed all over the ground was quickly turning into silver-gray metal particles and flowing back to John's body. Then, John, who was already dead, opened his eyes and jumped up from the ground. He was alive. It hurts so much, I can't tell whether it's real pain or just the memory of being a human. John looked at the governor with a weird smile. Just a joke. I want to know who sent you back. Probably me. What? Do you have an objection? Ron swung the shotgun in the air, reloaded the gun, and pointed the gun at John again. Did you see it clearly? Son, this guy is not John, or rather, not the John you know. Did this happen when Skynet attacked you? Jack murmured. Skynet didn't attack me, it transformed me. Now I am neither a machine or a human, but a new life, a higher life, completely different from primitive creatures like humans. I was sent back to 2014 to ensure that Skynet can be born smoothly. Now it is less than 24 hours before Judgment Day, and no one can stop it. Bang! Before John finished speaking, Ron had already pulled the trigger again, this time directly destroying half of John's body. Don't you know that villains always die because of talking too much? But the half of the body destroyed by Ron was soon repaired by those gray particles. I want to provide a new future. Everyone should join me and evolve to a higher life together. What if we refuse? Jack had already raised his gun. "That means death. You can't kill us. We are your parents. If we die, you will no longer exist," Sarah suddenly said with an idea. "Who said that?" John retorted. "If you ask me, the four of us have been exiled in time. Here, I can kill anyone I want, because the new future will start from here. I'll ask you one last time, join me, or die." "Impossible," the three said in unison. The governor didn't say anything, but he had expressed his thoughts with his actions. "Then die." John suddenly attacked and rushed towards the four people. Ron and the governor immediately stepped forward and fired alternately to stop John from moving forward. But that was all they could do. The bullets hit John, and except for slowing down his steps, they could no longer do anything else. Seeing that John was about to pounce in front of Ron, the governor suddenly threw the gun, pounced forward, hugged John and fell to the ground together. Take advantage of now. Chapter 475 Sheldon on the mutated timeline. Under Sarah's astonished gaze, Ron threw the shotgun into the system space, and then, like a magic trick, he opened his hand and 2 silver grenades appeared, throwing them at the 2 people hugging each other. "No. There's also Dad." Sarah tried desperately to rush to the governor, but was stopped by Jack from behind, and could only watch the grenade explode beside the 2 people. Boom! The grenade exploded, but not many fragments were ejected, and a roar similar to tinnitus was heard at the end, and then a magical scene appeared. John, who was swapping with the governor, melted to the ground like a pool of liquid. But the governor stood up from the ground as if he was not affected, and quickly pulled Sarah and Jack into the car together. "Let's go." Ron immediately started the car and drove towards the exit. Not far after they drove out, the silver-gray liquid that John turned into began to wriggle violently, and bit by bit, it condensed into human form again, but the speed was much slower than before. It couldn't even catch up with the recovery speed after being shot just now. The 2 strange grenades that Ron had just thrown took effect. "What is that?" "It seems to be very effective against that thing, Dad," Jack asked curiously. "Electromagnetic pulse grenade. Although I don't know what the small particles that make up the thing are, I guess it should be related to electromagnetics. Let's throw one to give it a try." "What the hell is that? Which of you who came from the future can tell me?" "I know." The governor put his hand on the back of Ron's seat. "At the end of the war, Skynet began to try to create a new infiltration unit. It implanted molecular robots in the bodies of human experimenters. They reorganized and rebuilt human tissues at the cellular level to maximize combat effectiveness. Skynet turned John into Terminator." Jack was shocked. "Yes, little master, does he have any weaknesses? I mean, besides electromagnetic pulses?" Ron looked at the night view outside the car and fell into deep thought. Unlike the governor's prototype T-800, the T-800 is at most a little stronger, but Ron is least afraid of something stronger. He has all kinds of powerful guns and even individual missiles. But this strange robot is troublesome. He doesn't know how to deal with it. It's like punching a basin of water. No matter how much force he uses, it can only make the water splash bigger. When the water falls, it is still a basin of water. Molecular robots use magnetic fields to move. Disrupting the magnetic field like you just did may be able to restrict it. Well, it seems that you don't know much. If so, we may need a more professional person to help us make a weapon specifically for this thing." Ron looked back and said, "Jack, did I take you to see your Uncle Sheldon when you were a child, in Pasadena?" Ron stood at the bottom of the familiar apartment building with a lot of emotions. Through the conversation in the car just now, he confirmed one thing. At first, he just thought that all the changes around him were just a chain reaction caused by the machine's misbehavior, causing the history he knew to leave him. But now, as he talked with his son and the governor from the future, he had a feeling that he seemed to have inadvertently come to parallel time and space. "If you rearrange the timeline, you will find the problem here." The message sent to him by the machine clearly states that the leader of the resistance army in the future is Jack, but whether it is the new governor, Sarah Connor, or even Jack, they all insist that the leader of the resistance army is John. There are similar examples, such as what is the name of the artificial intelligence that destroys the world? On this issue, Ron, Sarah, and Jack actually have 3 different memories. In Sarah and Jack's memories, the artificial intelligence that destroys the world is Skynet, but the difference is that the Skynet in Sarah's memory is a supercomputer made by a black doctor, and the Skynet in Jack's memory is the Genesis system that is about to be launched. In Ron's own memory, the ultimate intelligence terminal machine made by Finch destroyed the world. 3 people, 3 memories, among which Jack and Sarah's memories have a certain correlation, but his own can't connect with anyone. Therefore, he seriously suspected that he had entered a parallel time and space. At the moment, when he came to Sheldon for help, he also wanted to verify this point. Ding dong, Ron rang the doorbell. The result will be revealed at this moment, and he can't help feeling a little uneasy. "I'm coming," a familiar yet unfamiliar voice sounded in the room. Ron already had a bad feeling, so he asked the governor to take Jack and Sarah to their secret base to wait, and he came up alone. When the door was opened, Ron was stunned. "Ron, you're finally back. We'll have dinner right away. Today is Vietnamese food day, so dinner is fried rice noodles and shrimp cakes. I also steamed your rice. If you don't come back, there will be leftovers tonight." God knows how many times Sheldon has complained about the problem of leftovers in the room. The person who was complaining while opening the door for Ron was actually Dan. Dan, Sheldon's childhood friend in his hometown in Texas, the Vietnamese boy. Ron was shocked and stood there. "What are you still doing outside? Come in." Dan enthusiastically pulled Sheldon into the house. "I'm just curious, why are you here?" Ron looked at Dan, who was sitting next to Sheldon naturally, and Penny, who was sitting next to Dan naturally, with surprise on his face. "Where's Leonard?" "Leonard?" Sheldon asked curiously. "Why do you know an inconspicuous experimental physicist in our school? Why am I here?" "Of course it's because I live here, Leonard." Dan put his hand on Penny's waist habitually, and Ron's eyes twitched. "Is it the guy who wanted to share a house with us? I often see him. We share an office, but our research fields are different and we don't have much intersection." OMG. What exactly happened that Leonard didn't live with Sheldon? Instead, Dan followed him all the way from Texas? Ron must find out. "No, that's not what I'm talking about. I remember that when you graduated, you were dating a girl named Beth. Why did you give her up and follow Sheldon to California? Is Sheldon more attractive to you than Beth?" Penny quietly took away Dan's hand from her, and looked back and forth between Dan and Sheldon with a scrutinizing gaze. "Hi, Penny." Dan shook his head helplessly and looked at Ron with resentful eyes. "I originally wanted to stay for her, but then I found out that her purpose of approaching me was just to get close to you, so I came to Caltech with Sheldon." "Are you satisfied?" "Really?" Sheldon said angrily. "I can't believe that you almost didn't come to Los Angeles with me for a woman. What can she give you? Will she let you play with my train?" model said like I did, but she let me play with her. "I remember, this is the ex-girlfriend who liked Ron that you told me about." Penny suddenly realized and hugged Dan's arm again. "Fortunately you are not gay. I understand. The biggest variable is not Dan, but the woman named Beth, or rather, it is himself." Because of his handsomeness, the woman did not hesitate to use Dan in order to pursue himself. After the truth came to light, Dan would of course not continue to stay in Texas for that woman, and could only follow Sheldon to Los Angeles. As a result, he replaced Leonard's position. All the memories of Leonard and Ron were transferred to Dan. Moreover, because of the long-term life together, Sheldon got used to Vietnamese food, and King Food Day became Vietnamese Food Day. Dan kissed Penny on the forehead. "Even if they are homosexuals, no homosexual can stand it." "Sheldon, Ron, why aren't you eating yet? Don't tell me you forgot how to use chopsticks. The first time I went to your house for dinner, you already knew how to use chopsticks." I, an Oriental, was shocked. "No, I encountered something even weirder." Ron looked at the 3 strange people in front of him and said with difficulty, "If I said that I came from another parallel universe, what would you think?" "What? Parallel universe?" Sheldon opened his mouth wide. "How much did you drink, Ron? Really? Not only is there a parallel universe, but there is also a robot from the future chasing my poor son who was teleported to farther past. In short, it's very chaotic. By the way, in that parallel universe, Dan did not come to Los Angeles with you. He did stay in Texas for that woman. The one living with you is Leonard, and Penny's boyfriend is also Leonard." For the next hour, while Ron took great pains to tell Sheldon and others about his original world, Jack followed Sarah and her daughter to an abandoned air raid shelter on the outskirts of Los Angeles. Of course, this desolation is only relative to its desolation in the government sequence. In fact, the governor has used this place and transformed it into a new base during the nearly 30 years of waiting for Sarah and Jack to come from 1984 to 2017. "Dad, was he created by your father?" Sarah quietly asked Jack while the governor was assembling the bomb. "I don't know. I didn't spend much time with my dad when I was a child. Every time we met, He would drag me to train with him. He was always mysterious, but really amazing. Everyone regarded him as an idol. I asked my mom what he was doing, but she didn't tell me. Jack shook his head. But there is one thing I can be sure of, my dad doesn't understand science. If you have to say who created your dad and rewrote the program to make him protect you, it must be Uncle Sheldon and Uncle Dan. Sheldon, Sarah thought about the name. Is that the person your dad is looking for now? Yes, he is my dad's younger brother. He is a very powerful scientist who has invented and manufactured many amazing things. Most of the equipment of the rebels in the early days was made by Uncle Sheldon and their equipment department. Then why didn't your father lead the rebels? If he led, he would surely defeat Skynet faster, right? Sarah keenly noticed a key issue. Because he disappeared, in the second year of the battle with Skynet. No one knows where he went. I always thought he was killed by Skynet, but all of Dad's friends don't believe it. They all say that he may have just moved to another place to save the world. I've got it. As the two were talking, the governor suddenly appeared behind them and spread the structural diagram of the Genesis building in front of them. The Genesis server is in this place. As long as we set bombs on these 5 nodes, we can completely destroy the entire server. We go in and set the bombs, and then get out before the explosion. Sarah agreed. The governor, but our plan did not take John Connor into account. I didn't foresee his arrival. What if he shows up and stops us? These weapons are useless against John, Jack asked worriedly. Unless, your Uncle Sheldon is as powerful as you said, and has made a weapon that can threaten John in such a short time, I believe him. Sarah patted Jack's back to comfort him, and suddenly grabbed the gun on the table and pointed it at the corridor of the air raid shelter. Who? It's me. Ron walked out from the dark. Hey. I said you don't have to be so careful. Your father is behind you. If there's any problem with me, his mechanical eye will know it with a scan. Right. It would have been better if she didn't say it. Once she said it, Sarah became more nervous, and even Jack pointed his gun at Ron. His scanning function was damaged by your electromagnetic pulse bomb during the fight in the parking lot. Now if you can't prove yourself, then I will shoot. Wait, Jack pressed Sarah's gun. He remembered the code his father taught him when he was a child. At that time, Ron smiled and told him that if there was any special situation one day, they should use the code to confirm each other's identity, and now is the time to use it. Those code, even to John, the leader of the resistance he respected the most, he never said. Do you still remember the code you taught me, Dad? Jack pointed his gun at Ron and would shoot him if he made the slightest movement. Of course I remember. I taught you that. Which code do you want to use? Right. Ron put away the gun in his hand and looked at Jack with admiration. But let me remind you that he has already used the code of Palace Jade Liquor. Do you remember the principle I taught you? All codes can only be used once. When Ron said this, Jack believed most of it in his heart, but still asked cautiously, King of Heaven and Earth Tiger, Timo is 1.5 meters tall. Dad, Jack put away the gun and gave Ron a big hug. How is the weapon? Ron's expression was a little tangled. It went smoothly. Sheldon has helped me make it, but there is just a small problem. That is, the weapon takes a little long to take effect. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.